Love on the Cattle Ranch, Ranching Heart Series, Book 2.
Summary. C.J. Fisher, the only son of Calvin and Dawn, grew up on a cattle ranch. He was best friends with Parker, more like brothers. C.J. was so different than Parker. He was a player, loved the women and never stayed with one longer than a day or two. He became a doctor but still helped his father on the ranch. He loved it, but it was his calling to heal the sick. He never thought he would find love until a new girl came into town. He fell hard for her the moment he laid eyes on her. Samantha came, a waitress who was not drawn to his good looks and charm. This only made him want her all the more. She was a dark-haired beauty with spunk. He was determined to win her over but also knew it wouldn't be easy. Samantha moved to Texas when her grandparents passed away and left her their small ranch. She was tired of city life and had always loved the ranch, and when she had to escape an abusive ex, she took this opportunity to start a new life. Meeting CJ, she knew he was a player and was determined to stay away from him, but he wasn't making it easy for her. Chapter 1. Removing his doctor's jacket, CJ grabbed his cowboy hat and said goodnight to the receptionist and headed to Parker and Dakota's place for dinner. Every Thursday night that was where he went. Most nights he went to his parents' place to eat. Last year he finally moved out and built his own home on the piece of land his father gave him. Living at his parents' place was starting to cramp his lifestyle and his love life. As was his normal behavior, he walked right into Parker's home without knocking. He was after all more like family than a friend. Dakota was standing with her back to him in the kitchen, stirring something on the counter when he went over, putting his arms around her waist. "Hey beautiful, what are you cooking for me?" She jumped and looked over her shoulder, giving him a stern look. "Christ, CJ, you scared the hell out of me. Let go of my wife." Parker's voice came out of nowhere. "Get your own woman." CJ, with his arms still around her, turned to look at Parker, who was standing there with his arms crossed, shaking his head. "Now why would I want to get a woman when I have this sweet little thing here?" he asked jokingly. Kissing her cheek, he let her go. Walking over to Parker, he put him in a headlock, and they started wrestling like a couple of little kids. "Will you two ever grow up?" Dakota asked, trying not to laugh. "Stop now before I call Dawn and have her come here and set you boys straight." They both stopped and stared wide-eyed at her. "You wouldn't dare call my mom," CJ said with a smirk on his face and sat her down. "Where are the Rugrats?" "Chad is cleaning his room and Ellie is napping." "Chad, Uncle CJ is here," Parker called up the stairs. 5-year-old Chad came bouncing down the stairs screaming his name and jumped right onto CJ's lap. "What did you bring me, Uncle CJ?" "Well, let's just see what I have in my pocket," he said, pulling out a bag of sweets. "Yippee," the little boy squealed in delight. "Thank you, Uncle CJ." Dakota turned her head. "Not before dinner, young man." Mom," Chad whined. "You heard your mother. Now go wash up for dinner," Parker said in a stern voice. "Oh, all right," Chad said, getting off CJ, sneaking the piece of candy his uncle handed him and took off running. Parker leaned over and looked at him. "Dakota is going to kill you?" CJ grinned. "Not if she doesn't catch me." "Catch you doing what?" Dakota asked when she brought over the roast and set it on the table. She never knew what these two were always getting up to. When they were together, they acted like a couple of kids. The men were saved by the bell, or baby in this case, when 2-year-old Ellie started wailing, waking from her nap. "I'll go get her," CJ said. Jumping from his seat, he went upstairs and brought her down. Both Dakota and Parker watched him as he held the baby in his arms, so loving and gentle. He kissed her cheek and sat her in the high chair he had bought for her. Chad sat next to him. "You'll make a good father someday," Dakota said, sitting down to eat. "You really ought to settle down and get married." CJ smiled, showing her his dimples. "I'm waiting for you to leave this bum," he pointed to Parker, "and come away with me." Reaching over, she took his chin in her hand. "Oh, sweetheart, Parker can hardly handle me." "What makes you think you could?" Letting him go, she started eating. She knew if Parker for 1 minute thought CJ was being serious, there would be hell to pay. But they knew it was just his way of teasing. He loved them both and respected their marriage. He also didn't have those feelings for her. After dinner, while Parker and Dakota washed up, CJ gave the kids their baths, put them in their pajamas and tucked them into bed, and read them a bedtime story. Kissing Chad's cheek, he watched as the little boy drifted off to sleep. A part of him wanted to someday be a father, but had yet to find that special woman like Parker had. The one who had your heart racing, the one who made your heart ache sadly until you laid eyes on her again. He doubted he would find her. so he settled for playing the field. Kissing Ellie's cheek, he went back downstairs and caught the other two groping each other, kissing passionately. "Save some of that for me, you guys," he said, walking over, pulled Dakota from Parker's grip. Parker made a face and pushed CJ away when he tried putting his arms around him. "Knock it off, CJ," he barked. "Come on, Parker, you know you want me," CJ said, laughing. Dakota was holding her side. It ached from laughing so hard at the antics going on in front of her. CJ never ceased to amuse her. "You boys go sit on the porch and I'll bring out some beers," she said, motioning for them to leave. "You're a lucky man, Parker. You have a wife and kids who love you. I envy you at times, almost makes me want a family of my own." "Then maybe you should stop being a player. Stick with one woman and see where it leads," Parker replied. CJ leaned towards him. "I've been with a lot of women." "No kidding," Parker scoffed. "What I'm trying to say is not one of them made me feel the way Dakota makes you feel. My heart doesn't race. There are no butterflies in my stomach. I don't even care if I see them again. Some of them I can't even remember their names. You just haven't found her yet, man. She's out there." Just then Dakota walked out with the beer, handing them both one and settling next to Parker with her own beer in hand. "What are you two talking about?" "Just that it's time for him to stop playing the field and find someone to settle down with," Parker said, his arm going over her shoulder. "How do you know when you've found the right one?" CJ asked. "You just know, and it usually happens the moment you lay eyes on her. Something just clicks, it's chemistry and the sparks fly. CJ, trust me, you'll know," Parker said, looking at Dakota. He knew the moment he first saw her that she was special. "Don't wait too long, CJ. You're not getting any younger." "Hell, man, I'm only 31, he answered back. "Well, guys, I think I'll head home now. I've got a busy day tomorrow." Putting the empty beer bottle down, he kissed Dakota's cheek and left. It seemed like everyone he knew was married or getting married. He had plenty of chances himself, since the women he dated made it clear they'd love to be the wife of a doctor. He wasn't ready to settle down and never found one he wanted to with. Feeling a bit down, he decided to stop by Donna Payne's place for a little one-on-one. They had an arrangement where if either one were in need of some company, and with no strings attached, they would get together for sex. She was blonde, slender, and a beautiful woman, but he had no romantic feelings towards her. But she was great in bed and knew how to satisfy him. It was close to midnight when he knocked and she answered, wearing a flimsy nightgown. Her hair was tousled and she had obviously been asleep, but when she saw him she pulled him inside and closed the door behind them. The sun was coming up when CJ woke. Looking over at the naked blonde, he quietly slipped out of bed, pulling on his pants that lay crumpled on the floor. He had to get home to shower and change for work. Pulling on his boots, he grabbed his shirt and puts it on as he sneaked out of Donna's house. He was glad she hadn't wakened, or she would have wanted a repeat performance. Before heading home, he stopped at the local diner to pick up a coffee. There were only a few men inside, eating platefuls of bacon and eggs. He walked up to the counter and noticed a new waitress behind the counter. Her back was to him. His eyes moved down her backside. He could see her soft feminine curves under her uniform which hugged her body. She had a nice round ash and her legs were long and shapely. He watched as she turned around to face him, tucking a strand of her jet black hair behind her ear. His breath hitched when he looked into her smoky brown eyes. She was drop-dead gorgeous. He couldn't help but stare. A weird electricity shot through him and he finally managed to smile, showing off his dimples, one that had all the ladies swooning. "Do you want something or are you just going to stand there with your mouth wide open?" she asked in a snarky tone. CJ was dumbfounded. His dimples usually got the ladies' panties wet, but this woman seemed immune to it. Her standoffish way didn't stop him though. If anything, he was more determined to win her over. "You must be new here. I haven't seen you around before." Placing her palms on the counter, she shot daggers at him. "If you're not going to order anything, then you'll have to leave. I have other customers waiting." "I'll take a large coffee to go. Milk, no sugar," he said. His smile never wavered. He kept his eyes on her while she poured his coffee. Putting the lid on, handed it to him. "My name is CJ. What's yours?" He heard her sighing. "That will be $2.75, she said, not bothering to answer his question. CJ laid a $5 bill down on the counter. "Keep the change," he said. He turned and started walking out, stopping at the door to look back at her. He could have sworn she was watching him, but she turned her head when he looked back. After a quick shower, He changed into dress pants, a white shirt, and black dress shoes and headed out. At his office, Maureen, his nurse, was already busy getting his files ready. She was a 50-year-old woman who was a godsend to him. She was efficient and keep his office running smoothly. He could have hired someone younger, asked Cy, but he took his job as a doctor seriously. It was all business, no horsing around with the female patients, though some of them made it hard for him when they came in for various reasons. Even the older and married ones came on to him, but he didn't take the bait, at least not in the office. Outside of work was another story. Mr. Henderson is waiting in room 2, Maureen said, not looking up as she continued typing into the computer. Lunchtime rolled around, and not being able to get the dark-haired beauty out of his mind, decided to go to the diner for a bite to eat. He hoped she was still on duty and was thrilled to find she was there. He went and sat her down in her section, and tried to hide his smile when she walked towards him carrying a menu. Handing him the luncheon menu, she asked if he wanted a drink to start off with. "Just a glass of water," he answered. "I'll be right back with it," she said, and turning walked away. He stared at her ash, and the way her hips swayed when she left his table. "I'll just have the special," he said when she came back with his water. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "That's because I didn't give it to you," she said with a smirk on her face. "I'll be back with your meal in a few minutes." She was not only beautiful but feisty as well. This he found to be exciting and a challenge he was looking forward to. He ate his meal, and leaving money on the table for the food, he left a generous tip. Leaving the diner, he knew he was going to find out more about her. She wore no wedding ring, so she had to be single. If there was a boyfriend in the picture, there wouldn't be for long. Chapter 2. It was a long day. He had more patience than normal. Biting Maureen goodbye, he headed straight home. All he wanted was to soak in a tub, have a bite to eat, and take a beer out onto his front porch. An early night was in the cards for him. He was on his porch when his father rode up on his horse. "Hey, Dad, want a beer?" "You bet, son," Calvin's sister said as he sat her down. Coming back out with 2 beers in hand, gave one to his father. "What brings you over this late? Did Mom kick you out?" "Your mother has company over, so I thought I'd come and see what you're up to. You look tired tonight. Anything bothering you?" "No, just been a busy day. Sorry, I hadn't been over in a while. Tell Mom I'll come over this weekend for one of her home-cooked meals." He took a swallow of his beer. "I see Ward has hired himself a new waitress." "Yes, a Samantha Kane," Calvin replied. "Kane, is she related to Mr. and Mrs. Kane?" "She's their granddaughter. I heard they left her the farm after they passed away and she decided to move here. Lord knows why she would want to move in there. It's a little run down and needs a lot of work. Have you met her, son?" "In a sense. I dropped by the diner on my way to the office to pick up a coffee." "What is she like?" "Beautiful, dark hair, brown eyes, and a great body. But she's not very friendly, and when I asked her name she wouldn't answer. I got the feeling she didn't like me." Calvin's sister laughed. "Are you telling me your charm and smile couldn't win her over?" "Not yet, but she'll come around. Maybe this time will be different, CJ. She just might not be into you. I would let this one go if I were you. I'd hate to see you get hurt." "You know me, Dad." "That I do, son. I'd better get back now. Your mother bought this as a little black nightgown that I'm itching to rip off her." CJ shook his head. Hearing about his parents' ex-life was something he didn't want to know about. "God, Dad, don't you two ever stop." Calvin's sister stood, getting ready to leave. "When you find the right one, it doesn't matter how old you get. The passion is always there. I hope someday you find what your mother and I have. See you, son." CJ waited till his father was out of sight before going inside and getting ready for bed. The next day was slow at work, and he was thinking of leaving early when his nurse walked in with a file in her hand. His eyes lit up when he saw who was following right behind her. "Dr. Fisher, I have a Miss Kane with a serious cut on her left hand," Maureen said, handing him Samantha's folder. "Thank you. I'll take it from here." "You're the doctor?" Samantha asked. "That's right. Now sit down and let me have a look at the cut." Removing the cloth from her hand, he proceeded to clean it. "It's deep. We'll need a couple of stitches." "How did this happen?" "I was washing a glass and it broke," she said nervously. With the back of her hand in his palm, she felt a tingle shoot through her. His hand was soft yet firm. Being up this close, she couldn't help but notice how handsome he was. And he smelled so good. "So you are the famous Dr. Fisher I've been hearing about." He looked up at her and smiled as he got ready to stitch up the cut. All good, I hope. Not really, she answered. She cringed when she saw him putting the stitches in and turned her head. There, all done. Now that didn't hurt, did it? Just a little. He applied a bandage. His hand lingered on hers for a brief moment. Keep the cut clean and I'll write you a prescription for some lotion you can apply to it. Pulling her hand from his, she stood up. Thank you. I appreciate you seeing me with no appointment. He stood. Anytime. Sitting back down when she left. He thought about how delicate and soft her hand was. There was something about her he liked. It wasn't just her beauty. She was strong and independent. And under that scowl on her face he sensed was a warm and loving woman. He wondered what her story was. Why would she choose to come here and live in her grandparents' home? A wide grin appeared on his face when he noticed the prescription that he wrote out for her laying on his desk. She had forgotten to take it with her. Well, he would just have to pick it up and take it to her home. It was the perfect excuse to see her again. After stopping by the drugstore, he went home to shower and change into jeans and boots, and to grab his cowboy hat before heading out to her place. He was anxious to see her again and kind of felt like a teenager on his way to his first date. But he wasn't a teenager, nor was this a date. Reaching her farm, he jumped down from his horse. He knew she must be home since there was a car parked in the driveway. Walking up the steps, he knocked once, waited and knocked more times but got no answer. Moving to the window, he peeked inside but didn't see anyone moving around. Then he heard a gun being snake-eyed behind him. Put your hands up and move around slowly. He raised his hands up in the air. Don't shoot. It's me, CJ, he said as he turned to face her. There she stood, wearing jeans, a shirt. Her hair was done up in a ponytail and was pointing a rifle at him. Seeing who it was, she lowered her gun and let out a disgruntled groan. It's dangerous sneaking around someone's property. What the hell are you doing here? Lowering his arms, he relaxed his body. First of all, I wasn't sneaking around. Then why were you looking in my window? That's really creepy. She hadn't recognized him from the back. He looked different in his cowboy clothes. His muscles were defined by the snug fit of his shirt. The tight jeans he wore left nothing to one's imagination. You left your prescription in my office, so I had it filled and was just bringing it to you. As for looking in your window, I was trying to see if anyone was home since no one answered my knock. He took the tube of lotion from his pocket and handed it to her. Apply it 2 to 3 times a day for about a week. Thank you, she said, taking it from him. Come inside and I'll get you the money for it. Don't bother, it's on me. She glared angrily at him. I don't need your charity. He followed her inside. I could use a cold drink. It's hot out. She stopped to look at him. He did look hot and was sweating. Come into the kitchen. All I have is water or juice. Water would be great. Pouring him a cold glass of water, handed it to him and then went and got her purse, taking out some money and handed it to him. So you live here all alone? Not that it's any of your business, but yes. I was just heading into town for something to eat. Care to join me? No thank you. Now if you don't mind, I have a lot of work to do. Like what? When he got no answer, he kept talking. I know the place needs a lot of work. If you plan on getting a horse, the fence will need repairing and the barn needs a new roof. I and some of the others will be happy to give a helping hand. I told you I don't want or need your charity, or anyone else's. I can do the work myself, she snapped. It's not charity. Around these parts, it's the neighborly thing to do. We always help one another when needed. No thank you. Please leave now. He placed the empty glass on the counter and stood in front of her. If you change your mind, just say the word. I can have half a dozen seeing men here and the work will be done in no time. We both know you can't put a roof on the barn by yourself. Walking away, and once outside, he jumped on his horse and left. She felt a little uneasy around CJ. Had from the first moment she laid eyes on him that day in the diner. There was no denying to herself that she found him attractive. His smile and those dimples almost had her melting. That she knew his type, charming all the women just to get them into bed. Thinking he was God's gift to women. It would be so easy to fall for him. But she was not about to get involved with the likes of him. She would keep her distance from him. And if he came into the diner again, she would have one of the other girls wait on him. The next day at work, Chrissy, the other waitress who worked with her, asked how her hand was doing. A bit sore, but I will live, she said, chuckling. So what did you think of Dr. Fisher? I have no thoughts on the man. Isn't he just the yummiest man you ever met? He's okay, I guess. How's Samantha? He's more than okay. He's gorgeous. I hear he's great in the sack. Oh, what I wouldn't do to have one night with him. Well, why don't you then? Don't think I haven't tried, but I guess he thinks I'm too young for him. Besides, I'd have to stand in line. You are only 18, Chrissy. Find yourself a nice guy. One that won't cheat on you. Dr. Fisher, I gather, is a player. Men like him cheat. Chrissy perked up. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Sam looked over towards the door and saw CJ and her and went to her section. Shit, she cursed under her breath. Will you take his order? No way. You know how Ward feels about us switching sections. Go on. He won't bite. Well, not that I know of, Chrissy said, giving her a light shove. Afternoon, Samantha, CJ said as he took the menu from her. Afternoon, and I prefer to be called Sam. Okay, Sam, I'll have the special, and how's your hand? It's throbbing. He smiled. That means it's healing. I was wondering if you'd like to go for a drink later tonight or maybe dinner. No thanks. I'll be back with your meal, she said, turned and left his table. That was the second time he asked her out and she wondered if he'd ever stop. Surely he must have gotten the hint by now that she wasn't interested. When he was done with his meal, he went over to pay his bill, handing her the money and waited while she rang it into the cash register. If you don't want to go to dinner then how about we go dancing? She rolled her eyes. Look, I'm never going out with you. Not now. Not ever. I'm not interested and I'm sure there are plenty of women willing to go out with you. Oh, there are. I just thought with you being new around here, it might be nice to take you somewhere nice. Who knows? You just might have fun. Give up already, she said and walked away. I'll go out with you, Dr. Fisher, Chrissy said, flashing him a smile. Smiling back he chuckled. Maybe in a few years, doll. Winking at her, he walked out. Are you crazy, Sam? The hottest man in this town asked you out and you turn him down. Why not go? Oh, not you, to Chrissy. She was starting to get annoyed. Why couldn't everyone leave her alone? We better get back to work. Ward is giving us dirty looks. Chapter 3. CJ dropped by Parker and Dakota's place later that night. He was sorry he missed the kids as they had already gone to bed. The three of them Saturday outside, each with a beer in their hands. You're kind of quiet tonight, CJ. What's wrong? Parker asked. He knew his friend. They go way back and he was never this silent. I met a girl. That's nothing new for you, pal, Parker said, laughing. So who is she and where did you meet her? She works at the diner. Her name is Samantha Kane. Kane. Any relations to the Kanes who passed away? Yeah, Parker. She's their granddaughter. Apparently, they left the farm to her and she decided to move here. He smiled and shook his head when he looked at Parker. She thinks she can repair the fence and put a new roof on the barn by herself. Did you tell her we would all pitch in and help? Parker asked. I mentioned it, but she nearly bit my head off. Said she didn't take charity. The woman is as stubborn as a mule, but the most beautiful woman I've ever met. He looked at Dakota and winked. Next to you, that is. So have you asked her out yet? She asked him. Yeah, a couple of times, but she turned me down flat. Parker raised his hand and placed it on his heart and made sobbing noises. Oh no, someone turned down CJ. What is this world coming to? Shut up, Parker, CJ said, getting up and pulling him down onto the ground, and they started wrestling. Dakota Saturday watching. Her laughter rang out as they carried on like a couple of kids. She had long given up on the two of them growing up. I'm going up to bed now. Parker looked up from the ground. CJ still in a headlock. Grab us a couple more beers, baby, and I'll be up soon. He laughed. Do you give up, buddy? Yeah, CJ answered. Getting up, they wiped the dirt from their clothes and Saturday down to drink the beer Dakota brought out to them before heading upstairs. So this girl, you like her? I do. She's so different from all the other women. Could it be that you just want what you can't have? I've never known a woman to turn you down until now, but if she's not interested, you should forget about her and move on. CJ smiled. Oh, she's interested. I can tell. That first day I saw her, and we looked into each other's eyes and I saw the sparks between us. I'm going to take it slow, get to know her. I think someone broke her heart and she's being cautious. You, take it slow, Parker said, frowning. You really do like this girl, don't you? I know we just met, but yeah, I do. I'll be on my way now and you better get upstairs before your wife falls asleep, or you won't be getting any tonight. See you, buddy. CJ, if you're serious about this girl, don't rush her. The next day, 2 days later, CJ was in the hardware store, picking up some nails and other odd supplies, when he saw Sam with one of the salespeople. He was behind her and she didn't know he was there, so he listened in. "How many shingles do you need for the roof?" "I'm not sure. Enough to do a barn," she said, stammering nervously. "I really need to know, miss." CJ went over. He gave the man the exact amount of shingles she needed and the other supplies she needed to do the job. He turned to her. "Is there anything else you need?" "Some lumber for the fence." Looking at the man, CJ quoted an amount needed. The salesman smiled. "I'll just go add this up and we'll have it all delivered tomorrow afternoon." When he was gone, she looked at CJ. Her heart skipped a beat. "Thank you. I really appreciated your help." She cleared her throat. Being this close to him, she started feeling a tingle coursing through her. "I'd better go pay." She heard his footsteps behind. She wished he'd go away. After paying, she rushed out but didn't get far when she heard CJ calling her. She stopped. "What?" she asked, turning around. "You left the bag of nails on the counter." She mentally slapped herself. Why was she always forgetting things around him? "Thanks." "No problem," he said, moving close and handing her the bag. "You can thank me by letting me buy you a cup of coffee." "I'm sorry, I can't." Opening her car door, she got in. Putting it in gear, she drives off. Looking in her rearview mirror, she saw him standing there, watching her as she drove away. She was starting to think she was being too hard on him. After all, he was helpful. If it weren't for him, she'd never know how many shingles to buy. What harm would there be in having a cup of coffee with him? No, he would want more. Would want to take her out. That's what would happen, and she wasn't ready to date. Later, Sam decided to take a walk. If she remembered correctly, there was a river about a mile or two down the road. It was out of the way and no one ever went there. She used to go there with her grandparents when she came to visit. It was hotter as time went on, and she was relieved to have finally reached it. Sitting down, she undid some of her buttons. It was so hot. She looked around. It was quiet and there wasn't anyone around. Removing all her clothes and putting them in a pile, went into the water. It was cold and she shivered, but it felt good nonetheless. There was something thrilling about swimming in the nude. It made her feel a little naughty. CJ was riding on his horse when he came to the river and thought he saw something or someone in the water. As he got closer, he knew who it was. It was Sam, and it looked like she was swimming naked. Seeing the pile of clothes laying on the ground, jumped off his horse. Going over, he picked up her bra. A grin appeared on his face. This was the perfect opportunity to get what he wanted. "Want some company?" he yelled out, startling her. Gasping, she turned around, covering her breasts with her arms. "What are you doing here?" she cried out in despair. "Just taking a ride." "Well, go away and put my clothes down," she yelled when she saw her clothing in his hands. "I will, but only if you agree to have dinner with me." "No, now drop them and leave." "Maybe I'll take them with me," he said, turning, went to his horse. "Wait," she called out, "please don't." He turned to look back at her. "How did you get here?" "I walked, genius. If you go out with me, I'll give you back your clothes and I'll even give you a ride home." "That's blackmail," she shouted at him. "Whatever, it's up to you." "Oh, you are a monster. All right, I'll go out with you just this once and it's not a date. Now turn around and don't you dare look." Laying her clothes on the ground, he turned around, crossed his arms and waited. He could hear her behind him and was tempted to sneak a peek. He could just picture her naked, her skin wet and glistening under the sun. "You can turn around now." She might not be naked now, but this was just as good. Still wet, her shirt clung to her breasts. He could see how round and perfectly formed they were. Her nipples showed through the bra and shirt, and he got aroused. He was more of a breast man, loved how they looked and felt. "Stop staring at my breasts," she squealed, "and wipe that smug look off your face." He went over to the horse and got on, holding out his hand for her to take. When she did, he pulled her up behind him and felt her arms go around his waist. He made sure to take his time going back to her place. "So what prompted you to go swimming naked?" He liked the way her chest felt against his back, and the way her crotch was up against him. "I didn't realize how hot it was when I started out. And when I got to the river, I couldn't resist going in. I didn't think anyone came out this way." God, his body felt so taut. She could just imagine what it must look like underneath his clothes. When they reached her place, he got off and helped her down. "I'll pick you up tomorrow night around 7. "Like I have a choice," she said, walking from him and up her front steps. "Oh, and Sam? What now?" she asked, turning to look at him as he got back on his horse. "Tomorrow, And it is a date. Goodbye now. She stood there, watching as he rode off, thinking how snake-why he was, but before she could answer back, he was gone. Feeling great about finally getting his way, rode over to Parker's place. He played with the kids before Dakota put them to bed. He went into their kitchen and grabbed 2 beers and went into the living room, handing one to Parker. "Well, you're in a good mood. I'm on top of the world. Sam has agreed to go out with me. We have a date tomorrow night and I can't wait." "How did you manage that?" Parker asked, taking a drink from the bottle and eyeing CJ. CJ explained how it went down, earning a frown from Parker. "Seriously, CJ, was that really the best way? You more or less gave her no choice. Better not tell Dakota about this or she'll chew your ear off." "I know it wasn't right, but hell man, I had to do something. I'll make it worth her while by taking her to the best restaurant, dancing and show her a good time." "Do you remember that feeling you got when you first met Dakota? How you knew right off that she was special and you couldn't stop thinking about her?" "That's how I feel about Sam, Parker. She's the one I've been waiting for. I can't think of anything else but her. My stomach is in knots and my palms get all sweaty whenever I see her." "Then I think it's time we met this woman. You will, and I know you and Dakota will love her." "Does your mom and dad know how you feel?" "Not yet. I want to wait a while and see how things go before I tell them, but I am dying for them to meet her. The last thing I want to do is scare off Sam by introducing her to my parents too soon, or she might freak out and not go out with me again." "I have to ask you, CJ, what about the other women? Can you stop playing the field and settle down to one woman for the rest of your life?" CJ Saturday back and stretched. "I know I have a bad reputation around here concerning all the women I've been with, but yes, I can see myself with one woman. I just don't want you thinking she's the one and then later you change your mind. You could end up hurting that girl. Be sure, CJ, before things go too far. You're my best friend, more like a brother to me, and I'll always have your back, but I won't stand by and see an innocent woman get hurt." "I'm not going to hurt her," CJ said, suddenly turning serious. "I think I'll head home now. Give Dakota a kiss goodbye from me." It bothered him that no one thought he could be sincere, not even Parker. Well, he would have to prove him and everyone else wrong. Chapter 4. CJ went all out for the state. He booked a table at the fanciest restaurant in the next town. He bought a dancing long-stemmed red roses and had his best suit cleaned and pressed, checked himself in the mirror and fixed his hair. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of his house and got into his car. He sat there for a moment, thinking about tonight and feeling like a kid who was going on his first date. When he reached her place, he knocked on the door, and when she opened it, he was shocked to find she was wearing jeans and a blouse. Her hair was up in a ponytail. He was speechless as he looked her up and down. Was she playing some kind of sick game with him? Sam was taken aback. She frowned. She thought they were going to the diner and wasn't expecting him to show up all dressed up and carrying roses. She felt terrible. "CJ, I didn't know this was a dressy occasion. I have reservations at the Grand Hotel in Gilstown." "Oh, come in and I'll change. It'll just take me 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. Are the flowers for me? They're beautiful. Why don't you take them into the kitchen and put them in some water and help yourself to something to drink?" "I won't be long," she said, leaving him there to find his own way around. She felt just horrible. After seeing him dressed in what she was sure a very expensive suit, and the roses he bought for her would have cost him a fortune. To say he was disappointed was an understatement. He was deeply hurt. Did she really think he'd take her to the diner where she works? He grabbed the wine and poured himself a glass, and went into the other room, Saturday down, and waited. 15 minutes later, he looked at his watch. She did say 10 minutes. After another 5 minutes, he stood when she entered the room. She had on a short red dress and high heels. Her hair hung loosely down, cascading over her bare shoulders. A gold necklace hung around her neck, and she had on a pair of matching earrings. She took his breath away and he smiled, giving her an approving look. She was beautiful and well worth the wait. "I am really sorry, CJ. I thought when you said dinner we would be going into town. I hope this is good enough for the hotel." "It's perfect. You look stunning. We should go before they gave away our table," he said, holding her coat so that she could slip it on. The scent of her perfume reached his nose. It was sweet and he found it intoxicating. They made idle chit-chat during the drive, and once they got there and seated, he ordered a bottle of wine. "This is a beautiful place. So fancy, and I like that we got a table by the window. You didn't have to go through all this trouble for one dinner." We could have eaten back in town, she said, looking around. You deserve better than a greasy diner. Now what would you like to have? He asked, pouring them some wine. There was no way he would take her to the diner in town on their first date. She deserved the best, and the best was what he was going to give her. The seafood platter and salad looked good, she answered. We'll have two of those, he told the waiter. How's your hand? He asked. Reaching over, he took her hand in his. Yes, it's healing, and you will only have a small scar. She pulled her hand away. His touch was warm, almost sensual. Tell me about yourself. What do you want to know? For starters, where do you come from and why did you decide to move here? I'm from Chicago, and when my grandparents passed away, they left the property to me, so here I am. What about your parents? Would it not have gone to them? The thing is, they never liked it here. Country life wasn't for them. They are more the city type, but I love it more than living in a big city, and when I was younger I would spend every summer here. Well, that was until I started college. CJ Saturday back to study her. I've lived here all my life, and it's weird that I never met you before. We never went into town much. My grandfather would take me horseback riding, and we would go fishing down by the river. My grandmother taught me to cook and bake. Those were such good memories for me. What did you do back in Chicago? I worked in the stock market as an advisor. I hated every minute of it. So when I had the chance to start over here, I took it. I made a lot of money and saved enough for a nice nest egg. But with money going out and none coming in, it would soon be gone, so I took the job at the diner. That's kind of a drop from what you were doing. I like it, and the money's not bad. I've met a lot of nice people. They stopped talking when their food was brought over and waited till the waiter left. What about your love life? What about it? She asked, lifting a fork full of food up to her mouth and glancing over at him. There must have been someone whose heart you broke when you left. Or maybe someone broke your heart. He noticed the change in her demeanor when he mentioned a love life. Fidgety, she set her glass of wine down. I have no desire to discuss my past with you, which is where I wanted to stay. Now tell me about you. Why did you want to become a doctor? He looked at her quizzically, knew she was hiding something. For now, he would leave it alone. Didn't want to scare her off. I've wanted to be one since I was a small kid, and I saw how our town's doctor saved my father's friend. So I studied hard and graduated early. I was known for being the youngest doctor ever to finish, and here I am. But why here and not in a big city hospital? This is my home. I love this town and the people in it. I grew up on a ranch and still help my dad out a lot of the time. You like my folks, and I know they will like you. I remember my grandparents talking about them, how they were high school sweethearts but were torn apart and later found their way back to each other. That's right. When my grandfather called them having sex, he sent her to live with an aunt in Paris. She was 16 and carrying a child, though she didn't know it at the time. My grandfather, her father, and aunt kept the letters they wrote to each other from them, and he lied to my mother saying my dad got someone pregnant and moved away. It wasn't until later when he died that she came back to sell his home, that she met my father again, and the rest is history. Were you the baby? No. Mom had a daughter that died a couple of hours after her birth, and she was told that because of complications, she wouldn't be able to have any more children. When she became pregnant with me, Mom and Dad called me their miracle baby. My mother wrote a book about all that took place, called Dawn's Cowboy. It didn't sell many copies. I have one if you'd like to read it. Yes, I would love to read it. Sounds interesting. What all they went through to find their way back. All the pain and suffering. So romantic. I'll bring it over sometime. What about your love life? I'm surprised that you're not married with a couple of kids by now. I've not found the right one, he said, pouring them both more wine. Or is that because you're having too much fun playing the field? I have heard how you've broken many hearts. Is that something you like doing? Hurting women? He chewed on his bottom lip, staring at her. I don't set out to hurt anyone, and I'm doing nothing wrong. I don't force women into my bed. They know the score. What score is that? That it's just sex. I have never strung them along. Sex is a beautiful thing, and I enjoy it, as do the women I've been with. They were finished with their meal and were getting ready to leave when there was a disturbance coming from across the room, and someone yelled out, asking if there was a doctor. CJ rushed over to an older woman who was on the ground. An older man kneeled down beside her. Taking his jacket off, placed it under the woman's head, and ordered the people who were gathered around to back away and give her some air. What's her name, darling? He asked as he checked her pulse. Janet, she answered. Tell me, Are you having chest pains and is your left arm tingling? He could see the sweat forming on her forehead and face. Yes, she said weakly. I'm a doctor and there is an ambulance coming. You're having a mild heart attack, but you're going to be okay. Just try and stay calm. Sam watched on, her eyes teared up. It was so touching how gentle and sweet he was being to the older woman, the way he rested his hand on her head, stroking her forehead with his thumb and reassuring her she would be okay. I see you were eating some very spicy foods. You will have to change your diet. He stayed with her until the ambulance came and took her away. Picking up his jacket, puts it on and looked at Sam, who was staring at him. She looked so emotional, so he touches her arm. Are you okay? What you did, the way you were with her was so, I don't know, sweet and caring. You may have saved her life. It's what I do. Yes, but you went the extra mile. You even paid their bill, so that they wouldn't have to worry about it. Who does that? What could he say to that? It just seemed like the right thing to do. Let's get you home. You look a little shaken, he said, helping her on with her coat. At her place, he got out and went over. He opened the door for her and walked her to the door. I had a great time tonight, Sam. It was nice getting to know you. She turned to face him. I did to CJ. Everything was lovely. The flowers. The meal was delicious, and what you did for that woman, it was just amazing. He was so quick. She didn't have time to move. When he planted his hands on the door on either side of her, she was trapped between his arms and the door, with nowhere to move. His face was so close to hers. I'd like to see you again, he said, his eyes going to her lips, wanting to kiss her. She laughed nervously. It's a small town. I'm sure we'll be running into each other. That's not what I meant, and you know it. He moved his face closer, going in for a kiss when he felt her hands on his chest, giving him a light pushback. Good night, CJ, she said, and turning went inside, shutting the door behind her. CJ smiled to himself. He had come close to kissing her, but she stopped him at the last minute. She was playing hard to get, which only made him more determined to kiss those beautiful lips of hers. For now, he would let her have her way, that the time would come when the table would be turned and it would be him calling the shots. Chapter 5. Sam woke up early. She had a couple more hours before she had to start her shift at the diner, so she took a long, relaxing bath. Last night's date with CJ turned out to be better than she expected. He was charming, funny, and make her laugh. What really got to her was the way he helped that woman, the way he was with her. Maybe she was wrong about him, so he played the field. What was so wrong with that? After all, he was single, and someone that looked like him would have the women coming on to him. Still, she didn't want to get too close to him. Her heart couldn't take being broken again, and he surely had the power to do just that. Putting on her uniform, she went down and made some coffee. Seeing the roses, she went over to smell them. Her thoughts went back to last night. She knew he was going to kiss her. Part of her wanted him to, but his kiss could be dangerous, leaving her wanting more. No way was she going to let that happen. Never again will she fall for a player. Work was slow that day, so Ward let her go home early. It was close to 3 in the afternoon when she pulled into her driveway. She wasn't alone. CJ was there, and he was shirtless, working on the fence. Her mouth watered when he turned around and waved to her. His muscles and six-pack glistened from the sweat under the hot sun. Taking a deep breath and trying to avoid looking at his body, went over. She too was hot, but not sure if it was from the anger of finding him at her place, or from how her body was reacting to seeing his hot body. What do you think you're doing? His smile turned into a frown when he saw how mad she was. I dropped by to give you the book I promised. You weren't here, so I thought I would wait, and when I saw the lumber laying here, I thought I'd get started on the fence. Did it not occur to you that I'd be at work? She asked, her voice shaking a little. I wasn't sure if you were working today or not, but since I'm here, I might as well finish what I started. We both know you can't do it yourself. Sighing, she shrugged her shoulders. You win. I'll go change and come back out to help you, she said, and walked away. She knew he was watching her, so she shouted over her shoulder, and stop looking at my ass. Now how did she know I was checking out her ass? He asked himself, chuckling as he went back to work. She returned wearing jeans and carrying a glass of iced tea. I thought you might be thirsty, so here you go. Taking it from her hand, he smiled. Thanks, I needed this. Backing away, she cleared her throat. So what would you like me to do? Finishing the tea, he set the glass down. If you can hold this piece of wood up, I'll be able to nail it. But first put on these gloves. He handed her the extra pair he had brought along with him. You really don't have to help me. It's not a job for a woman. Just because I'm a female doesn't mean I can't do the things that a man can. A couple of hours later, CJ hammered the last nail in the board and winked at her. There you go, all done. I'm starving. What say we go into town and grab a bite to eat? You bought me dinner last night. I could whip us up some stir-fry if you want to say. I do owe you for all this work. I'd like that, he said, putting his shirt on. Is there somewhere I can wash up? You can use the downstairs guest bathroom while I start the meal. Thanks again for helping me. I really couldn't have done it on my own, she said as they walked into the house. Going into the kitchen, she started preparing dinner. 10 minutes later, when he walked into the kitchen, she offered him a beer. You have beer? He asked with surprise. I like beer sometimes. Open one for me too, will you? Taking out two bottles, he opened them, handing one to her. Is there anything I can do to help? No, just sit and relax. She looked at the book he laid down on the counter. Thanks for bringing this over. I'll give it back as soon as I'm done reading it. You can keep it. I have another copy. Are there any other chores around that you need help with? I'd be happy to help. Just the roof, but I'll hire some men to do it. Dishing out the food, she brought out some dinner rolls and placed everything on the table. Let's eat, she said, sitting across from him. A smile appeared on her face when he took a bite and moaned, saying how good it tasted and hoped there was more in the pot. He later insisted on helping her with the dishes. It was awkward being so close to him. He had that manly scent mixed with sweat that she found Thanks for the help, but it's getting late, so maybe you should leave now. I'm excited to start reading your mother's story. When she walked with him over to the door, he put his hands around her waist and pulled her close, only to be pushed away. Don't, CJ. I was only going to kiss you. What are you so afraid of? I can't get involved with you. Can we just be friends? Just friends. Is that all you want? Yes, she said nervously. Okay, if that's what you really want, then I'd love to be friends. Enjoy the book and I'll see you around. Placing his hat on, he left. Sam changed into her nightgown, poured herself a glass of wine, and settled in bed with the book and started reading. Once she got started, she couldn't stop. That's how good it was. Over halfway through, her eyes kept closing, so she figured she'd finish it tomorrow night. CJ was looking forward to kissing her, but she stopped him, saying she just wanted to be friends, so he agreed. Little did she know he still planned on being more, much more. Pulling into his driveway, he saw lights on in his house and wondered who was in there. It was too late for his parents, and Parker was sure to be home with his wife and kids. Going inside, he looked around the room, but no one was in sight. Who's here? He shouted out. Getting no reply in return, he turned when he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. He saw Donna, wearing nothing but one of his shirts. The buttons were undone halfway down. Hi, lover, she said in a sultry purr. What are you doing here and how did you get in? You gave me a key, don't you remember? She asked, walking over and putting her arms around his neck. I was feeling a little lonely and in need of some snake, she said, her hand going to his crotch. He had forgotten all about Donna, and had given her a key to his house, ever since he laid eyes on Sam. Removing her arms from around his neck, he backed away, getting some distance between them. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Not interested? Since when? CJ, we have an understanding, remember? When one of us is horny, and we have no one else, we satisfy that person. Well, I'm horny. Not anymore. This arrangement we had is over. Now go get dressed and go find someone else to fouquet. Maybe he was being a little crude, but he didn't want her here. Didn't want Sam to find out about them. It wasn't as if they were in love or a couple, and it had to end at some point. Donna unbuttoned the remaining buttons and let the shirt drop to the floor. She had a great body and was sexy as hell. Being a healthy male with strong sexual urges, he couldn't help getting a little aroused when he looked at her standing there naked. But it wasn't the same as before. This time he didn't want her. All he could think about was Sam. Look, I mean it. It's over, so please put your clothes on and get out. You're serious. You're actually turning me down, she hissed as she picked up the shirt and threw it at him. Well, fouquet you, CJ Fisher. Don't come running back to me when you want a piece of ass, she yelled as she hurried upstairs to get dressed. Well, that went better than he thought it would. He figured she'd yell and break things, or even try harder to seduce him. He waited patiently for her to return, wanting her gone. Grabbing a beer from the fridge, he sat her down. Who is she? CJ jumped when she yelled and he turned to face her. What? He asked, innocently. The one you traded me for? You would never turn me down unless you found someone else to screw. Tell me who the bitch is so I can kick her ass. She would be damned if she would let some bimbo stop her from having sex with him. CJ pressed his lips together. He didn't like her talking about Sam that way. I'm not sleeping with anyone. I just don't want to keep on this way. You're a liar. There has to be another woman. I'll find out who she is and I will let her know what a dirtbag you are. She saw the way his body tensed up, how his lips were pressed tightly together. A sign he was pissed. Wow, you should see your face right now. I knew it. There is someone. Oh my God, you really like her, don't you? In his feat of anger, he grabbed her arm and practically dragged her towards the front door. My personal life is none of your business, so stay out of it. Now hand over my house key. He held out his hand. Taking the key from her purse, she handed it to him. Little did he know that she had another one at her place. She leaned in close, her hand moving up his chest. How about one last bouquet? For old time's sake, and I'll leave you and your little girlfriend alone. We were good together, CJ. The SX was great. Oh baby, the SX wasn't all that great. He realized too late that he shouldn't have said that. It would only make her even madder than she already was. She slapped him as hard as she could across his face. You bastard, I hate you. She opened the door and stormed out. Rubbing his face, he shuts the door. She had slapped him so hard that for a split second, he saw stars. He had never seen such fury in a woman's eyes as he did in hers. He hoped she wasn't going to be a problem. He was sure that once she calmed down, she would forget about going after Sam. Not that she knew who she was. No one did except Parker and Dakota, and he knew they wouldn't say anything. Locking all the doors, he went up and took a shower, pushing all thoughts of Donna from his mind. He let his thoughts wander to Sam and how it felt when he put his hands around her tiny waist. Her scent was so sweet. Her hair smelled like fresh flowers on a warm summer day. Those lips were so inviting, ready to be kissed. If only she would let him kiss her at least once. He was sure she wouldn't be able to stop him from kissing her again, at the risk of sounding like a conceited jerk. He knew he was a great kisser and women couldn't resist him, but Sam was different. Pushing him away, he would give her a couple of days before seeing her again, giving her a chance to miss him. Chapter 6. Sam was sitting on her front porch. She had just finished reading the book CJ gave her when he came galloping up on his horse. She had actually found herself missing him. When there was no sign of him yesterday, her heart skipped a beat and butterflies were dancing in her stomach as she watched him jump off his horse and walked up the steps towards her. Hi, he said, smiling. Setting the book down beside her, she smiled back. Hi, what brings you here? Leaning against the railing, he folded his arms across his chest. You doing anything right now? I just finished the book. I must say it is the saddest but most romantic thing I've ever read. To think of all that your parents went through but found their way back to each other. To think that she was willing to leave the only man she ever loved, so that he could find a woman who could give him the family he wanted. She wiped the tear that fell down from her eye away. That is true love, and something so rare these days. Rare, yes, but it happens. Take my pal, Parker and Dakota. They found that love too. Someday I'll tell you all about them. Now, what are you doing for the next little while? Nothing. Why? Parker has a couple of horses for sale, and since you said you were looking to get one, he said he'll give you a good deal. I thought I could take you over there so that you could check them out. They only live a few miles from here. The thought of owning her own horse had her jumping to her feet. Her face lit up. I'd love to go and take a look. I'll drive over and meet you there. No need to drive. I'll take you. He walked down the steps and hopped on the back of his horse, holding out his hand for her to take. Come on, get up behind me. He saw her hesitate for a moment before taking his hand and climbing up behind him. She was wearing jeans, but he wished she had on a dress. He liked looking at her legs. You sure they won't mind me showing up without any notice? It is close to dinner time. No way. They're dying to meet you, and wait till you meet the kids. I just know you are going to love them. Are you an experienced rider? She laughed. Yes. My grandfather taught me to ride when I was 6 years old. It's been a few years since I've ridden through. I've always dreamed of owning my own horse, and I can't believe it's finally going to happen. What's so funny? She asked when he started chuckling. I was picturing you riding bareback and buck naked, like Lady Godiva. She rolled her eyes. Is SX and naked bodies all you think about? Turning his head to glance back at her, he smiled. Yup. Well, my hair is not long enough to cover my body, so that is out of the question. Not that I would anyway, she said, scoffing. They came to a stop in front of a small ranch house. She looked around. It wasn't as big as some of the others, but it was still very nice. A tall, dark-haired man was over by a fence where 3 horses were. She couldn't help but admire how gorgeous he was. Are all the cowboys around here so damn hot? She wondered. Getting off his horse, he helped her down just as Parker walked over to them. Let me guess, you must be Samantha Kane, he said, holding out his hand to shake hers. I am, but please call me Sam and you have to be Parker. CJ has told me a lot about you. It's a real pleasure to meet you. CJ told me you were beautiful and he was right. Okay, Parker, we're here to see the horses, not to flirt. Hey, you flirt with my wife so I can flirt with your girl. Sam's face turned a dark shade of red and she shook her head. I'm not his girl, we're just friends. Parker grinned at CJ and thought he saw a twinge of jealousy, and maybe some disappointment cross his face. He then motioned toward the horses. These 3 are the best, strong and gentle. Take your pick. Can I go in and pet them? Sure thing, Parker replied. The men stood back and watched as she went inside the fence, going over to pet each one. So where's Dakota and the kids? Went into town. He looked at his watch. They should be back any minute. I take it she doesn't know she's your girl yet. Not yet, but she soon will, he said, giving Parker a punch in the arm. Oh, I love this one, she said, patting a black and white horse, who seemed to like Sam back and followed her when she came back over to them. I'll take him. How much? She raised her eyebrow when he quoted her a price. That seems a bit low. Parker smiled. I'm giving you the family and friend discount. She was touched by his kindness. Thank you. Will it be all right if he stays here until I get the new roof put on my barn? No problem, he said just as a car pulled up. My wife and kids are home. You have to meet them. Uncle CJ, 2 little voices yelled as soon as they got out of the car and ran into his arms. He bent down and scooped them up. How are my 2 favorite people in the whole world? We're good, both Chad and Ellie screeched. Did you bring us a treat, Uncle CJ? Chad asked with a huge grin on his face. I sure did, but first I want you to meet a friend of mine. Say hi to Sam. Are you CJ's girlfriend? Chad asked. She smiled. No, we're just friends. I'm happy to meet you both. You're pretty, Ellie said, her arms still around CJ's neck. So are you, sweetheart, Sam said, stroking Ellie's cheek. CJ set the kids down and reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bag of candy. Here you go. He laughed when they took off running, both hoping to eat some before their mom could stop them, but no such luck. Grabbing the bag, Dakota told them they can have some after dinner and told them to go inside and play. The women were introduced to one another and talked while Parker and CJ talked. I was just about to start dinner. You and CJ will stay and eat with us. I can't impose, Dakota, but maybe another time. You're not imposing, she said, looping her arm through Sam's arm, led her inside. Looking back at the 2 men, she motioned for them to follow. You men can watch the kids while Sam and I make dinner. Dakota poured them a glass of wine, and they started peeling potatoes and cutting up the vegetables. They could hear the kids and CJ's laughter coming from the living room. Sometimes I don't know who the child is, CJ or the kids, Dakota laughed. Your children are adorable and they really like him, don't they? Oh yes, they adore him and he's so good with them. Sometimes I get so mad at him when he spoils them, but he loves them. She looked over at Sam. I can tell he really likes you. Can I ask you something? Anything, Sam answered. How do you feel about CJ? Setting the table, she looked over at Dakota. I like him. He's nice, funny, but right now I just want to be friends. Besides, I don't think he can be happy with one woman. I've heard rumors about him, how he has hurt a lot of women, that he's a player. Dakota felt the need to defend her friend. I know CJ's been around, but I also know that when he finds the right woman, he will be faithful to her. He really is just looking for someone to love and to love him back. Sam felt something pulling at her heartstrings. Her voice shuddered when she spoke. I won't be that woman. I can never trust a man again. His friendship does mean a lot to me, and I don't want to lose it by getting romantically involved with him. Dakota knew from what Sam had said that a man had hurt her in the past, and her heart went out to her. I'll go call everyone to dinner. Dinner was one of the most enjoyable times Sam had in a long time. You could feel the deep love that Dakota and Parker had for one another. CJ was hilarious, making them all laugh, and the kids were sweet and well-behaved. After dinner was over and dishes cleared, they all settled in the other room. Sam watched CJ playing on the floor with the two children. It was obvious he would someday make a good father. "Okay kids, time to get ready for bed," Dakota informed them when she stood up. Sam also stood. "It's getting late, so I think I should be getting home now, but thanks for a lovely evening. Let's get together for lunch soon," Dakota said, picking up Ellie. After all the goodbyes, CJ and Sam headed out. The night had turned cool, and when he saw her shiver, he removed his jacket. "Here, put this on." Taking the jacket and thanking him, she put it on and did up the buttons. She was grateful for the warmth it provided. She stood still when he reached over and strengthened the collar. His hands lingered, and for a brief moment, they stared into each other's eyes. She shivered again, but this time it wasn't from the cold but from the touch of his hands, when they brushed lightly against the sides of her neck. Then just as quickly he moved, jumping up onto his horse and holding out his hand to her. "The kids really took to you, especially little Ellie," he said as they rode back to her place. He took his time heading back to her place, hoping she wouldn't notice. "They're so adorable, and Dakota and Parker are really nice. I like them, and I think she and I are going to be good friends." Feeling tired, she leaned the side of her face against his back, her arms around his waist. The heat from his back coming through his shirt felt warm against her cheek, making her more sleepy. "Hope you aren't falling asleep back there. Wouldn't want you falling off." When she turned quiet and her hands went slack, he feared she was falling asleep. It would have been all right if she was sitting in front of him. Then he could hold on to her. Tightening her grip, she let out a giggle. "Yeah, I guess I was starting to doze off." "You're almost home," he said, loving the way she was holding on to him. Stopping in front of her house, he got off first and helped her down. Being a gentleman, he walked her to the door. She stopped and turned to face him, leaning her back on the door. "I enjoyed meeting your friends. Thanks for taking me." Placing his hands on the door, trapping her between his arms, and being this close to her, the tip of his snake grew hot. A tingling feeling went through it, and it was getting hard. "I could come inside for a nightcap," he said, his face close to hers and his eyes went to her lips. "Good night, CJ." She ducked out from under his arms. His prey no longer trapped, he moved his arms down. "Good night, Sam." Giving her a smile, he turned and walked down the front steps. "CJ, wait," she called out. His back to her, a wide grin crossed his face and his heart started pounding. He was hoping she would change her mind and invite him in. If so, he was sure he would finally get to kiss her. He turned back around and went to her. "You forgot your jacket," she said. Taking it off, she handed it to him. "Bye now," she said as she went inside and closed the door. Groaning, he got on his horse. His good mood now turned dark. He was starting to think he should give up on her. She obviously wasn't into him. He was sure the chemistry was there. He felt the sparks, and surely it wasn't just in his head. Going home, he cracked open a beer and guzzled it down, then went to bed. Chapter 7. 2 days later, Sam was finished eating lunch when she heard a commotion coming from outside. Horns were blaring, and the sound of cars and trucks could be heard. She felt a moment of fear and panic set in, not knowing who all the vehicles belonged to. Her heart was pounding and her palms were sweaty. Were they here to harm her, she wondered as she looked out the window. Then, she saw CJ getting out of his truck and she exhaled, letting out the breath she was holding in. Going out, she stood on the porch, just as CJ was walking up the steps. "What's going on and what are all these men doing here?" she asked, looking over his shoulder. He stood before her. "We're here to put the roof on your barn. Before you get mad saying you don't accept charity, it's not what we're doing. Around here we help out our neighbors. Now let me introduce you to everyone." There were 7 men, including CJ. He introduced his father last. "Sam, meet my father, Calvin Fisher." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Fisher," she said, shaking his hand. "No, miss, the pleasure is all mine. CJ told me you were beautiful, but he didn't say just how beautiful. My wife Dawn will be along shortly with some of the other women." Sam blushed. She liked Calvin's sister. Right off the bat, he was tall, handsome, and an older version of his son. Calvin left her and CJ alone. Taking the men, they went to the barn and started working. "Why are women coming?" "For one, they want to meet you, and 2, they're coming to help prepare the food. Putting on a roof. The men will work up an appetite and will need to be fed. Then, when it's done, we'll light a bonfire and enjoy a few beers. You might want to make room in your fridge for the beer Dad and I brought with us." Sam felt overwhelmed by the kindness of these strangers, all coming to help someone they didn't know. She wasn't used to it. Back home, people would never stop to help someone they'd never met. Sam went in and made up 3 pitchers of iced tea and lemonade, knowing they would get thirsty soon. Taking them out to the front porch with some plastic cups, she set them on the table and waved one of the men over. Filling 1 cup, handed it to him. Let the others know to help themselves, and I'll make sure there's more when they get thirsty. It was starting to get hot now, and she was kept busy refilling the pitchers, and also one with water and ice. Each man would stand to talk to her while they drank. She got to know them, hearing all about their wives and girlfriends. It wasn't long till dawn. Dakota and some of the other women showed up. She found she was enjoying the women's company, and she was thrilled to meet CJ's mother. With 8 women cramped into the kitchen, they got busy making sandwiches, salads, and other finger foods. A large pot of coffee was put on, one that Dawn had brought with her. With the roof almost done, they stopped to eat. After another couple of hours, the roof was done, the bonfire lit, and the party began. CJ was talking to Parker when he noticed all the attention Sam was getting from Wilson Acox. They were laughing, and he kept touching her arm. This made him angry, so he went over to them and butted right in. "Sam, I want to show you something. Come with me." He took her hand and they walked towards the barn. "Why are we going into the barn?" "You'll see." Inside, he went over to the stall and swung open the door. "I fixed it. Now when your horse isn't here, he won't be able to get out." Going over, she smiled at him. "You could have told me that outside. There was no need to bring me in here to show me. I wanted to get you away from Wilson. I know how boring he can be. Actually, I found him to be delightful." Putting his hands on her shoulders, put her up against the gate. "Maybe I wanted to be alone with you. I like you, Sam, a lot, and I think you like me too." He looked down at her lips, felt the heat building between them, and saw her breasts rising and falling. Her pupils were dilated, lips plumped up as she ran her tongue over them. He brushed his thigh against hers, placing his hand on the small of her back, pulled her into him, and lowered his mouth to hers. But before he could kiss her, she pulled from his embrace and stepped away. "I appreciate everything you've done for me, but like I told you, I just want to be friends." His snake heart, he turned his back on her. "Okay, if that's really what you want." "It is," she said. "You should go back to the party. I'll be out in a minute," he said, pretending to check the gate when he was really waiting till his wild snake had gone down. When she was gone, he kicked some straw with his foot. Never had he met a woman so stubborn, one he couldn't win over with his looks or charm. Well, he wasn't about to give up. She would eventually be his. Sam was glad when everyone had left, even though she was grateful for all they did in helping her. It was CJ that had her rattled. She had come close to letting him kiss her. The sexual tension between them was building, and she hoped she would be able to fight it. It was now Sunday, and she was hoping to have time away from CJ, but no such luck. She saw him approaching on horseback, and he wasn't alone. With him was the horse she bought from Parker, and her excitement grew the closer they got. She ran down the steps towards them. "I thought you might be wanting this guy now that the fence and barn are ready," CJ said, getting down from his horse. "Thank you for bringing him," she exclaimed, patting the 4-legged animal. "What say we go for a ride?" CJ said, moving closer. She looked at him and then back to her horse. "You don't give up. Where did the saddle come from?" "It's one of my dad's. He never uses it." "I'll pay him for it." "No, he told me to let you have it, and knowing my dad, he won't take your money. Stop being so stubborn and just accept the gift." "Now, do you need help getting up?" She let out a laugh, and putting her foot in the stirrup, lifted her other leg up and over the saddle. "I think I can manage. Where are we going?" "I thought we'd ride by my parents' place and show you around, and then I'll show you where I live." They rode side by side. He pointed out the cattle grazing. "Those belong to my dad. He has the largest cattle ranch in these parts. This is all his land. He gave me a piece of it, and I built my own home. It's nothing like their place, but I like it." He pointed to a large ranch-style house further down the road. "That's their home." "Wow, it looks amazing. Want to go see the inside?" "I don't want to intrude on your mother. They aren't home. Dad's working and Mom has gone into town. Come on, follow me," he said and led the way. He showed her around, even pointing out what was once his room. She saw the picture of Calvin's sister that hung over the fireplace. "Wow, so this is the famous picture of your father, the one she refused to sell at the auction. My God, he's so handsome. You are the spitting image of him when he was your age. So you think I'm handsome?" She blushed, as if you didn't already know. After the tour, he took her to his place, which was about 2 miles away. It's not as grand as their home, but I like it. No, it's lovely, very county. I'm amazed it's so clean. I mean, you being a bachelor, I expected to find it a mess. You know, clothes laying around and dirty dishes in the sink. She turned to look at him and smiled. You thirsty? He asked. Going to the fridge, took out some juice. I could use a drink, thanks. We've been writing for hours, and I don't know about you, but I'm getting hungry. I could heat up the meatloaf my mom sent over if you care to join me for dinner. He was having a good time with her, and didn't want it to end, and was thrilled when she agreed. He popped the meatloaf in the oven to heat up and opened a bottle of red wine. Dawn and your father seem like very loving people, and you all get along so well, she said, taking a bite of the delicious food. We're very close. What about you and your parents? My mom and dad are good people, but we aren't that close. Don't get me wrong. I love them and they love me, but growing up, they were so busy with work and their friends that I sort of got pushed aside. So when I was old enough, I got a job in my own place. Sorry to hear that. I take it they weren't happy about you moving here. They weren't. They wanted me to settle down and get married. When I told them I was coming here, they freaked out. Said I was being a fool. That I was throwing away the best thing to happen to me. What did they mean by that? Realizing she had said too much, changed the subject. Was your dad upset that you wanted to be a doctor instead of following in his footsteps? No, he wanted me to do what would make me happy. I still help him whenever I have some free time. I also love working on the ranch and will someday take over for him. How? I mean, doesn't being a doctor take up all your time? It's a small town, and I share an office building with 3 other doctors. There really aren't a whole lot of patients to go around. We all have other things to do as well. I plan on keeping my practice part-time, and will have plenty of help with the ranch. Parker will be my partner when Dad retires, which won't be for many years. They finished eating and took their drinks outside. Sam found herself once again enjoying his company. He had her in tears, from laughing at his jokes and stories about him and Parker. She also appreciated that he didn't make a play for her. When it was time for her to leave, CJ insisted on riding back with her, saying he wasn't going to let her go by herself. After all, he considered himself a gentleman. He walked with her up to the front door. He was going to ask her out again. Sam, there's a dance Saturday night in town, and I was wondering if you'd like to go with me. I'm sorry, CJ, I can't. I wish you would reconsider. I know you would enjoy it. It's not that, but Wilson already asked me and I said yes. Seeing the disappointment cross his face, she felt she had to explain. He asked me that night at my place. He ran his hand over the dark stubble in his face, shaking his head. Wilson, you've got to be kidding me. He's boring as shit and you won't have a good time with him. He seemed like a very nice man and I'm sure I'll have fun. Just because I turned you down doesn't give you the right to tear him apart. I thought he was one of your friends. She couldn't believe the nerve of CJ. Have it your way, but don't say I didn't warn you. Tipping his hat to her, he walked away. He could have kicked himself for not having asked her that night. He wasn't worried about Wilson being a threat. It was some of the other men in town he'd have to watch out for. Chapter 8. The night before the dance, CJ was having dinner with Parker and his wife. Later, once the dishes were done, and the kids put to bed, the 3 of them Saturday outside on the porch. Dakota and Parker on the swing, CJ on the chair opposite them. It was one of those warm Texas nights with a full moon. Being busy at work, and his father asking him to help out on the ranch, he didn't have a chance to see Sam. He did see her when he dropped into the diner for a quick bite, and to pick up a coffee on his way to work. To be honest, he was missing her, missed spending time with her. So she turned you down and is going with Wilson to the dance, Parker said, knowing it was eating away at CJ. Yeah, he beat me to the punch, the little weasel. Will you be taking someone else then? Dakota asked as she snuggled up to Parker. CJ grinned when he looked at her, a twinkle in his eyes. Nope, no need to take a date when I will be the one taking Sam home. Parker laughed. God, CJ, you're awfully sure of yourself. What makes you think you will be taking her home and not Wilson? He sat her back and took a sip of his beer. We all know that man can't hold his liquor, and when he gets drunk she'll need someone to give her a ride home. Besides, he'll bore her to death. He's not the right man for her. She deserves someone who can make her feel like a desirable and SI woman. Seriously, CJ, he may not have your looks or charm, but he's a nice man, Dakota said. At times he could be such a pompous ass, but she knew he was right. Wilson was not the man for Sam. I don't want to see you hurting Sam, So if she's just another conquestee, then just leave her alone. He couldn't help being hurt by Dakota's comment. Did she really think he was that bad? I don't think of Sam in that way. I really like her and I think she could be the one. Dakota smiled and nodded. The night of the dance, he wore his new jeans and white shirt, along with his cowboy boots. It was just a casual country dance, so there wasn't any need to dress up in a suit and tie. Since his plan was to drive Sam home at the end of the night, he drove his own vehicle instead of riding with Parker and Dakota. His friends were already there and had secured a table for them. He also saved 2 chairs for Sam and Wilson. CJ kept his eyes on the door, waiting for her. Spotting them walking in, he couldn't take his eyes off her. She looked so damn hot wearing a skirt, blouse and cowboy boots. A tingling sensation coursed through him, all the way down to his manhood. Standing up to catch their attention, he motioned them over. "We saved you a seat," he said, giving her a smile and shaking Wilson's hand. Wilson thanked him and sitting down, he placed his hand on hers. "What can I get you to drink?" "White wine, please," she answered. To avoid CJ, whose eyes were burrowing into hers, she turned to talk with Dakota. When Wilson came back, he had 2 bottles of beer in his hand and placed one in front of her. "Oh, I wanted wine." A red-faced Wilson stood up and went to grab the beer in front of her. "I'm sorry, I'll take it back and get you some wine." CJ looked at Parker and rolled his eyes before standing up. "Don't worry about it, buddy. I need another one, so I'll take this one and get the lady what she asked for in the first place." His eyes met hers briefly before walking away. Moments later, he returned with the wine and another beer for Wilson. "Where is your date?" Sam asked CJ. "I didn't bring one, but I am hoping to leave with someone," he said as he boldly looked into her eyes. Clearing her throat and lifting the glass to her lips, she tore her eyes away from his. She knew exactly who he was talking about. His smakiness annoyed her. Who did he think he was, assuming she would be leaving with him and not with Wilson? Turning to her date, she held out her hand. "Let's dance." CJ Saturday back and watched them as they made their way to the dance area, chuckling and speaking out loud, so that Parker and Dakota could hear him. "Maybe I should have warned her about Wilson's dancing skills. Poor girl is going to need crutches by the end of their first dance." The other 2 could only nod. Wilson was known as the worst dancer ever, and was always stepping on the women's toes. CJ to dance with someone who asked him, but he finished it as soon as the song ended. He was anxious to get back to the table and wait for Sam to return, so he turned down all other requests for a dance, stopping to get Wilson another beer. He knew once the man started drinking, he wouldn't stop, and that being the case, he wouldn't be able to drive Sam home, leaving him to do it. They returned after 2 dances. She couldn't take any more of him stepping on her toes. When he asked permission to go talk to a friend, she gladly gave it to him. Wilson was nice but somewhat of a goofball. When he came to pick her up, he never got out of his car, just honked his horn and waited outside for her. At the hall, he didn't bother to open her door and walked ahead of her into the building. Hell, he couldn't even be bothered to remember what she wanted to drink. Her mood was quickly changing from good to foul. Dakota was busy dancing, so she couldn't talk to her about her feelings. As for CJ, she wanted to wipe that smug look off his face. "Feet sore?" he asked, noticing how she was limping. "I should have warned you what a lousy dancer Wilson was. Now you wished you had come with me." She was not about to let him know how miserable a time she was having. Not at all. "Wilson is a wonderful date and I'm having a blast with him. Why don't you go and dance with someone and leave me alone?" He stood up and grabbing her hand pulled her off the chair. "Yes, I would love to dance with you." "I wasn't talking about me," she snapped, pulling her hand away. "Well, it's you I want to dance with. I promise I won't step on your feet." He looked over at Wilson, who was busy drinking and laughing it up with his friends. "Your date appears to be busy. Come on, one dance." Sighing, she gave up. Taking his hand, they went over and started dancing. It felt good being with someone who could move around the dance floor so smoothly, and one who was not constantly stepping on her feet. Her body moved with his to the rhythm of the music. She laughed when he twirled her around, drawing her back into his arms. "You really are a good dancer," she said, her heart racing. When the song ended and a slow song came on, she went to walk back to her table, but he grabbed her arm. Her body was slammed against his arms holding her close as he stared into her eyes. She was in a trance as she stared back. He moved seductively against her. The feel of his hard body, the way he moved his hips, she felt the stirring of hot desire creeping through her and into her core, which began to throb. He moved his hand down her back and up again. She felt his warm breath on the back of her neck, When she rested her head on his shoulder, she could feel his heart beating rapidly against her chest. The song ended and she stepped away from him. "I need some fresh air," she said and made a dash for the door, disappearing outside. When 10 minutes passed, and she hadn't returned, he decided to go check on her, to see if she was okay. Wilson was with her and was trying to kiss her. "Wilson, stop," she cried out, trying to push him off. Seeing red, he went over, and placing his hands on the man's shoulders from behind, pulled him away from her. "Okay, buddy, I think we better get someone to take you home. You're drunk." As the people were leaving, CJ asked if they would give Wilson a ride home. "He was my ride home," she said, looking furious. "Now you couldn't very well get in a car with him. I'll give you a ride home whenever you're ready." What choice did she have? "I'd like to leave now." Opening the car door for her, he waited till she was seated and went around to the driver's side and got in. "I am sorry your date ended so badly. I'm sure Wilson will call you tomorrow and apologize. You kept feeding him beer all night. I think you deliberately got him drunk." Keeping his eyes on the road, he grinned. "Now why would I do something like that? To ruin my date so that you could be with me. He wasn't right for you. That's not your decision to make, it's mine. You make me so mad. Don't talk to me anymore," she said. Turning her head, she looked out the passenger window. Getting to her place, he walked her to the door. "I guess this is good night. Unless you want to invite me in for a nightcap." "Not tonight. It's late," she said, turning around, unlocked the door. "Just one more thing," he called out. "What's that?" she asked. It happened so quickly that she didn't have time to stop him. His hands took hold of her face and his lips came down on hers. It was a soft kiss. Her eyes fluttered open when he stopped. An overpowering urge overtook her. She wanted more and to know what a real kiss from him would feel like. Curling her hand around the nape of his neck, drew his head downward, her lips parting, eyes closing. Looking down at her mouth and seeing her eyes closed, he knew she wanted more. Cupping the back of her head and putting his arm around her waist, pulled her close and his mouth came down hard on hers. The kiss was rough, filled with passion as he slipped his tongue into her mouth. He heard her moan into his mouth as her arms tightened around him. Still locked together in a passionate embrace, he walked her back into the house, kicking the door shut with his foot. With her pinned up against the wall, still kissing, their hands went to each other's shirts, undoing the buttons. They stopped kissing to breathe. She licked her lips as she stared at his chest, running her hands over it. With her top open, exposing her breasts, she arched her head back when his lips lightly caressed her neck, his hand fondling her breast through the thin material of her bra. "Oh God, CJ," she whimpered, his mouth and hands bringing her to the brink of burning desire. Her panties got wet when she felt his package pressing into her. She felt her top being pulled off and his arms picking her up and carrying her over to the sofa and laying her down. He got on top. He ravished her mouth, making demands, letting her know who was in charge. When he stopped, she opened her eyes to find him removing his shirt before going back to kissing her. The feel of his hand moving up her leg felt warm, sensual, his touch soft as a feather. There was a pool of moisture between her legs and his hand went inside her panties. Her lips tasted as sweet as he knew they would, her flesh as soft as silk. He had waited so long for this moment when he got to kiss her. He hadn't intended for it to go any further, but when she pulled him back for another kiss, and when she didn't resist him, he couldn't stop. He didn't want to stop. His snake was hard, straining painfully inside the restraints of his jeans. He moved inside her panties and felt the wetness, his snake swelling and throbbing. But before he could stroke her into a climax, she screamed out, "Stop, stop CJ, get off me." Chapter 9. She scared the shit out of him when she screamed, jumping off her with his heart in his throat. He stood staring down at her. There was a haunted look in her eyes. "Sam, did I hurt you?" Sniffling, she crouched up in the corner of the sofa, hugging her knees to her chest. "I'm sorry, CJ. I can't do this. I just can't." Tears fell, leaving a trail of wetness down her cheek. He sat her down next to her. His hand reached over and lifted her chin up. "Sam, if you don't want this, it's okay. I'm not mad. I'd never make you do anything against your will." He knew she wanted him as much as he wanted her, but something was scaring her. Being a doctor, he had seen many women who had been abused by their other half, and Sam had all the signs. What he didn't know was who hurt her and the extent of it. Grabbing a cushion, she held it over her chest to cover her breasts. "Please go, CJ," she said through sobs. A sharp pain ripped through his heart. He wanted to hold her in his arms, to tell her everything would be all right, The thought of someone hurting her made him so angry he felt sick to his stomach. He picked up his shirt and as he did up the buttons looked at her. "I'll go, but if you need to talk you know where to find me." When he reached the door and was about to turn the knob, she called out his name. He turned to see what she wanted. "I am sorry, CJ. It's not you. It's me. I'm a mess, and you should be with someone who's not as screwed up as I am." "You're not screwed up, Sam. I think you had a bad experience. Someone hurt you, and when you're ready to talk about it, I'll be here for you." Going over to her, he leaned down and kissed her forehead before leaving. Lowering her head into the cushion, she cried. Her shoulders shook and her whole body ached. She wanted CJ. Her body ached for his touch. Her eyes felt raw and scratchy from crying as she crawled into bed. An hour later, she was still tossing and turning, thinking about CJ. Getting out of bed, she threw on a cotton top and jeans, grabbed her keys and headed out the door. After a short drive, she reached CJ's place and turned off the car and got out. There was no light on inside, and just as she was about to knock, she changed her mind. She was about to leave when the door swung open, and he stood there in only a pair of pants. "Sam," he said her name so quietly she barely heard him. "I shouldn't have come here. You're here now, so come on in." Opening the door wider, he stepped aside to let her enter. "Can I get you something to drink? Maybe some water?" Handing her the glass filled with ice water, he sat her down beside her. "You want to talk?" She nods. "I'm sorry I freaked out earlier. I got scared." "Of me?" he asked. "Not you exactly, only of being hurt." She saw him looking at her quizzically, and knew he was waiting for her to continue. "I was with a man for 2 years, Jonathan Stone. In the beginning, he was so sweet, so tender, tall, dark and handsome, somewhat of a playboy, but I thought once we got together he would change. I was wrong. He had been sleeping around the whole time we were together." CJ's brows lowered. His hand reached for hers and was happy that she didn't pull away. "The man was a fool to cheat on someone as beautiful as you. Is that why you stopped me earlier? Are you afraid I'll do the same?" He knew there had to be more to the story from the way she had reacted. "When I found out, I told him I was leaving. He said I belonged to him, and that he wasn't letting me go anywhere. That's when the violence started. In the bedroom. For a year I endured him forcing himself on me." She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to stop the tears from falling. "He hurt me really bad. The more I cried and begged him to stop, the more he liked it. He was so rough, and there was nothing I could do to stop him." "Why didn't you leave and report him for raping you?" "I was scared that if I left he'd find me and kill me. He said he would if I ever left him. I did go to the police and told them about the rapes. They laughed at me and said since we were married it wasn't considered rape." This news shocked him. His eyes wide, he stared at her. "You're married?" "I filed for a divorce, but he won't sign the papers. So yes, I'm legally still married." He didn't give a damn that she was married and never told him. What angered him was the fact that the bastard beat and raped her, and that the police wouldn't do anything about it. He pulled her into his arms, his hand stroking her hair. His bare chest was wet with her tears, but he didn't care. "Oh Sam, I'm so sorry, baby. That monster needs to suffer for what he did to you. You have to know I would never hurt you in any way." Her heart felt as though a weight was pressing on it and her head ached. She let him comfort her in his arms. She felt safe with him. "Thank you for understanding and not judging me." "Why would I judge you? You did nothing wrong. How were you to know he would turn into a monster? I'm just sorry you suffered because of that man. We'll figure out a way to get you that divorce." They stayed that way for a long time till she finally moved away. Standing up, she walked towards the door. "It's late. I better go home." CJ followed her to the door. With his hands on her arms, he looked down at her shoulder where her top had slid down. "You don't have to leave. Stay with me tonight." He lowered his face, his lips landing on hers. He felt her hand on his chest as she returned his kiss. Their kiss turned more passionate, their bodies touching as their hands roamed. Reluctantly, he dragged his mouth from hers, one arm around her back, the other one going around behind her knees. He lifted her up and carried her up the stairs to his bedroom. There he put her down and lifted the top up and over her head. He smiled in appreciation when he saw what he thought were the most amazing breasts he's ever seen. "Beautiful," he whispered softly as he lowered her down onto the bed. "I will show you how a real man makes love to a woman." She honestly thought her heart would burst right out of her chest by the way it was pounding so fast. The feel of his weight on top of her, as he kissed and sucked on her neck, had her squirming in anticipation. Their naked chests pressed together. She felt her nipples getting hard and her panties getting wet. She raked her fingers through his dark, thick hair which felt so soft to the touch. When he shifted his weight, his mouth claiming hers, she moaned when his fingers began playing with her nipple. CJ moaned into her mouth when his hand moved to her breast. Her nipples felt like ripe berries rolling between his fingers. He was overwhelmed by the need to taste her, to draw her nipple deep into his mouth. His mouth wrapped around it, licking and sucking. Nothing could compare to the way she tasted. He then went to the other breast, giving it the same amount of attention as the first one. Moving slowly down, he savored every inch of her. Reaching the top of her jeans, he straddled her, staring into her eyes, and his fingers undid them, pulling the zipper down with expertise. Her breasts were heaving, eyes closed and lips parted as she ran her tongue over them. He slid her jeans down over her hips, his lips leaving soft, wet kisses along the way. Pulling them off, he tossed them to the floor. He placed his hands on her knees and opened her legs. His mouth moved up to her inner thigh. He thought he was in heaven when he saw how wet she was for him. And when he put his mouth on her cat, she arched her back and moaned his name. His tongue dipped and swirled, bringing her to an release that had her twisting and squirming and screaming his name. Sam twisted her fingers in the sheets, her body slick with sweat as she felt the ripple of her release coming. She had never felt this much pleasure. He knew exactly what to do to bring her to a climax. If he was this good with his mouth and fingers, how would he be once inside her? She wanted his snake inside and begged him for it. She watched and waited while he got up and took off his pants and briefs. Her eyes widened, and she smiled when she saw that his manhood was hard and standing at attention. He was teasing her as he took a condom out of its package and slowly rolled it over his snake. A smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Getting back into bed, he got on top and started kissing her, rubbing his erection against her wet cat. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to be inside her, needed to be buried inside her warmth. He entered her slowly, until he filled her, then started moving up and down, rotating his hips. Just when he was about to bring them both to the brink, he would slow his thrust, making her whine loudly. "Stop teasing me," she cried out. She wanted him to take her, to feel him pounding his snake into her, fast and hard. He looked down at her, brushing a strand of hair that was sticking to her cheek from sweat. "I could stay inside you like this all day." But when she clenched her muscles around his snake and raised her hips and started grinding into him, he lost it. No longer could he control the situation. His thrusts became faster, harder as he pounded into her, going deeper. Her legs wrapped tightly around his waist. He could feel her nails scratching his back. It felt good and added to his excitement. Sounds he couldn't recognize filled the bedroom, and they were coming from him, as he brought them to a new height of sexual fulfillment. Sex for him had always been good, but didn't compare to making love to Sam. It was on a whole new level. Rolling off her, he removed the used condom, tossed it into the waste bin, and then pulled her into his arms. "What are you thinking about?" he asked when she remained quiet, her head resting on his chest. "I'm thinking how earth-shattering this was and how good it felt knowing that making love doesn't have to be rough or violent. I also wished we had done it sooner. It had been so long since a man made love to her with such tenderness that even way back then it was not like it was with CJ." Cupping her chin, he lifted her face up so that he could look into her eyes. A small chuckle escaped his lips. "I'm sure you already know that I've been wanting you since I first laid eyes on you." She too laughed. "Yeah, I kind of figured that. So where do we go from here? What I mean is, am I just a one-night stand?" "No, you are not a one-night stand. I'd like very much if we could keep seeing each other on a dating level." Smiling, she looked at him shyly. "Are you asking me to be your girlfriend?" He shrugged his shoulders and grinned from ear to ear. "I guess I am. Samantha Kane, will you be my girlfriend and promise not to date anyone else?" "Why, yes, I will, CJ Fisher. I would love to be your girlfriend." Climbing on top of him, her hair fanning the sides of his face, she licked her bottom lip seductively. "I think we should seal the deal with some really hot sex. Are you up to it, doctor?" Flipping her onto her back, he laid on top, his shaft getting hard. "What do you think?" he asked, his mouth going to hers, his snake pressing into her. There was no doubt he was up to the task. Chapter 10. Sam woke up. Her body felt sore, but in a good way. She looked over to CJ's side of the bed and he was gone. But she could smell coffee brewing, so she knew he was in the kitchen. Dashing but naked into the bathroom, turning on the shower, got in. While washing, she noticed the love bites CJ had left on her inner thigh. At least they were in a place that no one would be able to see. Not having anything to put on, as she left her clothes in the bedroom and grabbed his shirt that was hanging on the knob. Putting it on, she headed downstairs in dire need of a coffee. Stirring the eggs, he smiled when he saw her entering the kitchen. "I hope you don't mind that I borrowed your shirt and used the shower," she said, walking over to him. "I don't mind. Looks good on you." He stopped what he was doing to take her in his arms, his kiss hot and passionate. "Sit down. Breakfast is almost ready," he said, handing her a cup so that she could pour herself some coffee. "Smells good," she said as she took a sip of her drink, her eyes checking his muscles, the flex through his shirt with every movement he made. Later she helped with the dishes. "Let's spend the day together," CJ said as he drew her into his arms. "What would we do?" Picking her up, he sets her on top of the counter, his arms going around her waist. "We could go riding, pack a lunch and have a picnic by the river, but first, we'll spend the morning in bed." He undid the buttons on her shirt, his mouth going to her breasts before picking her up and carrying her back upstairs. Later as they lay together she sat up, turning serious when she spoke. "I'm still legally married, CJ. Is this wrong, what we're doing?" He ran his hand up her back. "That man abused you. You loved him and filed for divorce, so no, this isn't wrong. If you were still with him then, yes, I could see it as being wrong. I'm glad you opened up to me about everything. We will find a way to get you that divorce, I promise. Now come here and give me some more sugar." It was past noon before they got out of bed. They showered and changed. Since she needed to get some clean clothes, she drove her car home and CJ rode his horse. There she packed them a lunch and they went riding. Passing by his father's place, they stopped to say hi to Calvin and Parker. From there they headed to the river. She laid out the blanket and set the food on it while CJ tied up their horses. She later fed him grapes until he tossed the bag down. Pulling her into his arms, he laid her down. "Time for dessert," he said, his mouth going to her neck. He sucked lightly, making her giggle. "That tickles," she squealed. His fingers unbuttoned her shirt and he pushed it from her breasts, his hand caressing them. He was so wrapped up in what he was doing, he didn't hear a truck approaching until she pushed at his chest. He looked up and saw 3 men getting out of a truck, men he hadn't seen before. Sitting up, he shielded her from their view while she did her top up. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He sensed trouble. "Well, look what we got here, boys," the scruffy one of the trio said. "Having yourself some afternoon delight, son," he said to CJ. "How about sharing?" CJ stood, ready to fight if he had to. "Just move along, guys, and there won't be any trouble." "That's not very friendly of you. If you won't share voluntarily, I guess we'll just have to take what we want." Chewing on a piece of straw, he looked at his 2 pals. "You keep him busy while I fouquet the girl." CJ wished he had brought his rifle with him. He felt Sam gasping. Her hand was trembling when she placed it on his arm. "It's okay, baby," he said, looking over his shoulder at her. He wasn't sure how he was going to fight them all, but the one thing he knew was he wasn't going to let the fat pig touch her. The other 2 men, grinning, walked towards CJ, taking a swing at him. He ducked. Straightening up, his fist landed on the man's face, breaking his nose. The other one charged him and they fought. The other one got behind him and held CJ, and the skinny one started pounding his fist into CJ's gut. It knocked the wind out of him, and he heard Sam scream and saw the fat one throwing her to the ground, pulling down his zipper. CJ lifted his legs while the one held him and kicked the skinny one, knocking him down. He then managed to break free and dropkick the other one. "Stop, get off me," she screamed when the dead man fell on top of her, pawing at her clothes. "CJ, help me," she cried out. She kicked and tried to hit him, but he pinned her hands over her head. With the position she was in, there was no way she could knee him in the groin. CJ used his foot to ram it into the man's balls, making him drop to the ground, withering in pain. He then punched the other, knocking him out. Dashing over, he pulled the man off Sam and started punching him till he fell down. With them all knocked out cold, he went to her and rocked her in his arms as she cried, her body trembling. He wiped her tears. "You're safe now. I need you to wait right here while I tie these bastards up." When she nodded, he got up and took the rope from his saddle. With 3 men and only 1 rope, he would have to figure out how to tie them all up. Dragging their bodies together, laid them face down. With their hands bound together, he went and looked in their truck. There was another rope, so he used it to tie their feet together. There was no way they were going anywhere. Going back to her, he held her tight against him, and taking his phone from his back pocket, dialed the sheriff. "He'll be here soon, baby. Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" "No, but he came close to it." Wiping her tears, she looked at him with admiration in her eyes. "I can't believe you took out 3 men on your own. You are my hero." Putting her hand on the back of his neck, drew him close and kissed him. She then took a napkin and poured some water on it and cleaned the blood from his face and knuckles. When the trio woke up, they found themselves face down in the dirt. Dirt and blood covered them and they groaned out in pain. An hour later, the sheriff showed up and took the men in for attempted rape and assault. "Let's get you home," he said to her. Seeing she was still upset, he had her ride with him in front, and her horse followed behind. He helped her down and she went into his arms. In need of comfort, she could still feel the man's stinky breath on her face and his chubby hands mauling her. "I'm going to take a long hot shower. I feel so dirty." Cupping her face in his hands, he stroked her cheek with the pads of his thumbs. "Okay, I'll take these guys into the barn and take the saddles off. I'll be in shortly." Lowering his head, gave her a tender kiss, one so soft, it tugged at his heartstrings, knowing what she had gone through with her so-called husband, and now this happened. Sam ran the water. Stripping out of her clothes, she threw them into a trash bag. She didn't want them around to remind her of how she almost was raped. Stepping into the shower, letting the warm water cleanse her body of that creep smell and the feel of his hands on her, she was leaning up against the wall, tears falling when CJ, naked, stepped in with her. He held out his arms and she went into them. Resting her head on his chest, she liked it when he held her close, his hands stroking her hair. Why do some men always feel they have the right to force themselves on a woman? It's our body, not theirs, to do whatever they want. I don't know the answer to that, just that they are sick bastards. A woman's body is a beautiful thing, and should be loved and treated with respect. As much as he wanted to ravish her in the shower, he knew this wasn't the right time. After washing, he turned off the water and, reaching for a towel, wrapped it around her, grabbing another one for himself. His skin was damp, droplets of water rolled down his chest, and she couldn't control the urge to have him. Using her tongue, she ran it over the drops of water and felt his excitement growing. His erection poked her in the thigh. "Oh God," he groaned. His hands on her shoulders, he walked her back towards the bed. "You get me so hot," he said, tearing away her towel and dropping his. He lowered her down onto the bed, his mouth and hands exploring her warm, damp flesh. Later, as they lay on their backs, looking up at the ceiling, they waited until their breathing settled down before they spoke. "That felt so good, CJ. You sure know how to make a woman feel special." He moves to lay on his side, holding his head up with the palm of his hand. "You are special. I like you a lot, Sam." She ran her fingertips over the dark stubble that darkened his face. "I like you too, a lot." He jumped out of bed and pulled on his jeans. "I'm starving. Let's go down and make something to eat." Handing her his shirt, he smiled. "Wear this. I love seeing you in it." Stirring the potatoes around on her plate, she looked at him. "CJ. Yeah, baby." She really liked it when he called her that. It sounded SI and made her feel special. "I know we both have to work tomorrow, and you have a busy day, but would you stay the night? I don't want to be alone." He placed his hand on the top of hers. "I wasn't planning on leaving you alone tonight." When she smiled, it lit up her face and his heart swelled. "I'm booked all day with appointments, and then I have rounds at the hospital later tomorrow night, so it'll be late when I'm done." "I understand, and that's okay. I don't expect to spend every day with you." The truth was, she did like having him around and would miss seeing him. "I do get time off for lunch. What time is your lunch break?" 1:00. "Great. Mine, so I'll come over to the diner and we can eat together." "I'd like that," she said. Getting up, carried their empty plates over to the sink. She had every intention of washing them, but he lifted her up and threw her over his shoulder like a caveman would do. "CJ, put me down. I need to wash the plates." He smirked. "And I need some sweet dessert," he said, and swatted her bum, making her squeal, and then he felt her smacking his ash. She liked hearing the sound of his even breathing as he slept beside her. He was a gentle and giving lover, and brought out what has been hidden in her for far too long. She was able to give herself to him wholly, without fear of being ridiculed. CJ made her feel like a desirable woman, instead of just a piece of meat for man's pleasure. Laying her head on his chest, she felt his arms going around her, and she slept peacefully that night. Chapter 11. When she woke up, CJ had already left, but there was a note on his pillow. Smiling, she picked it up and read it. "Baby, I didn't want to wake you. You looked so beautiful, I almost took advantage of you. We'll see you at lunch." Laying the note down, she stretched, running her hand down her body where he had been just a few hours ago. As she soaked herself down in the shower, she hummed. All thoughts of what happened to her yesterday left, like a cloud in the sky, floating away. CJ made her feel good. He treated her with respect and made her feel things she never felt before. A thought crossed her mind. Was she falling in love with him? And was it not too soon since they've only known each other for around 3 months? It really couldn't go further as she was still legally married, and her ex wouldn't give her a divorce. As the early morning rush hour settled down, she had the cook make turkey clubhouse sandwiches for her and CJ. He was due any moment. She kept checking out the window for him. He was 10 minutes late. With a heavy heart, she sat her down to eat. His meal lay untouched. She wasn't angry. He was a doctor, so perhaps there was an emergency and he had to deal with it. She jumped when someone came up behind her and kissed her cheek. Her heart jumped into her throat when she saw it was CJ. "I'm so sorry I'm late. My last patient kept me," he said and sat her down. "It's okay. I understand. Your food might be cold. I can get the cook to make up another plate for you." "No, this is fine. I'm used to eating my food cold." Smiling, he slid his hand over to hers, taking it in his. "I missed you this morning." Shit. He was most definitely hooked. Never had he given any woman a second thought after sleeping with them. But Sam. She was all he could think about. "I missed you too. It's going to kill me not seeing you until later tonight. Can I take you to dinner tonight?" "No." She shook her head. His jaw slackened and his eyes followed her facial expression. He couldn't read her. "No." "Why?" She smiled, chewing on her bottom lip. "I'll make you dinner. At my place." She didn't want to share him with the outside world. She wanted him all to herself. "I might have a special surprise for you later. A special dessert." He could just imagine what that could be and was so looking forward to tonight. Their time together was interrupted when a shrill voice boomed out loudly. "Why, if it isn't CJ Fisher. It's been a while since I saw you. How are you doing?" The tall, leggy blonde said as she ran her fingers through his hair. Swatting her hand away, he glared at her. "Yes, but not long enough," he answered sarcastically. Ignoring his rudeness, she looked at Sam. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?" CJ held his temper, wondering what she was up to. "Samantha Kane." "Sam, this is Donna Payne, an old acquaintance." The women shook hands. Donna turned to look back at CJ. "So she is the reason I hadn't heard from you. I can't blame you. She is lovely. Well, I'll just leave you to enjoy your lunch. I'll be in touch, CJ." With a wave of her hand, she walked out carrying her takeout coffee. "Who is she?" Sam asked as a wave of anxiety coursed through her brain. "She's no one of importance, just someone I once knew. Forget about her. I want to talk about us. I should be at your place around 7 tonight. I have to get back to work, but first, is there somewhere we can go more private so that I can kiss you properly?" "I'm afraid not." "Then I shall have to kiss you right here in front of everyone." Taking her by surprise, he pulled her to her feet. His mouth came down hard on hers, his kiss passionate as everyone looked on, making kissing noises and clapping. Letting her go, he smiled, touching her lips with his fingertips. "Till tonight, baby." Blushing, she looked around and saw the people in the diner smiling at her. "So you and the doctor, huh? Lucky girl," Chrissy exclaimed with a smug look plastered on her face that was covered in freckles. "Get back to work," Sam said, giving the young girl a playful swat. CJ was not happy to see Donna and prayed that she wasn't going to make trouble between him and Sam. Back at his office, he stretched his muscles that had tensed up. "Do I have any patients waiting for me?" he asked Maureen. "Yes, Dr. Fisher, a Miss Payne." He ran his hand through his thick hair, the tension in his muscles returning. Taking the file, he read it. "Chest pains, I just bet." Entering the examining room, he glared angrily at Donna. "Why are you wasting my time with this nonsense?" he asked, tossing the file down. "It's not nonsense. I'm having pains and you need to check my heart," she said, unbuttoning her top. He shook his head when her breasts were exposed. She wore no bra. There was no need to undo all the buttons. He barked, placing the stethoscope over her heart. "But you always liked looking at my breasts before, and sucking on them." Removing the stethoscope, he stepped back. "Do your blouse up? There's nothing wrong with your heart. I don't like having my time wasted when there are sick people who really need my help." He leaned in close after her blouse was closed, his teeth clenched and with a savage look in his eyes. He hissed, "Stay away from me, and most of all Sam." "Oh my, you must really like her. Have your fun, for now, CJ, but believe me, you two won't last and we both know it. You'll get bored with her sooner or later." Jumping off the examining table, she grabbed her purse. "I'll be seeing you around," she said with a smirk on her face and walked out. He buzzed Maureen. "If Miss Payne comes back, refer her to one of the other doctors. All he wanted was for this day to end and be with Sam. The next 3 hours he gave a prostate examination, a physical, and took care of the Walters twins who had a nasty cold. Rubbing his temple, he hung up his jacket and said night to Maureen. He headed home to shower and change before going to Sam's. Meanwhile, Sam was preparing a special meal for CJ. Veal Parmesan cutlets, pasta salad and garlic bread. The place was cleaned, and the table was set with candles. She went and took a quick shower and put on a dress that hugged her curves. She went and opened the door when she heard him knocking. Just the sight of him had her heart racing. In his hands, he held flowers in one, a bottle of wine in the other. As soon as the door opened, he walked in, laying the flowers and wine on the table, pulled her into his arms. The way he kissed her, one would have thought he hadn't seen her in weeks. "I missed you so much," he said, pulling apart, running his hands up her arms. "I missed you too. I presume the flowers are for me." Picking them up, handed them to her. "Beautiful flowers for a beautiful woman. Shall I open the wine now?" "Yes, you do that and I'll put these in water. Dinner will be ready soon. Oh, by the way, you look stunning in that dress." "Thank you," she replied. During dinner, she asked him about Donna, "That woman I met today, Donna, who is she to you?" "I get the feeling you and her have a history." She couldn't stop the feeling of jealousy that pumped through her veins. It was foolish of her since she knew that he had women before her, but still, it bothered her. "She's nobody. CJ, if we are going to make this relationship work, we have to be honest with each other." "You're right. Donna and I never dated. It was more of a SX deal." "What kind of SX deal?" "If either one of us were in need of, let's just say, company, we would get together for SX. It meant nothing." "So in other words, when you were horny and had no one else," she said, frowning. "That's right." She looked at him. "So if we have a fight, are you going to go running to her for a quick bouquet? Should I be worried about the two of you? I'll be honest with you. If that happens, I'll never forgive you and what we have will be over." Reaching across the table, he took her hand in his. "No, I will never betray you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I ended it with her." "How did she take it?" "Not well. She was angry and said I'd be sorry. Look, I'll never do anything to destroy what we have. Please trust me." Trust was a hard thing for her. She trusted once before and got burnt badly and was afraid that history would repeat itself. "I'll try." When they were finished eating, she took their plates over to the sink. "I'll help you with those." "No, we'll do them later. You take your drink into the other room and I'll go upstairs and get you your surprise." "What is it?" he asked, nuzzling the back of her neck. "Never you mind, now go," she said, giving him a push towards the living room. 10 minutes had passed and he looked at his watch. Getting impatient, he yelled out, "If you don't come down soon, I'll come up after you. And we both know what will happen." Another 5 minutes went by and he had enough of waiting. Getting to his feet, he decided to go up, but when he turned around, he stood there staring at her. His mouth watered, his heart pounded, and his snake grew hard. "Holy shit," he said out loud. She was wearing a very short outfit, like a nurse's uniform. She had on white stockings and high heels. Walking over, she shoved him back, making him fall onto the sofa. Straddling him, she undid the buttons on his shirt. "I think you need a complete physical." His eyes stared at her breasts, which were barely covered by the flimsy material of the top of her dress. "I do have this problem down below. There's something hard and throbbing. I think you need to take a look at it." "I will, but first I need to check your ears and neck." She nibbled on his ear, moving down to his neck while her hands moved over his chest. The bulge inside his pants was pressing against her crotch, making her wet. She felt his fingers caressing her breasts. When and how he managed to slide the zipper of her dress down without her noticing was beyond her. "Why, you naughty boy, Dr. Fisher." When she began grinding against him, he couldn't take the torture another minute. He lifted her up, wrapping her legs around his waist, and headed up the stairs. "Now you need to check out what's in my pants and make it feel better." She let out a squeal when he tossed her on the bed, as if she were a rag doll, and watched as he undid his belt buckle. Her panties dampened more when he removed his pants and briefs. She involuntarily licked her lips and moaned when she saw how ready he was. His whole body was one of beauty, from his defined biceps right down to the perfect V-line that went to his manhood. Just thinking of the pleasure it could give her made her core throb like crazy. Chapter 12. Waking up the following morning, they both had smiles on their faces. "I hope you'll keep that outfit. We can play doctor again. Only this time I will be the one to examine you," CJ said as he looked at the outfit crumpled up on the bed. We'll see, she purred, snuggling into his arms. I'm so hungry, let's go down and make breakfast. He laid her down flat on her back and got on top. Pushing her hair away from her face, he smiled down at her. I love going to sleep at night with you in my arms, and waking up next to you in the morning. Me too, she said, smiling back. But get off me, I need food and coffee. Laughing, he jumped off the bed, and yanking the sheet away from her naked body, pulled her up and dragged her to the bathroom. Okay, but first we need a shower. He watched as she ate her bacon and eggs. She even made eating look SI. I meant to tell you last night that my mom invited us over for dinner Saturday night. Parker and his family will also be there. We don't have to go if you'd rather not. Why wouldn't I want to go? I like your parents and the others. That's great, and they like you too. I need to go to work. Do you have to work today? Yes, but not until noon. He got up and gave her a kiss. I'll call you later. She washed up the dishes and the ones from last night. He had offered to help, but she knew he had to get ready for work. She went out to feed her horse, who she named Ace. I will take you riding soon, buddy, I promise. It was busy at work, and when CJ called she could only speak for a few minutes. Still, it was nice hearing his voice. Since they both had to work late, they agreed to see each other tomorrow. They did call before she went to sleep. Are you in bed? He asked. Yes. What are you wearing? She giggled. My nightgown, silly. Take it off and take a picture of yourself naked and send it to me. I will not, she said, shocked that he would even suggest such a thing. Well, then I'll just have to picture you naked in my mind. I miss you, Sam. I miss having you in my arms. I miss you too, but we'll see each other tomorrow, when we go to your parents' place for dinner. I stopped and bought some wine to take with us. What time will you be coming over? Early, after I do my chores, say around noon. I'll make us lunch. Night, CJ. Night, baby. Next day, Sam was making sandwiches and a pitcher of lemonade when she heard a horn honking. Knowing it had to be CJ, hurried to the front door and opened it. Just seeing him, she realized how much she had missed him and ran down the front steps and jumped into his arms and wrapped her legs around his waist. His mouth claimed her lips in a hot and passionate kiss before he carried her inside, kicking the door closed with his foot. When he saw her running towards him, his heart swelled. It was only one night that he hadn't seen her, but to him, it felt like a lifetime. They didn't speak. He laid her down on the sofa, got on top and started kissing her as if his very life depended on it. As they kissed and groped each other, pieces of clothing were removed until they lay naked, their bodies becoming one as they made love. Hi, he finally said, smiling as he looked into her eyes. Hi, she answered back, tracing his lips with her fingertips. Are you hungry? I made sandwiches and lemonade. I am now, he said, getting up, took off the condom and going into the kitchen to toss it into the trash. When he turned around, she was there, wearing his shirt and holding his pants for him to put on. You better put these on before your willy gets cold. Reaching for his pants, he grabbed her arm, pulling her up against him. I know where I can put it where it will be warm. She laughed, putting her arms around his neck. Later, Doc. I'm starving. Let's eat. Sandwiches finished, CJ went with her to tend to her horse. Ace, I really have to take this boy riding more often, she said, stroking his ears. Maybe we could go together again. Anytime. He looked at his watch. We should get ready to go to my parents soon. Mom wants us there early. She nods. It won't take me long. Should I wear something fancy or is it casual? Casual, he answered her. At the Fisher's ranch, Dawn greeted them at the door, giving CJ a kiss on the cheek and giving Sam a hug, welcoming her. I brought you some wine. I hope you like red, she says, handing it to Dawn. My favorite. We'll have it with our dinner. Come on into the living room. The others are here and the children are dying to see their Uncle CJ. She led them into the other room. Uncle CJ, the two children yelled and ran into his arms. Did you bring us a treat? They asked at the same time. Putting the kids down, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 candy bars. Now, judging by your mother's face, you better wait till after dinner before you eat these. He laughed when they tried to make their escape from the room but was apprehended by Parker, who grabbed a hold of them and taking the candy placed it on the fireplace, out of their reach. Dad, they whined. Don't dad me. You know the rules. The kids wrestled with CJ on the floor. The others watched on and talked to one another about a variety of topics. Chad looked at CJ and then Sam and blurted out, Dad says Sam is your girlfriend. I thought you said she wasn't. CJ grinned. His eyes shot over to look into hers. Things changed, buddy. She's now my girlfriend and I'm her boyfriend. Seeing the solemn look on Ellie's face, he pulled her down onto his lap and cuddled her. But you'll always be my #1 girlfriend. This made Ellie happy and she giggled when he tickled her. When dinner was served and eaten, the women cleaned up and the men took the kids outside to play. The guys drank beer and watched the kids playing in the sandbox Calvin's sister had made for them. A while later, Dawn called them all in, and seeing the kids were yawning, she insisted they spend the night, giving the parents a night to themselves. Sam went with Dakota to help get them ready for bed. Since Dawn and Calvin's sister were like grandparents to the children, they had bedrooms that were theirs for whenever they stayed over. With the kids tucked in and asleep, the grown-ups Saturday down to enjoy a drink and each other's company. CJ Saturday on the sofa with Sam, his arm placed over her shoulder. Calvin's sister stood and stretched, bending over to kiss Dawn's cheek. You all enjoy yourselves. I have to go feed the horses. I won't be gone long. I'll come help you, Parker said, standing. But CJ jumped up, giving him a light shove back down. It's okay, I'll go. You stay here with the other women, he said, laughing at his own joke. Normally he would have wrestled him, but he sensed that CJ wanted some time alone with his father. So he Saturday back quietly, letting him off the hook for shutting him. CJ winked at Sam before walking out with his father, following him out to the barn. In the barn, they laid fresh straw and got the feed ready in silence until Calvin's sister spoke. So what's on your mind, son? I'm guessing it has something to do with Sam. Things seem to be getting serious between you two. I really like her, Dad. You must. She's the first girl you've been with longer than a few days, and the first one you've brought home to dinner. I'm in love with her. Calvin's sister stopped what he was doing to look at his son. Have you told her that, and does she feel the same way about you? No, I haven't told her, and I think she feels the same way. I'm going to ask her to move in with me. Aren't you rushing things a bit, son? You've only known her for what, 3 or 4 months, and only been dating for a month. I know it's quick, but it feels right. Calvin's sister scratched his chin. So does this mean you'll be asking her to marry you? I want to, but that's not possible. Why not? Calvin's sister asked, concern showing on his face. She's already married. CJ waited for the lecture to come. He didn't have long to wait. He Saturday down, and so did his father. Married? We didn't know she was married. CJ, what are you thinking, boy? You can't get involved with a married woman, and where is her husband? Don't get me wrong, son. I like Sam. She's a really nice woman. But if she's married, you've got to stop seeing her. It ain't right. Dad, if you'll calm down, I'll tell you everything. She left her husband over a year ago, and has been trying to get a divorce, but he refuses to sign the papers. Maybe that's because he loves her and wants to make their marriage work. CJ shook his head. You don't know the story, Dad. He was mentally and physically abusive to her. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment before going on. He didn't like thinking about what that man did to her, much less talk about it. Sam had to endure a year of him forcing himself on her. Dad, her own husband raped her, not just once but constantly. Calvin was shocked. He never liked it when a man put his hands on a woman in violence, and he clenched his fists. Why didn't she leave him sooner? She tried. No one believed she was raped by her own husband. It took a lot of courage for her to finally leave him. Having her grandparents' farm, she was able to get far away from him and start over. That poor girl, Calvin's sister said, sadly shaking his head. You're telling me all this for a reason. What would that be? You and Mom know a lot of rich and powerful people from all around the world. I was hoping you could talk to them. Maybe there's something they can do or know a way how she can get the divorce without him signing. It was true. Over the years with him being a billionaire and Dawn a famous artist, they have met many powerful people, judges, lawyers, politicians, and so on. I'll make some calls on Monday. I'm sure there is a way to get her out of that marriage. Men like that I could beat to death with my bare hands. Thanks, Dad. Calvin's sister placed his hands on CJ's shoulders. It's been my experience that pricks like that don't like to lose what they think belongs to them. If you really love this girl, you might have to be prepared to fight for her. I do, and I'm more than ready to do just that, CJ replied. You won't be alone, son. You have me, Parker, and this whole town. We'll have your back anytime you need us. Letting go of him, he stood back. We best be going in now before they send out a search party for us. Dad, before we go in, I think it's best we don't tell Sam about our conversation. She's a private person and wouldn't like that I told you what she went through. Okay, son, I won't say anything. It was getting late, so they all decided to leave. Parker pulled CJ over to the side. I'd invite you and Sam over, but seeing that Dakota and I have the place to ourselves, we're going to take advantage of being alone. If you know what I mean. I hear you, buddy. See you tomorrow. Have fun. He too was excited to be alone with Sam. Tonight he was going to ask her to move in with him. Chapter 13. As soon as they got to her place and the door was closed, he put her up against the wall, pinning her hands above her head. I've been waiting to get my hands on you all night. Now that you've got me, what are you planning on doing to me? She asked through breathy pants. I plan on fucking you, hard and repeatedly, he said. His mouth came down hard on hers. His hand moved down and undoing her jeans slipped his hand inside her panties. He moaned when he felt how wet she was. When I get through with you, you won't be able to remember your name, he whispered into her ear. She felt him pushing her pants down over her hips and continued to stimulate her manually, till she convulsed with her release. The blood was humming in her veins. Her limbs felt boneless and she was glad he was there to stop her from collapsing to the ground. Her mouth went to his neck and she started kissing it. Her fingers played with the buttons on his shirt till they were all unbuttoned, and her lips went to his chest. Oh, how she loved the taste of him as she sucked and licked. CJ swiftly dealt with the rest of their clothes and pulled her slowly to the floor. His shaft was hot and hard against her. I've got to have you now, he said, uttering his words against her flesh. Removing the condom from its package, he placed it over his shaft and buried himself in her sweet heat. He nibbled on her collarbone as he moved slowly up and down inside her. She arched her back, absorbing the feel of him. The brutal strength of his passion had her squirming, moaning his name when he plunged deeper and faster inside her. Their climax came at them in dreading waves. It was a good thing that no one was around to hear all the noise they were making. It was loud enough to wake the dead. They lay, bodies fused together for several minutes, before CJ lifted his head to kiss her lips softly. I'm not done with you yet. Shall we take this upstairs or continue here? Oh my God, CJ, I don't think I can walk, she said, reaching up to touch his lips. He lifted her gently up into his arms and carried her up to the bedroom. Laying her down, he started with her lips, savagely attacking them, their tongues dueling, teasing, his hands caressing her breast, running his thumb over her hardening nipple. Moving down, he wrapped his mouth around the right nipple, his teeth grazing it, and moved to the other one. He then moved his tongue down her stomach, placing his hands on her knees, opened her legs. His tongue dipped into her cat. He heard her scream and felt her fingers tugging on his hair, as he licked and sucked till her body shook with another release. No more, CJ. I'm worn out. I can't take any more, she cried out with a satisfied laugh. Oh baby, I'm far from being done with you. Ripping another condom from its package, he rolled it over his throbbing erection. He couldn't believe his stamina when it came to this woman. He couldn't get enough of her. As he eased slowly inside her hot, wet cat, he watched her face. Her eyes kept fluttering open and then closed again. Her face was flushed, lips plumped, and the sounds of her low purring drove him mad with lust. The feel of her nails scratching his back as he pumped faster only added to his desire to make her hiss. His moans were muffled as he buried his mouth into her neck. As they reached an amazing height of sexual fulfillment, their release rippled through their bodies like a raging river. She snaked her leg over his thigh when he rolled over onto his back. Holy shit, CJ. You are going to be the death of me if you keep going this strong. Hearing her say that made him feel proud. At least he knew he was satisfying her, as she was to him. You bring it out of me. It's like you cast this magical spell over my snake, making it come alive by just the sight of you. So you see, if you are getting too much sex, it's all your fault. She laughed and swatted him in the chest. Yeah, right. And I never said I was getting too much sex. He sat her day up. His mood changed to that of a serious nature. I want to ask you something. What? She asked, running her hand up and down his back while she remained laying on her back. Move in with me. Her hand stopped its gentle caress on his back. Sitting up, she pulled the sheet up to cover her naked body. What? She asked, frowning. His eyes lit up and he stroked her hair, loving the silkiness of it. It makes sense. We spend almost every night together. When we're apart, we can't stop thinking about the other, and I wake up sad that you're not laying beside me. She lowered her head. CJ, I'm still a married woman. I don't care, Sam. She looked up at him. It's too soon. We hadn't known each other that long and I'm not ready to move in with anyone. It took me a long time to get my independence back from a man that belittled and degraded me. I'm afraid to give myself totally to another, afraid that I'll be hurt again." Cupping her face in his hands, he made her look at him. "I would never take away your independence or hurt you in any way. You must know that by now. Take a chance on us, Sam. Move in with me." A tear trickled down her cheek. "No," she said softly. Dropping his hands from her face, he sat her down on the edge of the bed. His shoulders slumped over. He felt his heart was breaking. The pain was almost unbearable. The first time he finally met the woman he wanted to spend his life with turned him down. Getting up, he pulled on his pants. Hearing her sniffling, he turned back to look at her. "So that's it then. You're just going to leave me because I won't live with you." Seeing her eyes filling with tears and rolling down her cheek, he went over, taking her in his arms and crushed her against him. "My God, no, Sam. I'm not leaving you. I am hurt, but I'm not giving up on us, baby. I'm just going downstairs for something to drink." He lifted her chin up. He wanted to look into her eyes. Eyes so beautiful. Ones that could melt ice. "You've worn me out. I need to get some fluids into my body. Can I get you anything while I'm down there?" "A large glass of orange juice, please." "You got it. And baby, I'm in this for the long haul." With that said, he went downstairs, in bad need of a drink. As tough as she tried to act deep down, she was a scared and vulnerable woman who has been so deeply hurt that she had trouble with trust issues. He would prove to her in time that she could trust him. The next day they went riding and later painted the spare bedroom. With a paintbrush in her hand, she smiled at him. "You have some paint on you?" "Where?" he asked. Going over to where he stood, she raised her brush and ran it across his chest since he was shirtless. "Right here," she had laughed. He looked down where she had covered him in the paint. Lifting his eyebrow, looked at her. "Oh no, you didn't." He then used his brush and ran it up her neck. Hearing her loud squeal, going over to the can of paint, she dipped her brush in. Bringing it back out, she grinned at him. Sam put the brush down. "Don't you dare," he warned her. A smile plastered on her face. She flicked her wrist and the paint splattered all over his face. "Okay, now you've done it," he said and charged towards her. Dropping her brush, she let out a scream and tried to make a run for the door. It was too late. He grabbed her and lowered her to the floor, his paintbrush in his hand. "No, don't do it, CJ. I'm sorry. Stop." Her cries of protest went unheard when he straddled her. Lifting her shirt up, he covered her breasts in the paint. CJ laughed. She wasn't wearing a bra under her t-shirt, so he painted her breasts. His one hand held hers above her head while the other one went to work. He released her hands and was turned on, watching how her chest was rising and falling rapidly. "You jerk," she muttered. "Jerk? Well, maybe I should paint your whole body then." He went to undo her jeans when she stopped him. "Wait, stop. What will I get if I do?" he asked, smirking. "We can take a shower together, and I'll let you do whatever you want to me. I'll wash you and you can wash me. I will clean every inch of your body and lick you dry." "Every inch?" "Yup," she said, licking her lips seductively. Jumping to his feet, pulled her up, tossed her over his shoulder and carried her to the bathroom. There they stripped and stepped into the shower. Taking the wet cloth and soap, he started washing her, the paint disappearing from their bodies. When she was clean, she then washed him. Dropping the cloth, she started kissing his neck, moving down his chest. She kept moving lower. On her knees, she wrapped her lips around his neck, her tongue flickering over his tip. Her mouth slowly moved up his shaft, till she had most of him in her mouth. CJ arched his head back, the palm of his hands on the shower wall. The way she was licking and sucking had him moaning, his balls tight and his heart racing as the blood in his veins heated up. Her lips and mouth were so warm, sending shivers throughout his entire body. He was so close, and not being in control of his body, which had a mind of its own, he came. "Oh my sweet God." He let out a loud grunt, grabbing a fistful of her hair. Grabbing her arms, pulled her up, his hands going around her waist. That was amazing. This was the first time she had gone down on him. He never expected her to do it. Not after the horror story she told him how her husband forced her to do him. She had cried when telling him how he would hold her head, pushing her into him till she gagged. Even then he wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. That was why he kept his hands on the wall. If she was going to do it, he wanted it to be her choice. That way she could stop whenever she felt the need to. He lifted her up by placing his hands under her bum. He felt her legs going around his waist when he put her up against the wall and entered her. He took her fast and hard, her back hitting the cold tile of the shower. In the heat of the moment, They forgot about using protection until it was too late. Setting her down on her feet, he pulled her roughly into his arms. His mouth came down hard on hers, and his kiss was hot, demanding. All his feeling went into that one very long kiss. What she had done and the way it felt being inside her without a condom was unlike any feeling he'd ever enjoyed. He finally released her, his hand holding her head on his chest. "I'm sorry. I got carried away and I didn't use a condom. I'm so sorry. I should have protected you." He felt terrible. What if she were to get pregnant? To him, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but he wasn't sure how she would feel about it. With her arms around his waist, she lifted her head to look at him. "It will be okay. I am on the pill." All dried off and dressed, they cleaned up the mess they made and had a late dinner. Later they slept in each other's arms. It was back to work for both of them, which always made them a bit sad, not knowing for sure when they would be seeing each other since he could be called to the hospital. It seemed as if every woman in town was giving birth these days. Chapter 14. She was busy scrambling eggs when he walked into the kitchen. His arms slithered around her waist, pulling her back into his body, his mouth sucking on her neck. "CJ Fisher, don't you dare give me a hickey." "Why not? This way all the men will know you are taken," he said, backing away when she shrugged him off. "Don't worry, I'll let them know. Now sit down and eat before you go to work," she ordered him, setting the plates down on the table. She looked at him when his buzzer went off. "You better answer that." The pager he had was one for medical emergencies. "How many? Where?" "Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can." He hung up. "There was a train accident in Rivertown. That's a 2-hour drive from here, and they need as many doctors as possible. I have to go." Her hands flew to her mouth in shock. "Oh my God, that's terrible." Yes, go." Getting up, he gave her a kiss. "I'll call you when I know what's going on and when I'll be home. I will miss you." "I'll miss you too. Now go, and drive carefully." She received a call from CJ late that night. He sounded tired and apologetic. When he told her it was worse than he thought and had to stay for a couple of days, she told him she understood and was proud of him for volunteering his time to help those in need. Hanging up, he promised to call the following day. The following day after work, Dakota called, inviting her to dinner, which she accepted. With CJ away, she felt lonely, and being around them made her feel less lonely. Later, Parker was the one who put the kids to bed so that the women could talk, taking their drinks outside Saturday on the swing. "Is everything okay?" Dakota asked her. "Yeah, I guess I'm missing CJ. You really like him, don't you?" "I do. He kind of grew on me. He asked me to move in with him, but I said no. You know, I've known CJ for some time now, and he's never stayed with a woman for more than a day or two. But with you it's different. He's different. I know he has deep feelings for you, or he would never have asked you to live with him. May I ask you why you turned him down?" It felt good opening up to another woman, one who she considered a friend. She told Dakota everything about how she was still married, her husband, and what he did to her. "He won't sign the divorce papers. I feel it's too soon to move in with CJ. Truth is, I'm afraid of being hurt again. What if he changes as Jonathan did?" "You and I have a lot in common," Dakota told her. She then told Sam all about her life before she met Parker, how she too was abused by her ex. "There are a lot of horrible men out there, but also a lot of good ones. Dawn and I are living proof that you can find a good man and find true love. CJ is one of the good guys. He won't hurt you." "So you think I should move in with him?" "No, I didn't say that. It has to be what you want. It's your choice." She turned and took Sam's hand in hers. "I know you're afraid, but if you never take a chance on love, you could miss out on something incredible." Just then Parker came out, saying the kids were fast asleep. "It's getting late. Thanks for dinner, Dakota, and thanks for the talk. I'll think about what you said. Good night, Parker." With that being said, she headed home. In bed, she answered the phone, knowing it was CJ. "Hey beautiful, how's my girl?" he asked in his shyest voice. "Lonely, missing my boyfriend," she answered. She slapped her forehead with the palm of her hand, knowing how that must have sounded. Like a teenager talking. "When will you be coming home?" "Tomorrow night, but it will be really late. So I will come by your place the following morning if that's okay." He thought it was cute how she called him her boyfriend, and he to miss her and wished that he was laying next to her. "I guess I can wait till then," she said, sighing. After they hung up, she tossed and turned. Sleep just wouldn't come for her. With CJ gone for 2 days, she was missing him like crazy and came to a decision. She would move in with him, It was like Dakota said, if she didn't give them a chance, she could lose the only man that made her feel the way he did. The next day when her shift at work was over, she hurried home, packed a few clothes, took a shower and had a bite to eat. CJ had told her it would be late by the time he got back, so she was going to surprise him. Her plan was to hide her car around the back of his house and be laying naked in his bed when he got there. Grabbing a bottle of wine, turned the lights off in her home and picked up her bag and headed out. Getting into her car, her adrenaline was pumping. She was about to embark on a new phase in her life. She would open up her heart completely to CJ, and though they may never be able to marry, she would be happy spending her life with him. Pulling into his driveway, she saw that there were lights on inside. His car was not there, but another one was, a small red Mustang. Then she thought maybe his car broke down and this one was a rental. But if he was home, why hadn't he called her? Grabbing the wine, she got out of the car and walked to the door. She knocked, but with the music blaring from inside, he probably couldn't hear her. Turning the knob, found that it was unlocked, so she walked right in. The smell of scented candles drifted throughout the house. Goosebumps popped up on her arms and she shivered. A sense of doom overtook her as she slowly walked toward the living room. She pictured CJ with another woman. Images of them naked and making love turned her stomach, and she felt as though she was going to throw up. A tear fell from her eye. Holding her breath, she entered the room. A blonde woman was laying on the sofa, wearing one of CJ's shirts and nothing else. It was Donna, the one who she had met, the one he was sleeping with before she came along. When Donna saw Sam, she stood up, facing her with a smug look on her face. "What the hell are you doing here?" she snapped. Sam's temper flared and her blood boiled. "Never you mind what I'm doing here. The question is, what the hell are you doing in CJ's house, bitch?" An ugly, wicked grin spread across Donna's face. "CJ asked me to come. Said he wanted a good bouquet for a change. I think you should leave before he arrives. Or do you want to join us? I bet he'd love a threesome." Sam felt the bile rising up in her throat, tasting the acidy taste in her mouth as she forced it down, refusing to let the skank see her get sick. "You're a fucking liar. CJ wants nothing to do with you. Not to mention he won't be home for hours." Donna laughed. "You really are as stupid as he said you are. Grow up, little waitress girl. The man has been playing you. We've been fucking the whole time you were together. A quickie here and there when he had time. I must say I'm a little annoyed with you for taking up so much of his time, cutting into mine." Sam shook her head. "No, this can't be true. She's lying." Her vision blurred. A stabbing pain shot through her heart and she turned to leave. Her eyes filled with tears and fell down her face. She still couldn't believe that CJ was two-timing her, until she opened the door and saw his car pulling into the driveway. It had to be true. He was home early, not late like he had told her he would be. CJ had decided to come home early to surprise Sam. Things at the hospital had settled down and he was no longer needed. He thought about calling but was eager to get home, shower and change before going to see her. Seeing two cars in his driveway and recognizing them as Sam's and Donna smelled trouble. Why were they both in his house? It was okay for Sam, but not the other one. Jumping out of his car, he stopped when Sam stepped out. His heart pounded when he saw her. He wanted to run over and take her in his arms, but with the light from the porch shining on her face, he saw her tears and knew something was terribly wrong. He started walking to her when she came towards him. "Sam," it was all he said, before he felt her hand slapping him across the face. Stars sprang up behind his eyes. That's how hard she had slapped him. "I trusted you, CJ. I believed every one of your lies. And the whole time you were screwing that bitch behind my back. How could you do this to me?" He shook his head, tried to grab her arm, but she pushed him away. "Sam, I don't know what you're talking about. Just stop." She told me everything. "I'm sorry I showed up and spoiled your evening." She shoved the bottle of wine that she still had in her hand into his chest. "Here, take this and go see your lover." When she walked away, he dropped the bottle and grabbed her by the shoulders. "For the love of God, Sam, tell me what's going on. I didn't know she was going to be here. Why are you home early, when you said you wouldn't be until late?" "I wanted to surprise you." She slapped his hands away. "Well, you did a good job of that. I trusted you and you betrayed me and I'll never forgive you. We're done, CJ. I never want to see you ever again." Pushing him out of the way, went and got into her car. Rapping on the window, he begged her to stay and talk. "Sam, please, can't we talk about this? Don't leave. I swear there's nothing going on between me and Donna." He jumped out of the way when she stepped on the gas and spun the tires as she tore out of the driveway, leaving him in the dust. He lowered his head. As long as he lived, He would never forget that look of hurt and betrayal that showed in her eyes. He wasn't sure if he would be able to get her to listen and believe that he had nothing to do with what happened tonight. Balling his hands into fists, he turned his head to look back at the house. Door still wide open, he marched right inside and seeing Donna there in a shirt walked over to her. He stood before her. She started undoing the buttons but he put his hands over the top of hers, stopping her. She gasped loudly when he pushed her up against the wall, his hands going around her neck. His eyes were dark and scary looking, and she suddenly felt afraid as she clawed at his hand, trying to loosen his hold on her neck. What did you say to her? Oh, how he wanted to squeeze the breath out of her for hurting the woman he loved. She took deep breaths, trying to get air into her lungs when he let go of her neck. You could have killed me, you asshole. Look, I did you a favor by getting rid of her. You would have gotten bored with her after a while anyway. What did you say to her? He yelled, making her jump back. She swallowed the lump that was stuck in her throat. I told her. You asked me to come over for a good bouquet. That you needed one after being with her, she answered, stammering. After she told him the rest, he picked up the clothes that were on the floor and threw them at her. Get out and don't ever come back, he said, and grabbing her arm dragged her over to the door. Opening it, he shoved her out while she still wore only his shirt. He had to go to Sam and explain. Chapter 15. Sam kept wiping the tears from her eyes as she drove home with a broken heart, cursing herself for falling for another player. His betrayal hurt more than the mental and physical abuse that she endured at the hands of Jonathan. 100 knives piercing her heart would not hurt as much as what CJ had done. She might not have believed Donna if he hadn't shown up when he did. It only confirmed her story. Her feet felt like they were made of lead as she dragged herself from the car and into the house, locking the door behind her. Her knees gave out from under her and she sank to the floor. Covering her face with her hands, she wept. Her head hurt, shoulders shook as she cried a river of tears. She wasn't sure how long she had laid there, on the floor, when she heard a loud banging on the door. She heard CJ's voice yelling through the door and she got to her feet, leaning against it. Sam, open up and let me in. I know you're in there. I'm not leaving until you talk to me. Come on, baby. I swear I never called her. She was lying to you to try and break us up. Tell me what I can do to fix this. Just go away, she screamed through the door. I can't. You are a part of my life and I can't live without you. You're going to have to, because we're over. I will never be able to trust you. I want nothing more to do with you. If you ever had any feelings for me that were real, then you'll respect my decision and go away. He leaned his forehead against the coolness of the door. I love you, Sam. He waited, hoping that by confessing his love for her, she would open the door and believe that he was an innocent victim of Donna's evil plan to break them up. When she didn't, he pleaded with her again. Baby, I love you. Let me in. Just leave, please, she cried out. With a heavy heart, CJ turned and walked away. He could hear her crying. Her sobs broke his heart. He couldn't lose the only woman he had ever loved over what that lying bitch had told her. He could only pray that once she had time to think, she would realize that Donna was not telling her the truth. At home, he opened a bottle of whiskey and poured a large shot into a glass. He was exhausted from working in the drive home. Sitting on the sofa and feeling sorry for himself, continued drinking until he passed out. Not having heard from Sam after several calls to her, Dakota and Parker went over to check on her. The kids were still at a sleepover with friends. As far as they knew, CJ hadn't come home from volunteering. They were shocked to see her when she opened the door. Her eyes were almost swollen shut, her face red and blotchy and her nose red. It was obvious she had been crying for hours. My God, Sam, what's wrong? Dakota asked, following her inside. They went in Saturday in the other room. She looked at Parker. Go make us some coffee. Sam curled up on the sofa, pulling the blanket up to her chin. Honey, tell me what happened. Is it CJ? Has something happened to him? I don't want to talk about it. Dakota put her arm around Sam's shoulder. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's not all that bad and maybe it will help to talk about it. It's CJ. I went over to his place last night to surprise him. He said he wouldn't be home until late and that he'd see me today. I was going to tell him I'd move in with him. But when I got there, Donna was already there, wearing nothing but one of his shirts. She told me he called and asked her to meet him at his place. Sam wiped her tears away. He lied to me, said he wouldn't be home so that he could be with that bitch. Parker walked in, having heard what was being said, handed Sam her mug of coffee. Was he home when you got there? Sam looked up at him and she was surprised to see he was angry. No, but he showed up 10 minutes after I got there, so what she told me must be true. He planned on spending the night with her and then come see me in the morning. We're through. I'll never forgive him." Parker's chest puffed out. His lips pressed firmly together as he got to his feet. "Where are you going?" Dakota asked but had already guessed. "Out. I'll be back soon. Stay here with Sam." With that said, he walked out, jumped into his truck and headed to CJ's to give him a piece of his mind. When he got there, he marched right in. Not bothering to knock, he called out his name. "CJ, where the hell are you?" Getting no answer, he headed into the living room, stopped and shook his head when he saw CJ passed out on the sofa, an empty whiskey bottle laid on the floor. Going over, he shook CJ. "Wake up so that I can knock you down." CJ opened his eyes, grabbed his head and let out a loud groan. "Stop yelling, Parker. My fucking head is killing me. Just look at the shape of you. Wait here. I'll make a pot of strong coffee, and then you can explain why you broke Sam's heart." Hearing her name, his head shot up, causing the pain to ripple up his neck and into his head, making him wince. "Sam, you've seen her. How is she?" "How do you think she is?" "The girl is devastated. How could you do that to her?" "I didn't do anything, Parker. It was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Are you crazy? She finds you with Donna when you told her you weren't going to be home. You really blew the best thing to ever happen to you." CJ shook his head. No, it wasn't like that. I had no idea that woman was here." Parker sighed loudly. "Let me make that coffee and you can tell me all about it. But I swear, CJ, if you're just screwing around, I'm going to be pissed off. Dakota is with her, trying to comfort her, and let me tell you, my wife is really mad at you right now." Coffee was made, and with two of the hottest and the worst tasting drinks he'd ever had, was finally starting to feel human again. He explained everything to Parker, right down to where she slapped him, saying they were through, and how he threw Donna out wearing nothing but his shirt. You should have seen the look of hurt and betrayal in Sam's eyes. It's one that will haunt me for the rest of my life. He placed his head in his hands. "What am I going to do, Parker?" Parker felt bad for his friend and knew he was telling the truth. "First of all, you need to give her some space. Give her time to calm down, and I'm sure she'll then listen to you." CJ snickered and looked up at Parker. "That sounds like the same advice I gave you when Dakota showed up on your doorstep. Did you listen?" "No, I didn't. It's easy giving advice, but taking it is harder." "Whatever. You don't push her too hard or you lose her for good. Get yourself cleaned up and have something to eat." "I'm sorry, pal, but I have to go pick up the kids. Come by the house later if you want someone to talk to." CJ gave Parker a weak smile. "You sure Dakota won't try and beat my ass?" "I'll talk to her," he said. Laughing, he left CJ to clean up. He didn't want to say anything to him, but he had a gut feeling it would be a long time before Sam talked to him, if ever. CJ showered and then made himself some toast. He tried phoning Sam, but she wasn't answering. Since she had called display on her phone, she would have known it was him. He thought about taking Parker's advice to stay away, giving her time, but he couldn't. Grabbing his keys, drove to her place. Her car was at home, so he knew she was there. He knocked on the door over and over till his knuckles hurt. "Sam, I know you're in there. We need to talk." "Go away," she screamed through the closed door. "I never want to talk to you again." She leaned against the door, wishing he would just leave, and when she heard his car drive away, she sank to the floor, shedding more tears. Her morning was spent with Dakota, who tried to persuade her to talk to CJ, saying there had to be a reasonable explanation for Donna being at his place. She didn't believe that CJ would cheat on her, saying that he had deep feelings for her and was possibly in love with her. With a lack of sleep, Sam got ready for work the following morning. She had thought about calling in sick but decided against it. She was not going to let what happened stop her from living. She would learn to live without CJ and his touch. Being a small town, they were bound to run into each other, but she would avoid him as much as possible. Just before the lunch rush hour started, she saw CJ walk into the diner and turned to Chrissy. "I want you to take his order. But he's in your section, and you know Ward won't like it." Chrissy whined. "I don't care if Ward likes it or not. If you won't serve him, I'll walk out and I won't come back." Okay, I'll serve him." "So what happened between you two?" "It's just over. I'm going to take my break now. Let me know when he's gone." She turned and fled into the back room. "What can I get you, Mr. Fisher?" Chrissy asked him when she went to his table. CJ looked around. "I thought this was Sam's section." "It is, but she went on her break." He knew that Sam had seen him, and that was why she decided to take her break. Laying the menu down, he stood up. Never mind, I lost my appetite. Shoulders slumped, he walked out and headed back to his office. Sam was so glad when her shift ended and she could go home. First, she had to stop at the store and buy a few groceries. Paying for the food and with packages in her arms, she headed out of the store and was grateful when someone held the door open for her. That is until she looked up and saw it was CJ. Her heart felt like it stopped beating. He looked tired and had dark circles around his eyes, but he still looked so damn hot. Sam. Her name was barely a whisper falling from his mouth. Can I help you with those? He asked, pointing to the bags she was carrying. He wanted so badly to take her in his arms, to kiss her beautiful lips and tell her it was all a mistake, that what she thought wasn't true. He got no answer from her when she pushed her way past him and out the door without looking back at him. It was a shock running into CJ so soon. Just seeing him, she wanted to break down and cry. She had fallen hard for him in such a short time, and he betrayed her. She had talked to her mother earlier that morning and told her everything. Her parents wanted her to sell the farm and come stay with them, but she wasn't going to let CJ or any man take away her independence. She was more determined than ever to make a home for herself in the place she loved, in a place she had always dreamed of spending the rest of her life in. It would take time, but she was convinced that a time would come when seeing CJ wouldn't have a devastating effect on her. Maybe someday they could be friends. It was only a matter of time before he found someone else, or maybe end up with Donna. Chapter 16. For today's CJ tried everything to get Sam to talk to him. He would call and go to the diner for lunch. He even sent a dousing red roses to her home, but they were returned to him by the delivery man. On the third night, he went to see his father and was helping him in the barn. So I take it Sam still won't talk to you? Nope, and I've tried everything, Dad. Maybe it's time to give up and leave her alone. That might be for the best, son. Though if I had given up on your mother, when she didn't want anything to do with me, we wouldn't be together now and you wouldn't have been born. CJ stopped what he was doing to look at his father. Are you saying I should keep trying? That's up to you, CJ. I can't tell you what to do. All I will say is if you really love that girl, don't give up. Parker and Dakota are in town having a couple of drinks in the bar. Why don't you join them? CJ took a deep breath. The last thing he wanted to do was go to a noisy bar. I don't much feel like being around people tonight. Glancing at CJ, he continued working. Yeah, it's probably better that you don't go. Might be awkward as they took Sam with them. Well, this got his attention. She had told him to stay away from her, but the bar was a public place, and what if he happened to show up for a drink? Nothing she could do about it. You know, Dad, I think I'll head out now. Give Mom a kiss for me. Will do, son, Calvin's sister said. A grin crept up on the corner of his mouth. He knew by telling CJ about Sam going to the bar he would follow suit. CJ hurried home and jumped into the shower, and then threw on his new jeans and shirt, splashed on some cologne and left, heading into town. His father was right. He shouldn't give up. He would get her back and wouldn't stop till he did. Walking into the crowded bar, the music was blaring and people laughing, having a good time. He asked for a beer at the bar, and standing there he looked around for his friends and Sam. There they were, sitting at the far table, Parker with his arm over Dakota's shoulder and Sam across from them. He walked over and saw Sam squirming in her seat when she saw him. She did not look happy to see him. Hey guys, I wasn't expecting to see you in here tonight. Hi Sam, he said, looking at her, but she turned her head away without answering him. CJ, I thought you said you were going to have an early night, Parker said. I was, but decided to drop in for a quick drink. Mind if I join you? Not waiting for an answer, he flopped down next to Sam, who had to move to make room for him. He inwardly smiled to himself when he had her trapped. She couldn't get out unless he moved, and he wasn't about to do that. Sam had to bite her tongue to stop from screaming at CJ. When he forced his way next to her and sat her down, she moved as far over in the booth as she could so as not to touch him. He was wearing the cologne that she liked. His clothes fitted him like a glove, emphasizing his muscles. CJ played it cool, avoiding her and not making eye contact. He talked with Parker about the new horses he was training and asked Dakota about the kids. Sam sat there trying to ignore him, which was hard seeing he was sitting so close that his thigh was touching hers. When Parker took Dakota for a dance, and they were left alone, she barked at CJ. Could you please move over? With a wicked grin on his face, he moved closer to her. I meant the other way. Nah, I'd like where I am, he said, smirking. If you think you're being funny, you're not, she snapped. Sam, this is crazy. We need to talk about what happened. I know what happened. I saw it with my own eyes. CJ's neck turned red and moved up, the anger building inside him, and he turned to look at her. You only know part of it. Donna fed you a pack of lies. I did not call her or knew she was going to be at my place, and I sure as hell wouldn't tell her you were boring in bed. I won't talk about this with you anymore, she said, her heart breaking by being so close to him and not touching him. She was glad when a man came over and asked her for a dance. She didn't really want to, but it was better than the torture of having to talk to CJ. When he didn't move, she bumped him with her shoulder. Will you please move out of the way? She felt his body stiffening as he slowly slid out from the booth, his eyes glaring at the man who asked her for a dance. CJ Saturday, watching as the two of them danced. Something strange was taking place inside him. A feeling he never experienced before surfaced. Jealously. He had never in all his life felt that emotion, but seeing her in the arms of another man had him wanting to punch the guy. It got worse when the man slid his hand down lower on her back, dangerously close to her ash. Parker and Dakota came back and Saturday down. Their eyes followed to where CJ was staring. Both saw the dark look on his face and they could smell trouble brewing. Hey pal, let it go. They are only dancing, Parker said, tapping him on the arm. Just look at where he is putting his hand. CJ sat and got to his feet. CJ, sit down. Leave it, Parker barked. His lip curled up in the corner and he shrugged his shoulders. I am only going to cut in. Parker looked at Dakota and shook his head. This isn't going to end well. Nope, she answered, and they turned their attention back to CJ and what was about to go down. Walking over, he tapped the stranger on his shoulder. Hey buddy, mind if I cut in? The man looked at CJ and back at Sam. Do you want to dance with him? Giving CJ a look that could kill, shook her head. No, I don't. Guess in that case I do mind. Get lost, Cowboy, he said and pulled Sam closer into his arms and continued dancing. That is until CJ pulled them apart. He took a swing at CJ, who ducked and missed getting clocked, but he got one punch in before Parker and another guy held them both back. CJ, stop. Enough, Parker growled. Sam stared into CJ's eyes. You're such an ass, she cried out and stormed away, heading outside. Pulling free of Parker's grip, CJ followed after her. Catching up to her, he grabbed her arm and swung her around to face him. Get your damn hands off me, she screamed at him. No, not until you hear me out. This has gone on long enough. You can't just walk away from what we have. What we had was all a lie. You're a liar and a cheater. She tried to pull away, but he held on tight and wouldn't let go. I'm not Sam. I never cheated on you. Donna was lying to you. Everything she told you was a lie. Why won't you believe me? She managed to push him away. You're a liar, she said and started to walk away. You're the liar, Sam, he shouted behind her back. She stopped and turned around, anger showing in her eyes. Me, what have I lied about? You are lying about believing me. You know in your heart I'm telling the truth, but you want to believe that I betrayed you, so that you have an excuse to break up with me. You're afraid of loving me, of getting close. You're a coward, Sam, running away instead of facing the truth. You're so scared of being hurt that you're willing to throw away what happiness we could have. You don't know what you are talking about, she said, her eyes filling with tears. I know you love me and that is scaring the shit out of you. I'm tired, Sam. If you want me to leave you alone, I will. I just want you to know I love you and would never do anything to hurt you, so I'll go. Ack turned, and as he was walking away, something hit his back. Looking down on the ground, he saw it was one of her shoes. Picking it up, he turned to her. You think you're so smart? You think you know me? Well, you're right. I am afraid. The words of love and how you would never betray or hurt me. I've heard them all before from a man who swore he'd never hurt me, and he turned violent. Going over, he cupped her face in his hands. His eyes stared into her eyes that glistened with tears. I'm not Jonathan. His lips touched hers. His kiss started out tender but soon turned passionate, demanding as he devoured her mouth hungrily. Relief swept through him like the calming of a storm when he felt her arms going around his waist and she kissed him back. They continued kissing, not caring that people were coming and going around them. The outside world ceased to exist at that moment. He dragged his mouth from hers with regret. His hand moved her hair from her face. Can I take you home now? Yes, she whispered, nodding her head. Taking her hand, they headed to his truck, helping her, and he drove off. Since her place was closer, he took her there. There he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her tight against him. I'm just letting you know I'm not leaving. Twisting her fingers in his hair pulled his head down for a kiss, letting him know she wanted him to stay. She felt his hands on her ash as he hoisted her up, and she wrapped her arms around his neck as he carried her inside, kicking the door shut with his foot. He pressed her up against the wall. His mouth greedily devoured hers. This had been the hardest week of his life. Not being able to touch her or kiss her had him mad with desire. Putting her down on her feet, he tore open her shirt, his mouth going to her breasts. I want you now, he said, picking her up, headed to her bedroom. There he gently laid her down and got on top. His hand moved down to unfasten her jeans, having her completely undressed. He got off the bed and looked down at her as he removed his own clothes. Just seeing her laying there naked, his neck throbbed. God, she was so beautiful, he couldn't wait to be inside her. With the speed of a demon, rolled the condom on and crawled back on top of her willing body, and when she opened her legs to him, he slid in, moaning when he felt her warmth wrapped around his snake. Sam arched her back when he sucked on her nipple. The fire was lit the moment he kissed her downstairs. She had missed him, missed being with him this way. As he rode her, his hands roaming all over, his mouth claiming hers as his own, she called out his name. When he brought them both to an amazing release, she moaned, her fingers scratching his back. Tears of pleasure and joy filled her eyes, and there was no doubt in her mind that she loved him. I love you, CJ, she said as he lay exhausted on top of her. CJ raised his head to look at her and he smiled. Say it again, he ordered her. I love you. I love you too, Sam, more than you'll ever know. Rolling off her, he took off the condom and tossed it away, then pulled her into his arms. Sleep came easy for them that night since they were both where they wanted to be. Chapter 17. CJ woke up with a wide grin on his face and a boner, but when he turned his head, he was disappointed to find that Sam was not in bed with him. Getting up, he pulled on the jeans that were casually laying on the floor next to the bed. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and bacon drifted upstairs and his stomach growled. Going down, he walked up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist as she scrambled the eggs she was making. I woke up with this, he said, pressing into her, letting her feel how hard he was. But you weren't in bed. She giggled when she felt his erection and he nuzzled her neck. Down, tiger. I'm starving and I came down to make us something to eat. Now sit, she ordered, giving him a smile. Grumbling, he sat her down, resting his head in his hands. Wow, you sure are bossy. Is this what's in store for me every day when we move in together? Setting the plates down, she smiled. What makes you think we're going to live together? He pulled her down onto his lap, his arms going around her waist, and he wouldn't let her go. I won't spend another night or morning without you. Tell me you'll move in with me. She scratched the stubble on his face with her fingertips. What am I going to do with this place if I do? You could rent it out or sell it. Even just leave it as it is until you decide what you want to do with it, baby. I'll even move in here if that's what you want. His hand slid up her leg, happy that she had on a dress. I think it's better if we live at your place. It's much bigger than here. She swatted his hand away when it reached her panties and she stood up. Let's eat. Done eating and dishes washed and put away, they sat on the sofa, cuddling. Let's pack your things and get you settled in right away, he said, pulling her to her feet. He helped her pack her clothes into suitcases and all her personal belongings. He then put them in his car and told her he would ride Ace over to his place. He handed her 3 keys, one for the house and the other for his truck and car. These are for you in case you want to drive them. You go ahead, and Ace and I will be right behind you. Pulling her into his arms, kissed her before seeing her off. Back at his place, which he told her she was to consider it her place and not just his, he helped rearrange his closet and drawers to make room for her things. He promised that he would build another closet and get another dresser just for her things. Okay, enough of this and packing. It's time to christen our home, he said, grabbing her and flinging her onto the bed. Undoing his belt buckle, smiled down at her. I suggest you start undressing, or I'll be forced to tear those clothes off that gorgeous body of yours. Later, as they lay together, CJ wanted to clear things up about Donna. About Donna, you must know that nothing was going on behind your back. When I first saw you, I ended it with her. She was angry and said she would make me pay. I did not call her that night. He stopped talking when she placed her hand over his mouth. I believe you, so there is no need to talk about that bitch. Parker and Dakota explained everything to me. I just want us to start over. No secrets, and if we are upset, let's talk to each other about it. Taking her hand, he kissed it. Deal. I'm thinking we should have a party Saturday night. Invite everyone we know. We'll barbecue. have music and a few drinks. I want everyone to know you belong to me and I you." He couldn't believe his luck, and he now knew what his parents and Parker meant when they told him that finding the right woman would make all the difference in the world. He loved her with all his heart and wanted to love and take care of her. She was his world, and without her, he was nothing but a shell of a man going through life without true love or a purpose. He pulled her closer, taking in her scent and loving the feel of her naked skin against his. "A party, that sounds good. I'd like that," she said sleepily. The next day, CJ rode over to Parker's place, and when he told them that Sam had moved and they were overjoyed, Dakota hugged him. "Now don't you go screwing it up. She's the best thing that ever happened to you." With his arms around her, he hugged her back. Looking at her, he smiled wickedly. "This means that you and I can't continue with our secret love affair." Pushing him away, she laughed. "Oh please. We're having a party this weekend and I want you all to come, so spread the word. Everyone is welcome. I have to go now. We're going riding and I don't want to keep my woman waiting." Parker and Dakota watched as he rode off. "I never thought I'd see the day that CJ would fall in love," he said, pulling her into his arms and kissing her as if it were the first time. "Kids are away. What say we take this inside?" "I thought you'd never ask," she replied, taking his hand. CJ and Sam ended up by the river, the one where he found her swimming nude. "Let's get naked and go swimming," he said to her, getting down off his horse. "I don't think so." "Why not? You did before." "That was before I knew people came here." "You can leave on your underwear. They're almost like a bathing suit," he said and stripped down to his briefs. "Come on, no one is around." Scanning the area and figuring out what was the harm, she removed her clothes, leaving on the bra and panties. "Do not splash me," she cried out when she saw what he was about to do. "What if I do?" "If you do, you won't get sex tonight." He gave her a devilish smile. "Oh yes I will," he said and splashed her, making her screech loudly. She then returned the favor, until he managed to get close enough to take her in his arms. "You're so nasty," she said, but she lifted her head to kiss him. Coming out of the river, he put his shirt on her, when she shivered, and they Saturday in the grass letting the sun dry them. "This has become my favorite spot." "Why's that?" she asked, resting her head on his shoulder. He kissed the top of her head, wrapping his arm around her waist. "This is where you finally agreed to go out with me. You blackmailed me into saying yes." He shrugged his bare shoulders. "Whatever it takes, Sammy." He felt her immediately stiffen, and she got up and went over to where her clothes were. Her face had gone pale and she looked like she was about to cry. "What's wrong?" he asked, getting to his feet. "Don't ever call me Sammy, Sam or Samantha, but not that." Going over, he placed his hands on her shoulders from behind. He didn't say anything, just waited for her to speak. She turned around to face him. "Jonathan used to call me that every time he got drunk and forced himself on me. He would moan the name Sammy when he raped me. Hearing that name literally makes me sick." CJ wiped her tears away gently with his thumbs and laid her head against his chest, stroking her back. "I'm so sorry he hurt you. I could kill him." As he held her, feeling her body tremble, he couldn't help but wonder how a man could abuse any woman. His parents had brought him up to never hit a woman, no matter what they did to you. "Thank you," she said quietly into his chest. "Thank me for what?" "For listening and just holding me. I think we should put our clothes on before someone comes along and catches us." That night he made love to her slowly, taking his time to pleasure every inch of her, loving the sound of her screams. "That was amazing, CJ. I could stay like this forever. Naked and in your arms," she sighed. "We need to sleep as we both have to work tomorrow." "You know you don't have to work. I make more than enough to take care of us. I'm not about to be a kept woman. I've always worked and I always will," she said, her tone a bit harsh. Okay. I'm just saying, but whatever you want. Now kiss me before I go crazy." "Morning, CJ. I'm leaving for work now," she shouted up the stairs. "Wait," he called back. He ran down the stairs carrying his doctor's bag. "I need a kiss before you go." Pulling her close, gave her a kiss that left her breathless. "That should keep you till later." Blushing, she pulled him back in for another kiss. "I'll stop after I'm done with my shift and pick up some snacks for the party tonight. Don't forget to pick up some extra chairs for our guests to sit on, and make sure to fill the propane tank." Bossy woman," he snickered. He walked out with her, and after another long and passionate kiss, they got into their vehicles and headed off to work. That night when she came downstairs, wearing a cute country-type outfit, skirt, blouse and cowboy boots, he whistled. "Damn, you look hot, baby. I have a surprise for you," he said, his hands behind his back. She walked up to him. "I love surprises. So where is it?" "Right here," he said, and bringing his hand around showed her the cowboy hat he bought for her. "I thought it was time for you to look like a real cowgirl." Her eyes lit up and she grabbed it and put it on her head. "I love it. So how do I look?" "Drop dead gorgeous," he said, pulling her close. His mouth came down hard on hers. He only stopped when he heard horns blowing and knew their guests were arriving. Calvin's sister took CJ over to the side for a private talk. "I'm glad you and Sam worked things out. I also wanted to let you know that Mr. Stone will only sign the divorce papers on one condition." "What does he want?" CJ asked. "He wants $200,000. CJ's jaw went slack. "That son of a bitch," he cursed. "Your mom and I talked about it, and we both agreed to put up the money." "I appreciate that, Dad, but I can't let you do that. I'll pay for it." Calvin's sister's eyebrow lifted. "Do you have that much money laying around?" "Dad, I lived in your house, rent-free most of my life, and I make a decent living." "Yes, I have it, and also some investments that are doing well." "Okay, son, but if you need it, just ask." "Why would you want to? I mean, you don't really know much about her. Your mom and I know what he did to her, and after asking around and finding out what kind of man she's best having all ties to him cut. Also, you two are in love and we want you to be happy. We can see how happy Sam makes you. She really does, and I plan on making her my wife. We better get back to the party, son." Dad, let's not mention the money to anyone. I don't want Sam finding out, or she won't let me do it. We've been through this before, CJ. You can't keep secrets from the one you love." "I'll tell her, but not yet. Don't leave it till long, CJ, because if she finds out from someone else, she might not forgive you." "Just look at her, Dad," he said, motioning over to where she was standing with some of the other women. "I love her and I'm not going to do anything to lose her." Yes, he had promised her there would be no secrets, but what was wrong with one? He asked himself. Sam glanced over at him and smiled, jerking her head to the side, motioned for him to join them. Chapter 18. Their eyes stayed locked on each other as he made his way towards her. His heart melted when he saw her sweet smile directed at him. When he got to her, he stood behind her, his arms going around her waist as she leaned back against him. "What were you and your father talking about?" It looked intense. "Nothing much, just that he and Mom are happy that we patched things up and are living together." "Are you having a good time?" He kissed the side of her face. "You smell good. Let's sneak away to the barn and make out like a couple of horny teenagers." She laughed as she enfolded his arms from around her waist. "Behave yourself, mister. Now go help the men with the barbecue while I go in and help your mom and Dakota with the salads." She grabbed the beer from his hand and took a drink before handing it back. When she was alone with Dawn, she felt the need to ask her a question. "Dawn, are you okay with me and CJ?" "What do you mean, dear?" "Us living together. I know we hadn't known each other very long, and it might seem early to be living together." Dawn laid down the plates and, taking Sam's hands in hers, smiled. "I'm very happy that CJ has found someone as sweet and kind as you. He loves you and there's no doubt in my mind that you love him. So yes, I'm okay with it. He's a good man and he'll never hurt you, but he's still a man and will make mistakes. Just be patient with him." "I will. Thank you," Sam said, giving her a hug. They took the plates and salads outside. Just as the meat was coming off the grill, plates filled with burgers and salad, they all found spots to sit down. Out of chairs, Sam sat between CJ's legs, which he didn't mind one little bit. "So CJ, I guess now that you're settling down, you won't be out playing every night," one of the men said, and everyone laughed. He just smiled back at them, and leaning in, he whispered in her ear, "Oh, I'll be playing every night." She looked over her shoulder at him. "Behave yourself." And when feeling his arousal behind her, she blushed. Someone put on the music and many got up to dance. CJ took her hand and, pulling her close, started swaying to the beat of the music. His one arm went around her waist, his face resting against the side of her head. Words could not explain how he felt when he held her close. He loved the way her arms felt around his neck, the way her body feed into his as if they were made for each other. He also loved the way her bottom lip quivered when she was mad and how she crossed her arms, giving him the death stare. "I'm so happy, CJ." "Me too, baby." When the kids went home with Dawn and Kelvin, the adults continued to party. CJ enjoyed watching Sam laughing and having a good time. He knew she was getting drunk but didn't say anything. He just hoped she wouldn't regret it come morning. By the time everyone left to go home, she was wasted, and he had to carry her up to bed and undressing her put her to bed. When he climbed in, she jumped on top of him. "I love you, CJ, and I'm going to make love to you," she said, slurring her words. "I'm going to make you grunt, groan and moan like never before." He laid back, enjoying the way she was kissing his neck. "Oh yeah, baby, I like that." His manhood got hard, and he was so horny, he wanted to fling her onto her back and take her. "Why are you stopping?" he asked when she laid still, her face in the crook of his neck. Hearing her even breathing, realized she had fallen asleep or passed out right on top of him. He chuckled and wrapped his arms around her, letting her sleep on top of him. Yes, he could sleep this way every night. It felt good having her naked on top. Her beautiful, soft hair fanned out around him. Sam slowly opened her eyes. Her head was pounding and her mouth felt dry. Lifting her head up, she saw that she was on top of CJ. "Oh my God, did I sleep on him all night?" As quietly as she could, she slid off CJ and made a beeline to the bathroom. Her stomach was churning and she knew she was going to be sick. CJ could hear Sam throwing up in the bathroom and rushed in. There she was, her head in the toilet. He held her hair back, gently rubbing her back. "Go away, I don't want you to see me this way," she cried out. Her throat felt raw and dry. "Hey, you're my girlfriend. It's my job to hold your hair back when you're sick. Also, I'm a doctor and I've seen it all before." When she was done emptying her stomach, he carried her back to bed and laying her down covered her with a blanket. "You better stay in bed. I'll get you some water and something for your head." He came back with a glass of water and 2 aspirins, handing them to her. "Thank you," she said, swallowing the pills and drinking the water. She rubbed her head and moaned. "Why did you let me drink so much last night?" "I don't own you. You can do and say whatever you please." She looked at him, loving him more for saying that. Jonathan always tried to control her, telling her what to do, who to talk and how to behave. Last night is a blur. "Did I do anything stupid?" "No, you had a good time. You danced, made jokes." She placed her hands over her mouth and gasped. "Oh no, I embarrassed you in front of your friends. They must think I'm a right in a case." "They adored you, said you were a breath of fresh air." He brushed her cheek with the back of his hand and smiled. "You get some rest, and when you're feeling better I'll make you something to eat." He kissed her cheek and was about to walk out. "CJ," she called out. He turned to look at her. "Yes, baby. Why was I laying on top of you naked?" He ran his thumb along his bottom lip as a grin appeared on his face. "You took off your gown and jumped on me, said you were going to make wild love to me, and when you started kissing my neck you passed out." "Oh, I'm sorry. So why didn't you move me off you?" "I didn't want to. I liked you being on top of me. I could sleep that way every night. Get some rest now." She woke up after having slept the whole morning. Not finding CJ inside, she went outside and found him feeding the horses. "I'm never going to drink that much again. I feel like crap." He put his arms around her when she leaned into him. "There's nothing worse than a hangover. I'll go into town and pick up some takeout and we'll spend the night in, maybe watch a movie." "Oh, you are the best," she said, lifting her face up to kiss him. The next 3 months went without a hitch. They were happy. This one afternoon when CJ came home from work, he was greeted by Sam. She came running out of the house and practically knocked him over when she jumped into his arms. He picked her up off her feet, his arms wrapped tightly around her. His kiss lasted what seemed like forever. When he finally broke free and set her down was when he noticed she had a large brown envelope in her hand. Now this was a nice welcoming home surprise. "What's in the envelope?" Her eyes were brimming over with pure joy and they sparkled when she looked at him. "I'm free, CJ. Jonathan has signed the divorce papers. I'm no longer tied to that sick bastard. I feel as though a weight has been lifted off my shoulders." He drew her back into his arm, hugging her. "That's wonderful. I think this calls for a celebration. Let me take you out to a nice dinner." "I've got a better idea. Let's invite Dakota and Parker to go with us. I'm sure your mom will love to babysit. We could go to dinner and then to the bar." When she saw him scrunching up his face, she knew he was tired and didn't want a late night. "Please, CJ, we don't have to stay out late." Seeing how happy she was, he knew he couldn't deny her anything, so putting a smile on his weary face agreed. "Okay baby, let's do it. I'll call Parker and then take a shower." She pulled her bottom lip in and gave him a sly smile. "I already invited them. They will be here in a couple of hours to pick us up. You're not mad, are you? I could never get mad at you. Let me get cleaned up. Putting his arm around her waist, they went in to get ready. Coming from the shower, wearing nothing but a towel around his waist, he stopped to stare at her. She had on a SI red dress. Her hair flowed down over her shoulders. You look amazing in that dress. She turned to smile at him, twirling her finger around a strand of hair. I'm glad you like it. It's new. She walked over, put her hand on the towel and pulled it off him, leaving him in all his glory as she walked away. Now hurry up and get dressed. Parker and Dakota will be here any minute, she said as she glanced over her shoulder before walking out. Just wait till I get you home tonight, he said as she disappeared. They enjoyed a lovely meal at the same restaurant they went to on their first date. CJ was thrilled to see how happy and at ease she was with finally having gotten her divorce. He thought about telling her the reason, and he would, but not tonight. He knew she would be mad at him, and he didn't want to ruin this night for her. They then stopped at the bar in town for a couple of drinks. CJ Saturday with his arm around Sam's shoulder. After the second beer, he yawned. Sam, having noticed, took his chin in her hand, running her thumb along his bottom lip. I think I better get my man home and into bed, she said loud enough so that the other two heard. But they were interrupted when a woman walked over to their table. Well, look what we have here. If it isn't CJ and his little tramp. Get lost, Donna, Dakota snapped. But she paid no attention to Dakota, directing her focus on CJ and Sam. I'm really surprised you lasted this long, but mark my words, soon he will start to stray. CJ felt his anger rising. His eyes narrowed when he glared angrily at her. Walk away, Donna. You're not wanted here. He turned to Sam, his hand caressing her shoulder. Let's go home, baby. We don't need to stay here and listen to her shit. They all stood and started to walk out. They almost made it to the door when Donna ran up and grabbing Sam's arm swung her around. As soon as CJ is finished with you, I'll be waiting for him. Sam was no longer the shy and scared woman she was when she was with Jonathan. She was no longer going to let anyone intimidate her. She moved so quickly, taking everyone by surprise when she gave Donna a hard shove, knocking her on her ass. Stay away from my man, she yelled at her. No one pushes me, Donna hissed. When I get up, I'm going to kick your ass. Sam smirked. Bring it on, bitch, she said, motioning with her hands. When Donna got up, both women went to lunge at each other, and everyone in the bar stopped talking to watch the fight. Before they got too far, someone grabbed Donna from behind and CJ wrapped his arms around Sam's waist, holding her back, but not before she had grabbed Donna's hair, pulling out some of her extensions. Let me go, CJ, she yelled out, struggling to get to her. Picking Sam up, he tossed her over his shoulder and walked out of the bar. She kept squirming, trying to get down. Parker and Dakota, with grins on their faces, followed behind. Once he reached Parker's car, he put her down. Why didn't you let me beat her fat ass? She went to go back in, but he grabbed a hold of her and pinned her up against the car. His heart filled with admiration for his hot-tempered beauty. He felt a sense of pride when she called him her man. She's not worth it, baby. Let's just go home. He then drew her into his arms and kissed her. Okay, you two, break it up and get in the car, Parker said as he and Dakota walked over to them. Chapter 19. At home. While Sam went into the bathroom to change, he removed his shirt and was about to take his pants off. When she returned wearing a SI black nightgown, he couldn't help but stare. His mouth watered as his eyes traveled down her body and back up again. Hot damn, he said, his heart racing. You like? She asked, turning around so that he could get a good look. Oh yeah, I like it. His eyes went to her breasts. The smooth roundness of them had his manhood hard. He wanted to put his hands on them, wanted to taste them as he sucked on them. Come here, he said, motioning with his finger. She walked slowly like a cat getting ready to pounce on its prey. Standing before him, she placed her hands on his chest, running them down over his muscles. That warm feeling flooded her body, trickling down to her core, which was tingling and throbbing. Just touching him had her burning with desire. Letting her hands move down lower, she placed her lips on his broad and muscular chest. She ran her tongue over his nipple. Her hands started undoing his pants, pushing them down past his hips, grabbing a hold of him. She moved her hand up and down his erection. She felt his hands caressing her shoulders as he slid the straps of her gown down over them. The feel of his heart beating rapidly in his moans excited her. It had her hot and wet. She let out a gasp when he grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled back, exposing her neck to him. His mouth kissed her neck, moving up and down, stopping to suck every now and then, knowing he was probably leaving a mark. He kicked his pants away. His lips moved over her shoulder down to her breasts. Her moans of passion could be heard through their heavy breathing and pants. He stopped, looked up at her lips before his mouth came down hard on hers, his arms going around her waist. He picked her up off her feet and carried her over to the bed. Lips locked, he lowered her down. Getting on top, he ran his hand up her leg to inside her panties. He felt how warm and wet she was when he stroked her. He dragged his mouth from hers, leaving soft kisses down her chin to her neck. The pulse in her neck throbbed against his moist lips. Taking his hand out of her panties, he pulled the straps of her gown down, pushing the material further down to expose her breasts that were heaving. He took one in his mouth, sucking and nipping at them. He loved how she arched her back. "I love your breasts, they taste delicious," he said through raspy pants, moving down, his teeth grazing her skin as he moved lower. Taking her gown with him, he shifted his position so that he could remove it altogether along with the panties. Smiling, he looked into her eyes when she opened them. Putting his hands on her knees, he spread them wide and went down on her. His tongue dipped and swirled deep inside her, making her scream out as her body squirmed frantically. Sam felt her body convulse. She tried to stop from coming, but when he flicked his tongue in and out faster, she lost control. Fingers tugging on the sheet beneath her, she let out a scream when she had the best relief she's ever had. "CJ, oh CJ," she said as her body collapsed from total satisfaction. She wrapped her arms around his neck when he moved up and kissed her. The feel of his hard snake rubbing against her opening had her moaning. The flames of desire and lust once again took hold of her. "Make love to me, CJ." He heard her asking him to make love to her, and he was more than ready, kissing her lips first. He then got up and, picking up his pants, looked for one of his condoms. His hands frantically searched every pocket. Realizing he didn't have any, he cursed and threw his pants down. "What's wrong?" Sam asked when she heard him swearing. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, went back over and sat her on the edge of the bed. "We can't do this. I hadn't got anything to put on. Oh, why am I so stupid? How could I forget?" He was in dire need of relief for himself. She flopped down on her back, putting her hands on her head and sighed. Her body was on fire and she wanted him. Sitting up, she ran her hand up his back. "I've been tested and I am clean. I know you, and I am sure you have always used a condom. Since I'm on the pill, I see no reason why we can't just go ahead." He turned to her, pushed her back down on the bed and jumped on top of her. "Are you sure about this?" "Yes, I'm sure. Besides, we did it before without a condom. Unless you don't want to." "Don't want to? Are you mad?" he asked, but didn't give her a chance to answer. His mouth came down on hers and he kissed her, pinning her hands above her head. When she opened her legs for him, he embedded himself inside her. His kiss deepened, his hips rotating as he moved inside her, filling her to the core. It felt different without a condom, better, and he felt a pleasure that there were no words to describe it. Her hands moved up and down his back as she hooked her legs around his waist. Sam felt the velvety length of his shaft sliding into her. He moved so slow, taking his time, which was driving her insane. "Faster, CJ, go faster," she cried out, begging him to take her heart and to stop teasing her. She let out a yelp when he moved his position. Getting on his knees, he moved her legs, putting them over his shoulders. She opened her eyes for a second to find he was watching her as he started thrusting faster, his hands clutching her hips. She closed her eyes and moaned Ned when he withdrew. Only the tip of him touched her swollen cat, which was slick with moisture, and he plunged in again. The sound of their flesh slapping together filled the bedroom along with their heavy breathing and panting. She was on the edge of an release when he slowed down. Moving her legs down on the bed, he started riding her hard. Their skin was damp with sweat. They rolled around on the bed like animals in heat, kissing, groping each other. She grabbed his hair when he kissed her neck and they both climaxed. She experienced more than one release before he was done, satisfying himself as well. Kissing her once more, he rolled off and onto his side. He half moaned Ned and half laughed as he pulled her into his arms. Sweet mother of God, that was out of this world. He lifted her chin up so that he could look into her big, beautiful brown eyes. "That is so much better without a condom." "Oh yeah," she purred, running her fingertips over his lips. "I love you so much, CJ. I love you too, baby." He hugged her tight against him. He was afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. "Now that you are a free woman, we should talk about our future." As soon as he spoke those words, he felt her body stiffening. "CJ," she said, running her hand over his chest, "don't say anything else right now. I know where this is going and it's way too soon. We have to take things slow. I'm just not ready for anything more serious right now. Tell me you understand and that you're not hurt." As much as he wanted to make her his wife, he knew she was right. She needed time. So he decided to hold off on proposing for a few months. She still needed to learn to trust him fully, and he would prove to her that he would never betray her. "I'm not hurt and I do understand. I love you and am willing to wait for as long as it takes." Resting her head on his chest, she sighed. "Why couldn't I have met you before, Jonathan? I was beginning to think all men were like him until you came along. We're not all bad, though some would say I am. They're wrong. You're one of the good guys. You just needed a good woman to set you straight. Now you are perfect. That's all down to you, baby," he said, kissing her forehead. It was true. She had changed him. Because of her. He wanted to be a better man, one who was worthy of her love. "If that skank comes near you again, I'll rip out her hair and claw her eyes out," Sam said just before she went to sleep. CJ's laughter made her smile. Chapter 20. Donna would every now and then show up at the diner when Sam was working, but she never sat a day in her section. Being secure in her relationship with CJ, Sam refused to be intimidated by her, even though she could feel the woman's eyes shooting daggers at her. Another 2 months passed with no issues. They were having dinner at CJ's parents' place, along with Parker and his family. The kids loved her, and even Ellie was no longer jealous of Sam since CJ said she was still his #1 girl. After dinner, the men Saturday in the living room and the women cleaned up. CJ decided to have some fun, so going into the kitchen, he returned moments later carrying Dakota. "Hey Parker, look what I found." Sam and Dawn followed behind them, both shaking their heads and laughing. Parker rolled his eyes at him. "You've got your own woman now, so put my wife down," he said, laughing. Getting up, went over and took her from him and Saturday back down, keeping her on his lap, his arms going around her. CJ gave Sam a mischievous grin when he looked her way. "Yes, I do have my own woman now. Come here you," he said, motioning with his finger. She stood off to the side. "I'm fine right here, thank you." "I guess I'm going to have to come get you," he said, walking slowly towards her. Everyone started laughing when Sam took off running with CJ in hot pursuit. She giggled as she tried to outrun him, but he got her as she reached the other room and, picking her up, carried her caveman style back to the living room. "Put me down, you brute," she said, swatting his back. He went over to the chair and, sitting down, he pulled her onto his lap. "Run from me and I'll always come after you," he said, stroking her hair, not caring that the others were watching and having a laugh at his antics. The children were busy playing on the floor with the new toys Parker had bought for them, so they paid no attention to the adults. After coffee and dessert, Parker and Dakota took the kids home, and CJ went with his father outside to help him with some chores, giving Sam and Dawn time to talk. Sam checked her watch and, seeing it was getting late, helped Dawn put the dessert plates and cups into the kitchen. "I'll just go out and let CJ know I'm ready to go home. Thanks again for another delicious meal." "You're welcome, dear," Dawn answered, giving her a head goodbye. Meanwhile, in the barn, you have told Sam about her ex and the money, right? When he received no answer from his son, he turned to him. Disappointment was written on his face. "CJ, tell me you told her." "No, I've not told her." "Why not?" "I was going to when the time was right, but then we both got busy, and to be honest, I was afraid to tell her. I know Sam, and she will be furious that I paid that bastard off. I've kept it from her too long now, and if she finds out I didn't tell her right away, I could lose her." Calvin's sister placed his hand on CJ's shoulder and stared him straight in the eyes. "If she finds out from someone else, that's exactly what's going to happen. You have to tell Sam." "Tell me what?" Sam's voice came from the doorway. Both men turned their heads toward her and back at each other. "I'll just leave you two alone," Calvin's sister said, giving CJ a pat on the shoulder. Walking past Sam, he touched her arm in a fatherly fashion. "Just hear him out." He then left them alone. A feeling of dread washed over her as she walked slowly toward him. "What's going on?" CJ took both her hands in his. He swallowed the lump that felt like an egg lodged in his throat. He had never been as scared as he was at this moment. "There is something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you a long time ago." "You're scaring me, CJ. What is it?" "I don't want you to hate me, and please don't leave me." She saw the fear in his eyes and knew it had to be bad, so she started jumping to conclusions. "Oh God, are you cheating on me, or are you no longer in love with me?" His grip on her hands tightened. "No, No, Sam, I'm not cheating, and I love you more today than I ever have. He prayed at that moment she would forgive him. It's about your divorce. What about it? A while back I asked my father if he could get in touch with some of his contacts to find some dirt on Jonathan. Anything that we could use against him, to force him into signing the divorce papers. They couldn't find anything, but he said if he got paid, he would sign the papers. He wanted money. How much? 200,000. Pulling away from him, she turned her back to him. He signed the papers, so he must have gotten what he wanted. She turned to look back at him. Who paid him? Keeping his eyes on her, he felt the tension building in his muscles. I did. I gave him the money, Sam. You gave him $200,000 and didn't tell me. I did it for you? For us. She squeezed her eyes shut and opened them again. So, in other words, you bought me. Am I a piece of property that can be bought and sold? Hell no, he said, moving closer. He was never going to let you go. I had to do something, Sam. I want to marry you. He hated it when he saw her eyes tearing up. You said we would be honest with each other and not keep secrets. What happened to that? You should have told me. What if I had told you? Would you have let me do it? No, she answered back. Sam, I'm an educated man and a doctor, but I'm also a dumbass of a cowboy. I was going to tell you, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. You're a free woman now, so can we get past this and move forward? He moved to take her in his arms, but she pushed him away. Don't touch me. I can't believe you did this. It should have been up to me to give him the money, not you. You don't have that kind of money. I could have sold my farm and paid him, but you took that decision from me. It's like you think I am some dumb female who can't take care of myself. What hurts the most is you never told me about it. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but I'm not sorry I did it. You're free of that man now. I love you, baby, and now we can plan for the future. Take me home, CJ. He wanted to hold her, to know she had forgiven him, but he knew her well enough that it was better to give her time and space. So following behind her and getting into his truck, they drove home in silence. There she walked past him and headed upstairs without saying a word to him. He went into the kitchen for a glass of water, giving her a few minutes before going up. 20 minutes later, he went upstairs and found their bedroom door locked. So he knocked. Sam, unlock the door and let me in. Go away, CJ, she shouted. Come on, baby, it's late and I'm tired. Let me in. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the lock being turned, but he was in for a surprise when she stood there, a pillow and blanket in her hands, and she thrusted them at him. You can sleep downstairs, she said, and closing the door locked it again. He leaned his forehead against the door. I'm sorry, baby. I was wrong not to discuss it with you before I gave him the money. Just how long are you going to stay mad at me? I don't know. Now go away, she yelled back. CJ had trouble sleeping on the sofa that wasn't built for that purpose. He woke when he heard someone knocking at the front door. Getting up, answered it, and found Parker standing there. Come in and I'll make us some coffee. You look like shit, Betty, Parker said, and he grinned when he saw the bedding on the sofa. Did you sleep down here last night? Yup, he answered, his back to Parker as he made the coffee. Why are you here so early? Your dad needs some help rounding up his cattle. He knew you weren't working today and asked me to stop by and get you. But if you need some time to fix whatever's going on here, I'm sure he'll understand if you can't help. No, I'll help. Just then Sam came into the room and gave Parker a warm smile and poured herself a cup of the freshly brewed coffee, ignoring CJ. I'm going to help my dad for a while. Fine, she said, and saying goodbye to Parker left the room. Brr, Parker said, it sure is chilly in here. Putting on his shirt and grabbing his coffee Saturday down. I really screwed up this time. Sam is so mad at me. What am I going to do? I say you grovel, pal. After we're finished work, you get your ass into town and buy her the biggest bouquet of flowers you can find. As they rounded up the cattle, CJ told Parker what the fight was about, and when they were done they both rode into town. CJ picked out some red roses and stopped at the jewelry store where he bought her a gold necklace. He glanced over at Parker, who was buying a pair of earrings for Dakota. Don't tell me you're in the doghouse too. Parker laughed. No, man. I don't need a reason to buy my wife a gift, but this here will get me some special hot SX, he said, giving CJ a wink. It was close to dinner by the time CJ arrived home. Taking the saddle off his horse, picked up the flowers and headed inside. He could smell food cooking and thought that since she was making him dinner, she might have calmed down and forgiven him. He walked slowly into the kitchen. "Hi," he said, walking over, stood in front of her, holding out the flowers. "I got you these to say I'm sorry." Reaching into his pocket, took out the box with the necklace. "I also got you this." Placing the flowers down, still not speaking to him, she took the gift and opened it. "Have you not spent enough money on me?" she asked, looking up at him, her lips set in a firm line. CJ found himself at the breaking point. This remark cut him deep, to the very core of his heart. Taking the box from her hand, threw it down on the table. "That's a low blow. One I didn't deserve. What I did was for us, not just you, and yes, I should have talked to you about it first, but I didn't. So I'm sorry if I made you feel the way you do. I love you, but maybe you don't love me enough to forgive me." Grabbing a beer from the fridge, he left the kitchen and headed outside. Sitting on the porch steps, he heard the door opening 5 minutes later, and felt her presence next to him. "I do love you, CJ. I just thought things were different with us. I thought we could be honest with each other. When I was with my ex, he kept so many secrets from me. He lied, cheated. The worst thing he did to me was to make me feel as though my opinion didn't count, that it wasn't worth anything. He made me feel like I was nothing but his paid whore, that he could buy my love." CJ turned his head to look at her. "I'm nothing like that man. I know. I'm sorry. I'm still dealing with insecurities and trust issues. I do love the flowers and this beautiful necklace," she said, fingering the chain around her neck. CJ stood up, holding out his hand for her to take. "Let's settle this argument like adults, in the bedroom and naked." Chapter 21. 3 months later, when Sam told him that she was selling the farm to pay him back, he tried to talk her out of it. She argued that she wasn't letting him pay her debt, and the only way was to sell the property and pay him back. He finally gave in, but that was only because he planned on marrying her, so the money she planned on giving him would also be hers. He had no plans of keeping it for himself. After all, she would be his wife. It was time to propose to her. He had to come up with a plan, a romantic one that would sweep her off her feet. Sam was at work, giving CJ the perfect opportunity to put his plan into action. He made a stop in town before heading to his parents' place where he knew Parker was. His mom made him sit down to eat lunch with them. Sitting at the table, he took the ring out of his pocket, setting it down so the others could see it. Their eyes widened and smiles spread across their faces. "I'm going to ask Sam to marry me." Dawn's hands flew to her mouth and tears filled her eyes. "Oh, CJ, it's so beautiful, and that stone in the middle. She's going to love it." CJ smiled, holding the ring in his fingers. "Red is her favorite color. I need your help with setting the scene," he said, looking at his father and Parker. "Whatever you want, son, we'll be there." Over lunch, he went through the plan, asking if they still had the battery-operated generator and radio. With each one assigned to a task, CJ left to go home to get the things he needed and headed back out. He arrived home just as Sam was pulling into the driveway. He greeted her warmly with a deep and passionate kiss. "Get changed. I'm taking you somewhere." "Where?" she asked excitedly. He was behaving strangely. He was up to something and she was curious as to what it was. "Never mind. Just go get ready and wear the red dress." "Okay, Cowboy. Slow down and let me shower first." He showered in the downstairs bathroom and was dressed, waiting for her to get ready. He took the ring from his pocket and stared at it but shoved it back in when he heard her coming down the stairs. He noticed she was wearing heels, so he went and got her cowboy boots. "Wear these instead," he said, handing them to her. "But CJ, they don't really go with this dress." "Trust me, just wear them." "Okay," she answered. Rolling her eyes at him, she removed her shoes and slipped on the boots. "Happy now?" she asked, shaking her foot up in his direction. "Perfect," he smiled back. As they drove, she glanced over at him. He seemed tense. "Is something wrong?" "No. Why do you ask?" "You're sweating and you look nervous." "Wait, you're not planning on taking me somewhere and killing me, are you?" CJ laughed and placed his hand on her knee. "I would never hurt you." He pulled over and stopped the truck. Turning to her, he held up a scarf. "I want to put this over your eyes." "Why?" "It's a surprise. Now stop yapping and let me put it on you." "You better not be thinking of doing something kinky," she said, turning her head and waiting till he was done. She heard him start the truck up, and they drove for another 10 minutes before he stopped. "We're here. Just wait right where you are and I'll come help you out." Opening her door, he helped her down from the truck. With his arms around her waist, led her to the spot he had picked out. He removed her blindfold and watched her facial expressions. Sam looked at the sight before her. She was in awe. There was a large blanket spread out on the ground. Champagne was chilling in a bucket of ice. A couple of containers holding food Saturday waiting to be eaten. She turned to him, tears in her eyes. This is so romantic. You did this for me? I had help. But wait, there's more. He went over to where a small Rio was sitting, and turning it on found a station that played nothing but soft, romantic songs. He lit the candles that surrounded the blanket. It wasn't quite dark yet, but he thought it would still be nice. Taking her hand helped her down. He sat her down next to her and poured them each a glass of champagne. To us, baby, he said, and they clinked glasses. This is so nice, but why go to all this trouble? I could have taken you to a fancy restaurant, but I thought you might enjoy this. It's a beautiful night, and when it gets darker, the stars will be out. She leaned back against him. You did good, Doc. This is perfect. I love it. Are you hungry? He asked, reaching for the containers. Starving. What do we have? We have some pizza slices, stuffed mushrooms, potato salad, and for dessert strawberries with a can of whipped cream. He grinned, holding the can. We'll save some of this for later in the bedroom. You naughty man, she said, cupping the back of his head, drew him in for a kiss. They ate, drank, and fooled around on the blanket. As their kisses became more passionate, he knew he had to stop before he went too far. He still had the most important part of the night to do. Taking her hand, pulled her up. Dance with me. He pulled her into his arms. Her arms went around his neck and she rested her head on his shoulder. I love you, Sam. Lifting her head, she smiled back at him. I love you too. It's starting to get dark. We should go home so that I can show you just how much I love you. We will soon. Just a couple more dances. He didn't want this night to end as he held her tight in his arms. He took in the scent of her shampoo. It had a vanilla smell which he found very pleasing. His heart started beating so fast. He was becoming nervous as the time drew close. It was time. He pulled away, his hands going around her waist. It's starting to get dark. I want you to close your eyes for me and don't peek. Why? She asked suspiciously. God, woman, will you please for once just do what I ask without asking why? She did what he asked. That's good. Now don't open them till I tell you to. He went and flipped the switch on the generator. He waited a couple of minutes to make sure everything was working, and went back to Sam and stood behind her. Okay, baby, I have another surprise for you. Open your eyes. She was speechless when she opened her eyes. Before her, one of the trees was lit up with bright white twinkling lights. Against the darkening night, they shone so brightly. Oh, CJ, it's beautiful, she said and turned to look at him. Her mouth dropped open when she saw him down on one knee. In his hand, he held a ring. CJ, she said in a whisper. Sam, I've been in love with you the second we met. I want to be the first thing you touch in the morning and the last thing you taste at night. Will you make me the happiest man in the world, and say you'll be my wife? Miss Samantha Kane, will you marry me? She didn't have to think twice about it. She loved him more than life itself, and wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. Yes, yes, I'll marry you. Rising to his feet, he took her hand and placed the ring on her finger. It was a perfect feat. Taking her face in his hands, he looked into the depth of her eyes, which were filled with love and mixed with her tears. I love you, Sam, more than life itself. He then kissed her, slow and long. When he finally released her from his vice-like grip and lips, she looked at the diamond on her finger. I love it. The stone in the middle is spectacular. I know red is your favorite color. That's why I picked it. Curling her hands around the back of his neck, she smiled at him, her heart brimming over with love for the man who stole her heart. I love you so much, and I promise to make you happy for as long as we live. I'm yours, CJ, heart, soul, and body. I'm going to take you home and push your body to its limits as I make wild love to you. Kissing her hand, he told her to wait in the truck, while he loaded up the generator and the rest of the stuff. Don't take too long, she said. Getting in the truck, she admired the ring. She was so happy he asked her to marry him. She would have said yes with or without the ring. CJ was excited to get home and into bed to celebrate their engagement, but he was sorely disappointed when they arrived home to find his parents and Parker along with Dakota there waiting for them. The children were at home with a babysitter. He took one look at his friend and shook his head slowly at him. He had told Parker he wanted to be alone with Sam. This was his way of getting some payback for all the times he interrupted him and Dakota. Champagne was popped and the women drooled over the ring while the men talked, CJ getting manly chest bumps from them. So she said, yes, son, I'm really happy for you both. I expect you to be a man, one that she can always count on. Treat her with respect and like a princess, and place her above all others. Thanks, Dad. Growing up with you as a role model, and seeing how you treated Mom, I can only hope to be half the husband you are to Mom. He gave him a hug, thanking him for being a good father. Yes, CJ, Dakota and I are so happy and glad you found the love of your life. I know you both will be very happy. She's a wonderful girl and I know how much you love her. CJ looked over to where she was sitting, chatting happily with the two other women. I don't just love her, she owns me. He went over and sitting on the arm of the sofa put his arm around her shoulders. What are you ladies talking about? Sam looked at him. Glowing she smiled. About the wedding. I want the works. A church wedding, a white wedding dress and a party afterward. His heart melted at seeing her so happy. Whatever you want, baby. CJ was wishing they'd all go home but instead, they stayed late. More champagne was consumed and Sam was getting a buzz on. He realized that sex that night was going to be out of the question, and he had Parker to thank for it. Finally, they all left. Sam went and put her arms around him. She looked up at him with eyes that were glazed over, clearly intoxicated. Let's go to bed. You promised to make wild sex to me. You go on up and get into bed. I'll clean up this mess and join you soon, he said, giving her a kiss and watching as her hips swayed when she walked away. God, he loved her, Ash. Taking the empty bottles and glasses into the kitchen, he then turned off the lights and locked the doors and then headed upstairs. He stood by the bed, looking down at her. She was fast asleep. Bending over, he kissed her forehead. He then undressed and got into bed. He had planned on a night of lovemaking, but that was not to be the case tonight. He was okay with that, but she had made it hard for him as she was naked under the covers, leaning on his side, watching her sleep, his words spoken softly so as not to wake her. Why did you have to be naked? You had no idea how you are affecting me, how I want to touch you. I love you. She didn't make it any easier for him when she murmured his name under her breath and snuggled up against him, with his arm around her. He kissed the top of her head again and closed his eyes. Chapter 22. Sam woke and CJ was not in bed, so she got up, threw on his shirt and went downstairs and found him making breakfast. Sneaking up behind him, she put her arms around his waist, her lips going to his back, and kissed him. Morning. He turned around, pulling her close. Morning, beautiful. Did you sleep well? Placing her hands behind his head, her eyes locked with his. I'm sorry for falling asleep. I know you had a special night planned for us. I hope you can forgive me. It's all right, baby. We have our whole lives together. You hungry? Yes, but not for food, she said, her lips going to his neck. He felt the blood flowing through his veins to his snake as it grew hard. Reaching behind him, he turned off the burners, lifted her up onto the table, and undid the buttons on her shirt that she had until her breasts were exposed. He moved his mouth down over her breasts. Moving lower, he started kissing the inside of her thigh. With a sweep of his hand, he knocked everything off the counter, the plates falling and breaking as they hit the floor. Laying her down, his mouth moved over her as he managed to remove his pants. She cried out in pleasure when he entered her. The brutal strength of his passion left her breathless and wanting more. When he was done, he looked into her eyes, and she saw the depth of the love he had for her in them. She ran her hands over his broad shoulders, wrapping her legs around him, holding him tightly. She didn't want to let him go. She wanted to stay this way forever. CJ chuckled. Baby, you have to let go now. I don't want to. This feels so good having you inside me. It feels good being inside you too, but we have to clean this mess up and have something to eat. I promised to help Dad out mending a fence, and you were getting together with Mom and Dakota to discuss the wedding plans. He too could have stayed that way all day, but it could prove embarrassing if someone were to walk in. As they drove over to the Fisher's ranch, CJ kept his hand on her knee. He liked the feeling of her skin and slid it up her thigh. He stopped halfway when she gave him a stern look. Oh, she knew him too well, knowing where this was headed. With a smirk on his face, he glanced her way. We could pull over and have a quickie. Just never you mind, CJ. Keep driving. The kids came running out and jumped into CJ's arms, getting their treats from him, and took off running before Dakota or Parker could stop them. The men went to work, and the women went inside to start the wedding plans. Dawn had bought several magazines on dresses and other things to do with planning the perfect wedding. Dinner was served when the men came in. Later they Saturday around and the kids were spending the night and were put to bed. Sam Saturday between CJ's legs on the sofa, his arms around her. Your mom says we can have the reception here as Parker and Dakota had. We decided on the flowers and the menu. Now all we need is a date. She looked back at him, her eyes sparkling. The sooner the better, he answered, kissing her. How about next weekend? She looked at him, shocked. CJ, that's not enough time to arrange everything. We still need to book the church. CJ, Dawn spoke up. Stop teasing Sam and set a date. He hugged Sam close, nuzzling her neck. Mom's right. I'm teasing you. I would like for us to be married 1 year from the first time I saw you in the diner. That's 3 months from now, she said, smiling at him. I think that would be perfect. Parker jumped to his feet and holding up his glass toasted them. It's settled then. 3 months from now. He stared at CJ. You know I expect to be your best man. CJ moved from behind Sam and standing up went over to Parker. You got it, bro. But just so you know, I'm the best man. Parker held his gut and laughed. You wish. The others Saturday back, shaking their heads when the two started wrestling. Those two will never grow up. Dawn said with a shake of her head, looking at Sam and Dakota who were both laughing. 3 weeks before the wedding, Sam, Dakota, and Dawn went for the final fitting of their gowns. Dakota was going to be wearing a strapless blue bridesmaid's gown. Dawn picked out a long green dress. Sam chose a simple long strapless white dress, and when she tried it on the other just smiled. Oh my, you look so beautiful, Dawn said, wiping her tear away. CJ is going to be blown away when he sees you. Dawn couldn't be any happier with the choice her son made when he fell in love with Sam. Sam was good for him and they loved each other with all their hearts. After the final touches were done, they went back to Sam's and CJ's place where the men were waiting with the kids. A parcel arrived for you, baby, CJ said, handing her a small box and a letter. Looking at the postmark, squealed happily. It's from my mom. She ripped open the letter and read it out loud. My dearest daughter, I am happy that you have found love with a man who will truly love and respect you. I'm writing this letter with great regret. I'm afraid your father and I cannot make it to your wedding. Your dad has had a bad fall and broke his hip. Do not worry, he is strong and will recover. Know that we love you and have you in our hearts. Here is something for you to wear on your special day. It belonged to your grandmother. All our love, Mom and Dad. Sam turned quiet. They can't make it. I know it's not their fault, but I was so wanting them to meet all of you. I wanted my dad to walk me down the aisle. He was hurt when I married Jonathan at the courthouse. CJ took her hand in his. I'm sorry, Sam. Dawn and Calvin's sister stole a glance at each other before he went over, squatting down in front of her. I know I'm not your real father, but I would be honored to walk you down the aisle. That is if you want me to. She threw her arms around him, hugging him. Thank you so much. I would love that. So what's in the box? CJ asked. Well, let's find out, she said and tore off the wrapper and opened the velvet box. Inside was a pearl necklace. Oh, it's beautiful. My grandmother always said that it would be passed down to me. This is going to go perfectly with my dress. She held it up so that everyone could get a look at it. During dinner, they talked about the wedding. The men had their suits. They would be wearing dark suits with matching black cowboy hats and boots. Chad would be the ring bearer and Ellie the flower girl. Later that night in bed, he hugged her close, his heart racing. In 3 long weeks, she would become his wife. So are you ever going to tell me where you're taking me on our honeymoon? She asked, using all of her womanly tricks to try and get him to tell her. I know what you're doing, Sam, and the only thing you are going to accomplish by stroking my snake is to get a good bouquet. Swatting him, she turned her back to him. He cuddled up, putting his arms around her waist, nuzzling the back of her neck. It's a surprise, one I know you love. Now turn around and kiss me. He knew she couldn't resist him when he kissed her neck. He smiled to himself when she turned around, her arms snaking around his head and pulled him down for a kiss. 1 week before the wedding, Sam Saturday back on the sofa with a glass of wine. There was nothing left to do for the wedding but wait for the day. She just knew it was going to be a perfect day and couldn't wait to become Mrs. Calvin Fisher Jr. He still wouldn't tell her where he was taking her on their honeymoon. CJ was doing late-night rounds at the hospital and wasn't expected home till later that night. It was lonely when he wasn't around. The phone rang. She answered it, but whoever was on the other end hung up. It was probably a wrong number, she thought, so thinking nothing more about it, went back to reading and sipping on her wine. An hour later, when she was outside feeding their horses, a car drove by. It was too far away, so she couldn't see who was in it. It slowed down but then sped off. Goosebumps popped up on her skin. First the phone call and now this. Shaking her head, she scolded herself for the feeling of fear that passed through her. It was nothing more than a coincidence. She was in bed when CJ got home. Seeing how tired he was and knowing his muscles were sore, she gave him a back rub. He laid on his stomach and she straddled him and started rubbing his back. When she heard his light snoring, she leaned down, kissed the side of his face. Getting off him, she pulled the blanket over him. Laying on her side, she touched his face lightly. She loved him so much and would never doubt him again, knowing he would never hurt her. The next day was her last day of work. She had taken a leave of absence till after they came back from their honeymoon. It was close to quitting time, but she noticed someone sitting in her section. His back was to her. She went over with a menu. It fell from her hand when she saw who it was. Sweat broke out all over her body and her hands started to shake. All she could do was stand there, staring at him with her mouth open. The man got up and picked up the menu. He towered over her as he looked down with an evil smirk on his face. "Hi, Sammy, you're looking really good," he said, letting his eyes travel down her body and up again, resting on her face. "Jonathan, what are you doing here?" she asked, her voice shaking. When he went to stroke her cheek, she backed away. "I'm here for you. I want you back. I was a fool while we were married. I treated you badly and I'm sorry. I still love you and I want us to start over, and this time it will be different." When she was able to push away her fear, she glared at him. Anger and hate flashed in her eyes. "You are sick. You're my wife, Samantha. I'm here to take you home. We're divorced, remember? A piece of paper means nothing. You belong to me. You always have. Stay away from me," she cried out. Turning, she fled to the kitchen where she sat her day down, her body trembling. "Ward, I'm not feeling well. Your shift is almost over. You go on home now." He gave her a friendly smile. "You want to get better for your wedding?" Grabbing her purse, she thanked him and left through the back door. The only one who could make her feel safe was CJ, so she went to his office. "Maureen, is CJ busy?" Maureen looked up from her computer, and seeing Sam broke out into a smile. "Miss Kane, he's with a patient but should be done soon." One look at Sam's face and she knew something was terribly wrong. "Have a seat, honey, and I'll get you some water." Only a minute had passed when Sam was handed a cup of water. Maureen sat her day next to her, patting her arm when she saw that Sam was crying. There, dear, are you ill? Should I interrupt Dr. Fisher and have him come out?" She shook her head. "No, I'll wait. Can I do anything to help?" "Thank you, Maureen. I'll be all right once I see CJ." She waited, wringing her hands together. She knew coming to him was the right thing to do. He had told her if there was ever a problem, she was to come to him right away. Chapter 23. "Just keep taking your medicine, Mr. Finn, and you'll be better in no time," CJ said as he walked the elderly man to the door. He turned to Maureen. "Matt's the last patient. Time to go home." "Dr. Fisher," she said, pointing to where Sam was sitting with her hands in her lap and head down. The hairs on his arms stood up when he saw her. Right away knew something was wrong. He went over and kneeled before her. "Sam, are you hurt?" She looked at him, shaking her head, and threw her arms around his neck. He was shocked. She was shaking like a leaf in his arms. "Let's go into my office and talk," he said, helping her up. His arm went around her waist. Heading into the back, he looked at Maureen before disappearing. "You can leave for the day. Lock up behind you." Once in his office, he lifted her up onto the desk, standing between her legs. His hands cupped her face. "What's wrong, baby?" Her voice stuttered when she spoke. It's Jonathan. He's here." "Here," CJ said, repeating what she had said. "Where's Sam? Where is he and what did he do to you?" The blood was pumping through his veins and he fought to control his anger. "If he touched you, I'll kill him." "He didn't. He came into the diner just a few minutes ago." "What did he want?" She looked at him. Her bottom lip quivered. "He said he wanted me back, that I was his wife, and he was sorry for the way he treated me when we were married." "That man is delusional. You two are divorced." "He said he didn't care, that I belonged to him and he was taking me back with him. I'm scared, CJ. I think he's going to cause trouble." He released her and removed his doctor's jacket. "You stay here." "Wait, where are you going?" she asked, jumping off the desk. "I'm going to find that son of a bitch and tell him to stay away from you." "No, that will only make him mad and more determined to break us up. I'm done work now, so I'll probably never see him again and he'll get bored and leave." "Do you really believe that?" "I don't know," She went over, putting her arms around his neck, resting her head against his chest. Just hold me. There was no way he could walk away and leave her when she was this upset. Taking her in the folds of his arms, he held her tight, kissing the top of her head. I won't let him hurt you or come between us. When she had calmed down, he took her home. When she went to shower, he made a call to the sheriff's office. Once he explained that Jonathan Stone was in town and could be here to harm Sam. He was told that unless the man actually did something, their hands were tied. But they did promise to have a talk with him and warn him to stay away from her. That night they were having dinner at his parents' place, and CJ told his father, when they were alone together, that Jonathan was in town and he was wanting her back. Calvin's sister banged his fist against the stall inside the barn. His lips set in a firm line. That bastard. And after you gave him all that money, he has the nerve to show up here. He turned to look at his son. I know men like him, CJ. He's not going to stop till he gets what he wants. I'm afraid you are going to have a fight on your hands. But you won't be alone. You have me and half this town behind you. Someone needs to have a word with that man. CJ wasn't surprised by his father's outrage. He was not one to tolerate a man abusing a woman in any way. He may be getting up there in age, but he was just as strong and still one hell of a fighter. No man wanted to go up against him. I'll talk to him. No, son. Not you. I know you. You lose your cool and do something stupid. You're getting married in a few days and your bride-to-be won't want your face covered in bruises. I and my men will have a word with him, he said, giving CJ a manly hug. We best be getting back inside before your mother comes looking for us. Later, when CJ and Sam were getting ready to leave, he had another word with his father. I have to do another round at the hospital tomorrow. Could you have one of your guys keep an eye on my place and Sam? You didn't have to ask, son. I already planned on it. At home, while Sam was changing into her nightgown, CJ got out his rifle and made sure it was loaded. He was just putting it in the closet by the front door when she came down looking as hell in a white silk gown. What are you doing? She asked when she saw the rifle in his hand. He wasn't going to lie to her. She needed to know he was worried about Jonathan and what he might try. He went and, taking her hand, led her over to the sofa and sat her down. Baby, my gut is telling me your ex is going to try something. I don't know what, but I want to be prepared. I also want you to be prepared in case he shows up here. Now I know you can shoot, so it's there if you need to protect yourself when I'm not around. She too had a bad feeling, and putting her hands around his neck, she smiled. I love how you are concerned about me. I'm not afraid when you're around. My father is going to go with some of his men and have a talk with him. Maybe he can persuade him to go back where he came from. He stands, pulling her up. Let's go to bed. Meanwhile, Calvin's sister and two of his biggest and strongest men rode into town and found out where Jonathan Stone was staying. He was at one of the hotels, in room 13. He knocked and they waited for Jonathan to open the door. When he did, Calvin's sister shoved him backward and the other men stepped inside and closed the door behind them. What the fuck is going on here? Who are you and what do you want? Jonathan asked, backing away. It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here to tell you to leave Sam alone, and it would be best if you left town tonight. If I don't, are you and your goons here going to beat me? Calvin smirked and shook his head. No, man, not now. He moved closer to the man and poked him in the chest with his finger. But if you go near her or harm her in any way, I think these men might get upset. No telling what they'll do to a man who hurts a woman. She's my wife and I'm not going anywhere without her. You're divorced and got the money you asked for. He walked to the door and stopped to look at him. Take my advice. Leave town now while you can. It dawned on him who Calvin was. He had seen his picture in a magazine along with his wife. Is it you or your son who's banging her? Sam and my son are getting married. Go near them and you'll regret it. Fine, Jonathan shouted. You want me gone? It'll cost you. I'll expect another 50 grand tomorrow morning and I'll leave. Calvin glared at him. You're not getting another penny. Be gone by morning. He left the room fuming. Never had he met such a despicable man as this Stone fellow. He also knew the man would keep coming back for more, so he would not get any more money. He stopped to talk to his two men. I want you boys to keep an eye on Sam and CJ. The next night Sam and CJ went to the bar with Parker and Dakota to meet some friends for a small gathering before the wedding to celebrate. Sam looked around the room once they were seated. She was relieved to see that Donna was not there. 3 more days and you'll be an old married man, Parker said, giving CJ a fist bump. CJ smiled at Sam, pulling her closer. Yup, and I can't wait. Sam was having the time of her life. dancing, drinking and having the love of her life next to her. She forgot about Jonathan. CJ had told her that his father had talked with him, telling him to leave town. A part of her wondered if it was that simple. Would he have been scared off, knowing there was no way he could have her? It was close to midnight. They were sitting having one last drink before heading home, when CJ noticed Sam had turned pale. Her eyes were transfixed on something. He turned to see what she was looking at. A man in a suit was sitting at the bar drinking whiskey. He was staring back at her, an evil grin on his face. "Is that him?" he asked, looking at Sam. Hearing CJ, she nodded, unable to speak. When he went to get up, he felt her hand on his arm. "Don't go over there, CJ," she said, tightening her grip on his arm. "I'm just going to tell him to get lost." Parker looked at Dakota and then CJ. "I think you should just ignore him." "Ignore him? How can I do that with him sitting there staring at Sam, grinning like an idiot? The man is trying to get under your skin. Don't give him the satisfaction." "We should just leave now," Parker said as he went to stand up. Rubbing his hand over his chin, CJ nodded. "You're right, let's just leave," he said. Taking Sam's hand helped her up and they all walked towards the door. Unfortunately, they had to walk past the bar where Jonathan was sitting. Sam kept her eyes down to avoid looking at him, whereas CJ kept his eyes on the man, his eyes glaring angrily into his. Just as they reached him, Jonathan made the mistake of trying to get her attention. "Hey Sammy, don't you have a hug for your husband?" Letting go of Sam's hand, CJ raised his fist and punched Jonathan in the face, knocking him off his stool. Towering over him, his eyes filled with rage, wanting to kill the man, he hissed at him, "Don't you dare talk to her." Jonathan Saturday on his ass, rubbing his chin, looking up at CJ. "I'm just saying hello," he said, getting to his feet. "You've been told to leave town," CJ said to him, his hands balled into fists, ready to strike again. A smirk appeared on Jonathan's face. "It's a free country. I think I'll stick around for a while. You know, see the sights, reunite with my beautiful wife." CJ's blood boiled and he saw red as he took a step towards him, grabbing him by the collar of his white dress shirt, pinned him up against the bar, his face so close to Jonathan's he could smell the whiskey on his breath. "Look, you motherfucker, she's not your wife, and if you go anywhere near her I will kill you." "Not if I kill you first," Jonathan said as he pried CJ's hands off him. "CJ, let's just go," Sam said, stepping in front of him. She placed her hands on his chest, trying to calm the rage that she saw building inside him. "Please, take me home." Her soft touch and soothing voice pulled him from the violent trance he had slipped into as he stared into her ex's eyes. He looked down at her, his arm going protectively around her. He stroked her cheek with his free hand. "Okay, baby, this piece of trash is not worth my time." He glanced back at Jonathan as they walked out, giving him a warning look. Parker was expecting one hell of a fight, and was amazed at how well Sam managed to calm CJ down. As a rule, once you push CJ to the breaking point, there was no stopping him from fighting. On more than one occasion, they both had to pay for repairs in their local bar after a fight. Them being best friends, he always had CJ's back and vice versa. After saying goodnight, they got into their separate vehicles and headed home. Chapter 24. On the drive home, he held her hand. She was being so quiet and he knew the reason why. She for the first time saw another side of him, one that was dangerous and violent. It took a lot to push him to that point. He pulled over to the side of the road and turning off the car he reached over, taking her chin in his hand, turned her so she had to look at him. "Sam, He never got to finish his sentence before she spoke. "What happened to you back there? Your eyes looked weird. They were glazed over and you had this murderous look in them. It was like it wasn't you. That you disappeared and someone else took over you. I have to say it scared me." Letting go of her, he Saturday back, running his hands over his face. "When I was 18 I got into a fight and almost killed a man. He was attacking my mother and I lost it. I only saw red and something came over me. I had no control over what I was doing. I'm so sorry you had to see that side of me. After anger management, I thought I was over it." He looked at her, his eyes begging her to understand, but seeing that man, knowing what he had done to you and the way he was looking at you, I snapped. Her heart went out to him. She could understand. His head snapped towards her. "I would never hurt you, Sam." "I know," she said, leaning over. She kissed him. "I trust you, CJ, but you have to promise me that if something ever happens you will not go to that dark place." "I won't. I give you my word." The next morning he was set to go to the hospital. It was the last day until after the honeymoon. He took her in his arms. I won't be gone long. If you need me, just call and I'll come running. I'll be okay. I'm serious, Sam. If you hear or see Jonathan, call my dad. He's closer. Moving from her, he ran his hand through his hair. Oh hell, I can't leave you alone. I'm going to call the hospital and have them get someone else to take over my rounds. CJ, your patients need you? I'll be all right, and if I need help, I'll call you. He wouldn't dare come here to the house, not with your father's men constantly riding by. She went and put her arms around him. All right, I'll be back before noon, giving her a kiss that started off slow and tenderly turned more passionate. She finally had to put a stop to it before it got out of hand. Go on now, Doc, she said, pushing him towards the front door. 15 minutes later, she was just finishing up the dishes when she heard the front door opening and closing. What did you forget? She shouted out, thinking it was CJ. Drying her hands, she put the towel on the dish rack and walked out into the other room. Her eyes widened. Her heart was pounding and she was flouncing to the spot when she saw Jonathan. She knew she had locked the door behind CJ, so how did he get in? Hi, Sammy. Surprise, he said, his eyes moving down her body and back up till he reached her face. That was when she saw the gun in his hand. CJ will be back any minute, so you better leave. He laughed, throwing back his head. No, he won't. I checked and he's doing rounds at the hospital and won't be back until noon. I thought you and I could catch up on what we've been up to this past year until he returns. I have a score to settle with him before we leave. I'm not going anywhere with you. She shook her head. Yeah, you are, he said, waving the gun at her. I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go into the kitchen, and you can make me something and some coffee. Move, he shouted, on legs that felt like they were made of lead. She walked back into the kitchen. Her hands shook as she took eggs out of the fridge and popped bread into the toaster. She poured him a cup of coffee and took it over to where he sat at the table. She thought of throwing it in his face and running, but he kept the gun pointed at her. She cringed when his hand touched her arm. You still remember how I like it, black with 1 sugar. Now make me some food. She went back to the stove and started scrambling the eggs. She let out a cry of anguish when he came up behind her. His hand went over her waist and moved up to her breast. He started caressing it and she felt the gun when he pressed it against her back. I've missed these babies, he whispered against her ear, so round and firm. If I wasn't so hungry, I'd bend you over right now and fouquet you. There will be time for that before the good doctor gets back. He slapped her ash hard and went back over to the table. Sitting down, drank his coffee. Tears stung her eyes. Just having him that close made her skin crawl. As she buttered the toast, she kept glancing out the window, wondering where the man was that Calvin's sister had hired to watch the place. His words made the blood in her veins go cold. She knew what he meant. If you're looking for someone, he's no longer out there. Well, he's but unable to help you, I'm afraid. When she brought his food over, he grabbed her wrist. Sit the fouquet down and don't try anything or else you will regret it. He grabbed her hand to look at the diamond. This rock must have cost him a fortune. I can get a lot of money for it when we get to where we're going. Where do you think you're taking me? She asked, moving her hands and placing them on her lap. Far away from here where no one will ever find us. Then why don't we go now? What are you waiting for? He shoved a fork full of eggs into his mouth, then smiled at her. I'm going to kill the man who has been fucking my wife. I'm not your wife, she snapped. She looked around for something to use as a weapon, but there was nothing. The rifle was in the closet, and she had no way of getting to it. She couldn't let him kill CJ. Forget about him. Let's just go. Nice try, sweetheart, but he's a dead man. He pushed the empty plate away and stood up. Let's go into the other room and get comfortable. When they got to the living room, he pushed her, making her fall back onto the sofa. Why are you doing this, Jonathan? You got paid a lot of money for the divorce and you don't love me. You never did. He snapped. Jumping on her, he straddled her, putting his free hand around her neck and squeezed. Because you are mine. And you had the nerve to pack up and leave when I wasn't home, putting an order of protection against me and filing for divorce. Now I find you with another man, fucking him. She clawed at his hand. Stop. I can't breathe, she cried out, tears filling her eyes. He let go and getting off her, he stood looking at her. Get on your knees. What? She asked. Her eyes widened in horror. You hurt me. Get on your knees and suck me for old time's sake, he said as he pulled down his zipper. No, she said, shaking her head. He reached down, grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled her off the sofa. He then shoved her, making her fall on her stomach. She looked up at him, tears falling down her face. "Please don't do this." He snake-eyed the gun and pointed it at her. I said, "Get on your fucking knees." He pulled her up, slapping her across the face. She closed her eyes as she got on her knees. Where was everyone who was supposed to be watching over her? The sound of a car pulling into the driveway had them both turning toward the door. He pulled up his zipper and placed a finger on his lips, warning her to keep quiet. He walked over and peeked out the window. Well, looks like the doc is home early." He winked at her. "We'll finish this later." She watched from the floor as he hid behind the door. She couldn't let CJ walk into a trap. Knowing that Jonathan could shoot her, she yelled out just as the door started to open, "Watch out, he's behind the door with a gun." She screamed when she saw Jonathan knock CJ over the back of his head and he fell to the ground. Out cold, she crawled over to him. Sobbing, she tried to touch him but was yanked away and pushed over against the wall. "Stay there," he ordered her. Shutting the door, he dragged CJ further into the room. Rolling him onto his back, he looked back at her and scoffed. "This is what you've been spreading your legs for. Grant you. He's not bad looking, but I'm so much more handsome than he is." Using his foot, he kicked CJ in the gut several times. Her cries for him to stop fell on deaf ears. Sam knew that if she were to save the only man she had ever loved, she would have to move quickly. With Jonathan's back to her, and he raised his gun to shoot him, she rushed over to the closet, and taking out the rifle didn't stop to think. She just raised it and pulled the trigger. The gun fell from his hand and he turned to look at her before collapsing. His body lay still on the floor, eyes wide open with a look of shock in them. She stood, staring at his body, the rifle still in her hands. Everything became hazy, her mind frowning with fear. She had never shot a man before. She didn't even know if she had it in her to do so. CJ came to and saw Jonathan laying next to him, blood ouncing from his head. He looked over and saw Sam standing there like she was in a trance. The rifle was still in her hands, her eyes were blank and her lips quivered. He checked the man for a pulse. There was none. Getting to his feet, he went to Sam, saying her name softly as he took the rifle from her, placing it against the wall. Her eyes came into focus. She looked at CJ and the tears flowed when she felt herself being engulfed in the folds of his arms. Her sobs were gut-wrenching, and her shoulders shook violently as he tightened his hold on her. "I killed him. Oh my God, I killed a man," she said, stuttering as she spoke. He held her so tight, feeling her trembling. "You saved my life, Sam. You did what you had to." He loosened his hold so as not to crush her and lifted her face. He saw the bruises on her face and brushed his fingers over them, hating himself for not being here when she needed him. They both jumped when the door was kicked open and saw Calvin's sister, with his rifle poised, ready to shoot. But he lowered his gun and looked at the two wrapped up in each other's arms. His eyes then went to the dead man on the floor. "Shit, are you both all right?" he asked, going over to them. "We are now," CJ answered. Calvin's sister touched his son's head to get a good look at the bump in blood. "You sure you're okay, son?" "I'm fine, Dad. Thanks to Sam. She saved my life." Calvin looked at her, the palm of his hand resting on her cheek. Seeing the bruises on her face, he felt sick knowing that a man did that to her. "You saved my son. For that, I will forever be indebted to you." He looked at CJ. "Take her into the kitchen and pour her a stiff shot of whiskey. I'll call the sheriff." CJ helped her into the kitchen where he had her sit down. Seeing she was shivering, he grabbed her sweater from the other room and coming back placed it around her shoulders. He then poured them both a stiff drink. "Drink this, baby," he said, pulling a chair closer and putting his arm around her. They sat there quietly and just held each other. Chapter 25. Wiping her eyes, she looked at CJ. "Will you hold me?" Taking her hand, he pulled her over and onto his lap, putting his arms around her. She buried her face in his neck as he stroked her hair. "It's over, baby. He can never hurt you again." He heard his father walk in and looked at him. "Dad, what happened? I thought you had someone watching over the place." Calvin's sister, Saturday down across from them. "I did, Erin. When I called his cell and got no answer, I came right over. I found him in the bushes. He's been shot." CJ felt Sam shake. Her arms around him tightened and she whimpered. "Is he dead?" "No, he's hurt bad, but he's going to live. Help is on the way. I know Sam needs you right now, but could you go check on him? Bring him in here." She lifted her tear-stained face to CJ. Go to him." He cupped her chin in his hand. All right. I'll be right back and Dad will stay with you. Kissing her forehead, he headed out. Calvin's sister poured her another shot and handed it to her. Here, take a sip of this. It'll warm you up. Taking a sip, she thanked him. I killed Jonathan. Will I go to jail? No, that man thought he killed Aaron. He planned on killing CJ and kidnapping you. You had no choice but to shoot him. You saved CJ's life. From what I've heard, he's responsible for at least 2 other murders back home. He placed his hand on top of hers in a comforting gesture. It wasn't long till the sheriff and paramedics arrived. Jonathan's body was taken away and Aaron was taken to the hospital. They were all questioned by the sheriff. Having taken Aaron's statement, he pretty well knew the story. Apparently, Jonathan bragged to him how he was going to kill CJ and take Sam, telling him what all he was going to do to her, and how the killing wasn't new to him. He had left a couple of bodies back in the city, so no charges will be laid against her. Calvin's sister came from the front room into the kitchen where CJ was holding her. You two can't stay here tonight. You'll come home with me and I'll arrange for someone to come in and clean up the mess. The mess being all the blood. The carpet would have to be lifted off and a new one laid down. CJ ran his fingers along the bruise on her cheek. Dad's right. Sucking her bottom lip into her mouth, she nodded yes. Take her out through the back door. I'll follow right behind you, Calvin's sister said, not wanting Sam to see what was in the other room. Even though she had already seen it, he didn't think it would be good for her to see it again. Dawn grabbed CJ and put him in a bear hug. Having heard what had happened and being a mother was terrified of losing him. Thank God you're all right. She moved back to examine his face and head. Tears filled her eyes. If anything had happened to her only son, she wasn't sure if she could survive the pain. She then looked at Sam and drew her into her arms. I heard you saved CJ's life. Thank you, Sam. You are so brave to have shot that horrible man. Sam cried, and Dawn's hug warmed her heart. I had to. I love CJ, and will always do whatever I have to for him. Dawn released her, her hands still on her arms as she looked at her. You've been through so much and must be starting. I will heat up the stew and the rolls. Come. She looked at CJ. Let's get you both fed and into bed. With his arm around Sam's waist, they followed Dawn into the kitchen. She made them some hot tea while the food was heating up. Your father will be home soon. He said for you two to go ahead and eat. She looked over her shoulder and saw how CJ was holding her on his lap with tenderness and love. Neither one thought they could eat, but the smell that came from the bowl set in front of them. They realized how hungry they really were and dug in. Calvin's sister arrived home and he sat her down as Dawn dished out his dinner. When Sam went to get up to help with the washing, Dawn put her hand on her arm. No, dear, I'll take care of it. She touched the side of Sam's face with the palm of her hand. You look exhausted. I'll get you a nightgown and you can take a nice bath before bed. She turned to Calvin and CJ. You boys put the dishes in the sink. I'll do them later. CJ grabbed Sam's hand, giving her one of his smiles. I'll be up soon. I'm going to have a beer with my dad first. She nods and left with Dawn. Upstairs in CJ's old room, Sam was given one of Dawn's gowns and a robe. Try to get some sleep, dear. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep. I'm afraid that when I close my eyes, I'll see Jonathan and what he tried to do. Will I ever get over this horrible feeling of having killed a man? She sat her on the bed, her head in her hands. She felt Dawn's arms going around her, and she rested her head on the older woman's shoulder. Dawn stroked Sam's head as she held her the way a mother would when comforting a child. Sweetheart, it will pass and you and CJ will be married soon. All that matters is that you saved his life. You both are going to have a great life together and someday have children. Sam sat her up straight and looked at Dawn. Thank you for letting us stay here. I don't think I could have dealt with being there right now. This will always be CJ's home, and now yours. I'll let you go and take your bath, and CJ will be with you soon as he and his father are done talking. Giving Sam a hug, she left the room. She added the bubble crystals that Dawn had given her and gotten. Leaning back, she closed her eyes. She wasn't sure how long she lay there when CJ walked in. They exchanged a knowing glance, and when he started removing his clothes, she moved further up so that he could get in behind her. He wrapped his arms around her when she lay back against him. Kiss me, CJ, she said, turning to face him. He lowered his mouth, slowly kissing her lips. After what she had been through, he knew she needed to be treated with tenderness, not taken sexually. What she needed was to be kissed and held, to know she was safe with him. Sam, I love you. They lay holding each other in the tub until the water turned cold. Getting up, he held out the towel for her to walk into and wrapped it around her, kissing the side of her neck. After drying off, they got into bed. Dawn's nightgown laid over the chair. Sam wanted to feel CJ's warm naked body against hers. Laying in his arms, she yawned, her eyes growing heavy. I'm so tired, but I don't know if I'll be able to sleep. She raised her body to look at him. Her hand went to the bump on his head. You should have gone to the hospital to get this checked. She then looked down at the bruises on his stomach and her eyes teared up again. Look what he did to you. With his finger, he lifted her chin up so that he could look into her eyes. I'm all right. You don't have to worry. Lay back down here next to me and close your eyes. It didn't take her too long to fall asleep, but he noticed how every now and then, she would whimper as though she were having a bad dream. Only it wasn't a dream. All he could do was hold her close, stroking her back. He woke early, knowing his parents would be awake. Sam seemed at peace while she slept, so not wanting to wake her, he slowly moved his arm out from under her and slid out of bed. He got dressed and went downstairs. His mom was making breakfast and his father was having his coffee while he read the paper. Sit down, dear. Breakfast is ready, Dawn told CJ. Where's Sam? CJ Saturday and accepted the mug of coffee she handed him. She had a rough night and is still asleep. I didn't want to wake her. That poor thing, it's terrible what she went through, Calvin's sister said, folding the paper, laid it down. Maybe with the wedding in 2 days, she'll be kept busy and forget what happened. Your mother and I were talking. We'd like for you to just stay here till then. CJ looked up from his plate. That's really nice of you, but I'll have to ask Sam first. Dawn Saturday down next to him. It makes sense to stay here. She'll be staying with us the night before the wedding and you'll be at Parker's. About that, Mom, I think we'll skip that tradition. After what we went through, we don't want to be apart. Not even for one night. If we stay here, I'll leave early in the morning for Parker's place. I hope you understand. Of course, dear. I totally understand. Morning. They all turned to look at Sam when she appeared and said morning. CJ got up and went over, taking her hand. Mom has made your favorite, Belgian waffles with fruit. He kissed her lightly on the lips before they sat her down. This is delicious, Dawn. Just what I needed, Sam said as she took another big bite. Dawn and Calvin left the other two alone to talk. Mom and Dad were wondering if we would like to stay here until the wedding. I told them it was up to you. I also said I wasn't spending the night before away from you. That's one tradition I want to break. Sam didn't have to think about it. She thought it was a great idea. I'd like that. After all, Dakota and I will be changing here. The kids too, so yeah, it's okay with me. CJ smiled. You aren't going to give me a hard time about being together the night before, are you? She smiled, tracing his lips with her fingertips. Those lips had the power to make her melt. No, but there will be no sex that night. Seeing the scowl appearing on his face, she gave him a warning look. It's either that or we will be apart the night before. It's your choice, Doc. You drive a hard bargain, Miss Kane, but I'll agree to it. He smiled inwardly to himself. She actually thought she had won this battle. Little did she realize he would have his way with her. He knew just how to get her motor running and she would be putty in his hands. His smirk didn't go unnoticed. I'm serious, CJ. No sex that night. I want our wedding night to be special. He snickered. Here he thought she wouldn't know. She knew him better than he thought. Day later, that whole day and part of the night were busy with all the final touches being done for the big day. It was arranged that CJ would leave for Parker's place early in the morning. The women would be getting their hair and nails done. Everything was set to go. The church was decorated. The ranch was finished and ready. As they lay in bed, CJ started making moves on Sam, but she put a stop to it. If you persist, I'll have you go sleep downstairs. She laughed when he pouted, looking like a little boy who was denied some sweets. You can make it one night without sex. He rolled over onto his back, hands behind his head with his heart throbbing. Easy for you to say. You don't have a boner. Good night, CJ. I love you, she said, leaning over, gave him a kiss and then snuggled into his arms. I love you too, baby. Chapter 26, Wedding, Part 1. Sam was the first one to wake up in the morning. She looked over at the man lying next to her, the man who in a few hours would be her husband, the one who she would have children with and grow old together. Her heart swelled with so much love when she looked at him. He was so damn hot, his body toned, not to mention how great the sex was between them. She moved closer, her chest resting on his as she ran her fingers along his face. CJ, it's time to get up. You have to leave now. He opened his eyes when he felt her breasts pressed against his chest, and felt his member coming to life. "Baby, if you don't get off me, the only thing I'll be doing is you." She gasped and jumped off the bed. When she saw the sheet over CJ rising, placing her fingers to her mouth, she giggled. "I swear you are the horniest man alive." Picking up a pillow, she threw it at him. "Get up, you have to go." He got out of bed and stood before her, letting her see what she was missing out on. "You sure, babe? I promise it won't take long." Shaking her head, she put on the robe. "I'm going downstairs for some coffee. I'll see you in the kitchen. I suggest you get rid of that before your mother sees you," she said, pointing to his friend that was still standing at attention. She was greeted by Dawn and Calvin's sister. "Have a seat, dear, and here's your coffee, just the way you like it. Now, where is that boy of mine? He should be getting ready to leave," Dawn said, going over to the doorway, shouted out his name. CJ came bouncing down the stairs with his suit and a bag in his hands. "No need to shout, Mom. I'm here. What's for breakfast?" "You can eat at Parker's." CJ put his arms around his mother's waist from behind as he looked at Sam. Mom, you know Parker can't cook worth a damn. Won't you please feed your son before sending him away?" Dawn laughed, giving him a swat. "Oh, go on. Sit down then." She fixed him up a plate and set it before him just as Parker walked in. "You've got 10 minutes to eat that, pal, and then I'm taking you out of here." Parker sat and poured himself a coffee. When CJ was finished, he stood up and, taking Sam's hand, pulled her up from her chair. "I want 5 minutes with my bride before we leave," he said, looking at Parker as he walked her out into the hallway. He pinned her up against the wall, his mouth going to hers, and he kissed her with every ounce of love he felt for her. "I love you, baby, and I can't wait until you become my wife. I have something to give you before I leave." Letting her go, he reached into his bag and pulled out the wrapped gift and handed it to her. Smiling, she looked at it. Her fingers unwrapped the paper it was in. Her eyes watered up when she saw the pearl bracelet inside the black velvet box. "Oh my God, CJ, it's beautiful." His heart was bursting with joy when he saw how much she loved it. "I thought you might like it to go with your grandmother's necklace. I didn't know what else to get you as a wedding gift, and when I saw this, I thought it would be the perfect gift." "It is. Thank you so much. I love it," she said, pulling him close. She kissed him. "I love you, but you better get going. I have so much to do before the wedding." Just then Parker walked in, interrupting their passionate embrace, and broke them apart. "Save it for the honeymoon. You're coming with me," he said, and put CJ in a headlock and messed up his hair as he used his knuckles to rub his head. It wasn't long before they were wrestling on the floor, until Dawn put a stop to it. "Enough, you two, now scoot, and you better not carry on like this at the wedding." CJ grabbed Sam and kissed her as Parker kept tugging on his arm, dragging him towards the door. "I love you, Sam," CJ shouted as Parker pushed him out, closing the door behind them. When Dakota and the kids showed up, it was time to get things moving along. The 3 women went into town to get their hair and nails done. The kids stayed home with the sitter. Sam wanted her hair down as CJ loved it that way. She just had some curls added. Once they were finished at the salon and were leaving, Donna walked in. The 2 women glared at one another for a brief moment. "So this is the big day, huh?" Donna said. Sam still wanted to beat Donna's ass, but she was not about to fight her. "Not today anyway." "It is. So if you'll excuse me, I have a wedding to get ready for." "Wait, Sam, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for causing trouble between you and CJ. I know now that he loves you and I was jealous." Sam got right in her face. "Apology accepted, but if you ever pull another stunt with CJ, I will kick your ass black and blue. Stay away from my man." "You don't have to worry, he loves you. Besides, I'm leaving town and I doubt I'll ever be back. I never thought he would fall in love and want to get married. I guess you're the one he's been waiting for his whole life." Sam and the others walked out. She had to admit that Donna surprised her. She wasn't worried about her and CJ. She trusted him with her whole heart and knew he would never be unfaithful to her. Back at the ranch, people were buzzing around, trying to get everything ready for the reception later that day. The others were dressed, while Sam applied her makeup with care. She managed to hide the bruise that Jonathan had given her. All she had was her dress to put on, which Dakota and Dawn were going to help her with. Meanwhile, Calvin's sister, all decked out in his suit, had driven over to Parker's to check on the boys. He smiled when he saw CJ. He looked handsome in his suit, but he also looked nervous. Going over, he fixed his tie for him, wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk with his son. "This is it. So soon you'll be married. I expect you to be a good husband to that girl. Love and protect her always and never stop telling or showing her how much you love her. There will be times you'll feel like pulling your hair out or getting mad. Just stop before you speak, as words can hurt and not be taken back. I'm proud of you, son. You have turned into one good man, and I know Sam loves you. Thanks, Dad. I love her too, and I'll live every day to make sure she's happy. Calvin's sister had a tear in his eyes. Let's have one drink before I head back to the ranch to get your bride and take her to the church. Back at the ranch, with Dakota's help, Sam slipped into her wedding dress. Turning around, Dawn did it up in the back. You look so beautiful, Sam, Dawn said, wiping away her tears. Sam went and stood in front of the floor-length mirror. I'm nervous and happy at the same time. I hope CJ will like this dress. Dakota went over to her. Are you kidding me? He's so much in love with you that if you wore a brown paper bag, he would still love what you've got on. She gave Sam a hug. You're like a sister to me, and I am so happy for both you and CJ. Dawn started snapping pictures. She was going to make them a wedding album, as she did with Parker and Dakota when they got married. I'd better go see the kids and make sure they hadn't messed up their outfits. I'll see you at the church, Dakota said, giving her a big hug before searching for her children. As Dawn was making sure there were no loose ends, she checked Sam's hair and dress just as Calvin's sister entered the room. She gave him a smile, remembering the day they got married, which didn't seem that long ago. What do you think of our daughter-in-law? She asked, making Sam turn around so that he could get a look at her. A smile spread across his face. My God, you're beautiful. My son is a very lucky man. Sam smiled back. I'm the lucky one. CJ is loving and caring and treats me like a princess. You and Dawn have raised a remarkable man. I promise I'll be a good wife and make him happy. Calvin went over and took her hands in his. You have already made him happy. You've seen him. How is he? Nervous. And he can't wait to marry you. He looked over at Dawn. I think we better get this girl to the church. If we're late, CJ will come looking for us. At the church, not seeing CJ anywhere, Parker went outside looking for him. There you are. What are you doing out here? Just getting some fresh air. You're not having any second thoughts about getting married, are you? CJ's head turned to look at Parker, hurt that he would even think that. Hell no. There's nothing more I want than to marry Sam. I'm just worried. Worried about what? If I can make her happy, and will she someday wake up and not love me anymore? Man, you're talking nonsense. She loves you, and I bet you two will live a long and happy life together. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flask, and corking it, took a sip and handed it to CJ. Here, try this. It will take the edge off. He took it from Parker and took 2 sips. How do you do it, Parker? How do you keep your marriage so good and the passion? I'll be honest, it takes work sometimes, but it's so worth it. It takes work. You and Dakota, right? He scoffed. You two have the perfect marriage. Always so loving in the way you two are with each other, it's beautiful. Trust me, we've had our fights, but when you love someone you work through it. When he saw Dawn's car coming, he told CJ to take another sip, and to pop a mint into his mouth. Your mom will kill us if she sees us drinking outside the church. He quickly placed the flask in his pocket. Dawn arrived before Calvin and Sam, as she would be taking pictures. When she saw CJ in his wedding suit, she felt the tears welling up in her eyes. Going up to him, put her arms around him for a hug. Oh, CJ, you look so handsome, and I'm so proud of you. He hugged her back. She felt so small in his arms, and she looked incredible. Mom, you look so beautiful. I hope Dad will be able to keep his hands off you during the reception. She lifted her face up to him and laughed. Don't worry, sweetheart. I told him this was your day and he better behave. Now Sam and your father will be here any minute with Dakota and the kids, so you both better get inside and take your place. It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding. Now scoot, both of you. CJ and Parker laughed when she shoved them towards the door. She may be tiny but was strong as an ox. They made their way to the front of the church and stood there waiting. First Chad and Ellie would be walking down the aisle, followed by Dakota, then Sam and his father. He couldn't wait to see her in her dress. She had gotten mad at him when he tried to take a peek, so she had it taken to his parents' place. He looked at his watch, then at Parker. Shouldn't they be here by now? Parker smiled back at him. They still have 5 minutes. Take a deep breath. They'll be here. CJ began to sweat, his eyes darting towards the back of the church, looking to catch sight of Sam when the music began, knowing it was starting. Chapter 27. CJ took a deep breath. letting it out slowly. He and Parker watched as Chad and Ellie walked down the aisle. Being the perfect little gentleman, Chad held his sister's hand, making sure she wouldn't fall. CJ and Parker looked at each other and smiled. The kids were so cute it brought a tear to their eyes. Dawn was busy snapping pictures when Dakota walked down the aisle. Her eyes went to Parker, who was staring at her with so much love showing in his eyes. Calvin's sister hooked Sam's arm through his. He could feel her shaking. "Are you ready to become Mrs. Calvin Fisher Jr.?" She took a deep breath and looked at him and smiled. "Yes, let's do this." She started moving when he did. She could feel all eyes on her as she made her way towards the front. Looking up, she saw CJ. He was smiling, his dimples showing, and God, he looked drop-dead gorgeous in his suit. Seeing him, she no longer felt nervous. Their eyes locked as she and Calvin's sister slowly made their way to him. When CJ saw Sam walking up the aisle, he got choked up. His heart started racing. She looked like an angel in her beautiful long white gown. Her hair curled and hung down over her shoulders. His stomach felt like there were butterflies dancing around. When she looked at him and gave him a smile that had him weak in the knees. When they reached him and Calvin's sister gave CJ her hand, he pulled her closer, taking her other hand when she handed her bouquet to Dakota. He saw a tear trickle down her face, so he reached up and wiped it away with his thumb. It was as if he had forgotten that they were in church, standing before a room full of people when he spoke to her. "You take my breath away with your beauty. I love you so much," he said. Leaning over, he kissed her, pulling her closer. It wasn't until he felt Parker pulling on his arm, and the crowd snickering, that he let go of her. The minister cleared his throat. By the look on his face, CJ knew he was mad. "Are you ready to move on?" he asked in a snarky tone. Smiling at her red face, Sam, he nodded. Everyone was quiet when the couple said their vows, adding the part where they promised to obey and in its place, promised to love and respect each other. There wasn't a dry eye in the place as the vows were being said. The rings were placed on their fingers and they were pronounced husband and wife. CJ held her hand, just staring into her eyes and not making a move when the minister said he could kiss the bride. Again he cleared his throat to get CJ's attention. "Now you can kiss your bride." CJ pulled her into his arms, one arm around her waist, his other hand cupping the back of her head. He kissed her. It was long and passionate, earning a disapproving look from the minister. "We did it. We're married," CJ said, picking her up off her feet and swinging her around before setting her down. They turned to their guests, who were on their feet clapping. Taking her hand, they made their way down the aisle and out into the fresh air, followed by the others. The newlyweds were surrounded by people. Ellie tugged on CJ's pants and he lifted her up into his arms. "Will you marry me when I grow up?" she asked, her arms going around his neck. He kissed her cheek and smiled at Sam. "But when you're old enough to get married, I'll be an old man." "No, you won't," she said, giggling when he tickled her belly. Parker took her from CJ. "Come on, sweetheart, it's time to go back to the ranch and party." Sam and CJ were given a ride to the ranch. Sitting in the back, he took her in his arms. "I know I've already said it, but you look beautiful. Wow, this dress. I can't wait to take it off you." "CJ," she said in a whisper, the driver will hear you." "I don't care who hears me," he said as his mouth lowered down onto hers. His kiss deepened and he heard her moaning softly into his mouth. He stopped when he heard the man up front saying they were home. They were greeted by well-wishers and handed a glass of champagne. Dawn was busy taking pictures. "Your mother did real good decorating the place," Parker said as he gave CJ a smile. His arm around Dakota? "Yes, she and Dad went all out." "Why don't you put that champagne down and let's go grab a beer? I'm sure your bride won't mind if I steal you away for a bit." "Go on," Sam said, taking the glass from him. "I'll finish this for you." He leaned over and gave her a kiss. "All right, but don't drink too much. I have plans for you later," he said, winking at her, and left with Parker. The men gathered together, all talking and drinking. CJ kept looking over at Sam. He liked watching her having fun as she talked and laughed with the women. When Dawn announced that it was time to sit down and eat, he went over and taking her hand they walked over to their table. During the meal, people kept clinking their glasses, getting the couple to kiss. The speeches began halfway through dinner. Calvin's sister got up and made the first one. He welcomed Sam to the family. There was laughter when he said he never thought CJ would settle down but was happy that there was someone who was willing to handle him. He then turned serious. He raised his glass to CJ and Sam. "All jokes aside, I want to say how very proud I am of you, my son. And I am glad you found love. I know this girl loves you and you will both be very happy. To you and Sam." CJ got up and hugged his father. "Thanks, Dad." Other people made speeches. Parker went last. "CJ and I grew up together. We're like brothers and have always had each other's back. I love this guy. Now, as some of you will remember, when Dakota and I got married, he was my best man. Let me tell you, he put me through hell. Like when he pretended he forgot the rings, or how he kept barging. And when my wife and I wanted some alone time, I thought of doing the same to him and then decided not to. But there is something I have to do, and that is to do what he did at my wedding." He leaned over to Dakota and whispered in her ear. She looked at him, smiled and nodded her head, giving him permission. Parker went over and stood between CJ and Sam. "I figure there is only one way to give him a taste of his own medicine." Leaning over, he took Sam's face in his hands and planted a big kiss on her lips. He let her go and turned to a grim-faced CJ. "I owed you that." CJ put his hands on Parker's shoulders. "All right, now we're even, but no more." He smiled at him. "I love you, brother," he said, and then they hugged. After the meal was over, it was time to cut the cake that Dakota had made for them. For the last couple of years, she had been making cakes for birthdays, anniversaries and other occasions. She made a good living at it, giving her a sense of worth. With CJ standing behind her, both hands on the knife, they posed for the pictures before cutting into it. "I almost hate to cut into it. It's so beautiful," Sam said as she admired it, but since everyone was dying to have a piece and they started chanting, "Cut it, cut it," so Sam gave in and they made the first cut. She put some on a fork and fed it to CJ. He, in turn, did the same for her. "Oh my God, this is to die for." She closed her eyes and moaned softly. CJ leaned in to whisper into her ear, so that the others wouldn't hear. "The way you are moving your lips and moaning is getting me hot. You best stop before I pick you up and drag you inside and have my way with you." She batted her eyelashes at him. She could tell how aroused he was when he pushed up against her. "Later, Doc," she said, smiling at him. The place was buzzing with happy chatter and children running around. Soon the music began playing and Calvin's sister announced it was time for the newlyweds to start off the first dance, and then the others could follow. CJ took her hand and they moved to the dance area. He held her close as they moved to the music. "Thanks for arranging for someone to video the wedding ceremony and reception so that I can send it to my parents to watch. I know how much they wanted to be here, and they told me not to postpone the wedding. It would have been too late to do that anyways. You can thank Leela for that. She's the one who suggested it." When CJ bought the pearl bracelet for Sam, Leela, the owner of the jewelry store, she was also a friend of the family, and when he told her Sam was upset about her parents not being there, she suggested videotaping it. "I will. I love you so much," she said, lifting her mouth for him to kiss her. "We'll have to go change soon if we want to make our flight," CJ said, his lips going to her bare shoulder to kiss. "Will you tell me now where we're going?" "Nope, you'll have to wait." "Oh, you are frustrating," she said, gripping the collar of his shirt and yanking. "Once we get to the airport, I'll find out." "Yes, you will," he said, chuckling when she made a face at him. "We best go up now." They were able to sneak away, and once upstairs, he started removing his clothes, what they were changing into, lay on the bed. "CJ, will you help me? Just pull the zipper down. I can't reach it." He came up behind her, his lips going to her neck. He slowly pulled down the zipper. He kissed her neck. The fire below was lit and his snake grew hard. "I think we might have time for a quickie before we have to leave." She turned to face him, holding her dress up so that it wouldn't fall off. "I don't want our first time as man and wife to be a quickie. It should be special. Can you wait until we get to wherever we're going? You denied me sex last night and it'll be hours before we get there. But I get what you're saying. So yes, I will wait." Seeing her smile made it all worthwhile. But then when she dropped her gown, and he saw her in only a pair of white silk panties and nothing else, he regretted it. What made matters worse was when she bent over to pick up her shoes, making his member ache. He watched as she went to the bed, picked up the dress she was going to wear and slipped it over her head. His eyes traveled up her legs when she crossed them to put her shoes on. She looked up at him. "Aren't you going to get dressed?" Did she not know how she was affecting him the way she dressed seductively? "I'd rather make love to you." She got up and went over to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. "I would too, but she said herself we don't have time. Get dressed, sweetheart, and I promise when we reach the hotel you can do to me whatever you want." "Whatever?" he asked. raising his eyebrows. 10 minutes later, they were dressed and ready to leave. All they had to do was go down and say their goodbyes to everyone. Chapter 28, Honeymoon. After all the hugs and kisses goodbye, they got into the cab and headed to the airport. Sam was dying to see where he was taking her. Like a couple of teenagers, they necked all the way there. "We're here, folks," the driver said as he pulled up to the curb. CJ helped her out and grabbing their bags went in and up to the desk. Sam looked up at the flight numbers flashing and she gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh my God, we're going to Santorini, Greece." She threw her arms around his neck and started kissing his face all over. She didn't care that people were staring. CJ smiled and looked toward the woman behind the desk. "She's happy," he said to her and handed over the tickets. "I've always wanted to go there," Sam said excitedly. He put his arm around her waist, pulling her close and looked into her eyes. "I know. I remember you telling me when we first started going out." Once seated in first class, they were handed a glass of champagne. "Here's to us, Mrs. Fisher," CJ said, clinking his glass to hers. "Say it again. I just love being called that." "Mrs. Fisher, are you happy?" "Yes, I've never been this happy in my whole life." "Me either," he replied, taking her hand, brought it to his lips and kissed it. She leaned back in her seat. 10 days in Greece, besides you, it's a dream come true. How can I ever thank you?" "You can thank me when we get to our hotel. I must warn you, my thoughts are dangerous and impure," he said, giving her a side grin. "Whatever my husband wishes he shall get," she said. Holding her hand up, she watched as her wedding ring sparkled. He had picked out matching wedding bands for them, and it went perfectly with her engagement ring. It was really late and they were both tired. Grabbing a blanket, he covered them both when she snuggled into his arms. They soon drifted off to sleep. They were starving when they woke up and asked for their breakfast to be served. They would be landing in Greece soon and CJ couldn't wait to get her into bed. Later, Sam stared out the window when they arrived. "We're here," she said happily as she took his hand. "Look down there," she said, pointing at the view below. God, he loved seeing her so happy and promised himself he would devote his life to making sure she would always be happy. "It's beautiful." They landed and after collecting their luggage, he called for a cab to take them to the hotel. He had spent hours searching for the perfect place to stay. It was close to the beach, near the best dining spots around with plenty of other things to do. She rolled down the window to get a better look at everything as they drove to the hotel. Arriving at the hotel, CJ held out his hand for her to take and helped her from the car. Putting his arm around her waist, they walked into the hotel, and the driver followed behind with their pieces of luggage. CJ tipped him and he turned to the clerk behind the desk. "I believe we have the honeymoon suite. We'd like to book in." The young woman looked up and smiled. She spoke in English. "Your name, sir?" Pulling Sam closer, a wide grin on his face, he replied, "Mr. and Mrs. Calvin Fisher." "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Fisher. I will have a bellhop take your luggage up to your room. Will you be heading up now, or are you wanting to explore the hotel?" "We'll be going up now," he answered, taking the key from her. A man in a uniform walked out and placed their bags on a trolley. "Follow me, sir," the man said and led them to the elevator. CJ stood behind Sam, his arms around her waist as he started grinding into her, checking to make sure the bellhop was looking straight ahead. He heard a small gasp escape her lips when she felt his hardness pressing against her. "Here is your room," the man said, opening the door moved aside so that they could enter. He then took their luggage off the rack and set them down. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" CJ pulled out his wallet and handed him a tip, thanked him but said there was nothing they required. Sam kicked off her shoes and looked at the room. It was like something out of a magazine. It was bright and clean. The furniture was white and powder blue. It had everything from a minibar and even a hot tub to the side. "This is amazing. I can't wait to see what all is in the other rooms." CJ was removing his jacket and tie as he went up behind her, taking her by surprise when he scooped her up bridal style. "There's only one room I want to see right now, and that's the bedroom. We have a lot of catching up to do." She giggled and put her arms around his neck. "We sure do," she said, kissing him. When they entered the bedroom, she was amazed at how lovely it was. Her eyes looked at the bed. "This is beautiful." Just knowing what they were going to do, and it got her wet. "Finally I got you alone and in bed," he said as he laid her down. Removing his shirt, he straddled her. She had on a dress that buttoned all the way down to her waist. Undoing them pushed the material over to reveal her breasts. His member grew hard when he saw she wore no bra. He moaned as he lowered his mouth onto one. His other hand went down, and he began rubbing between her legs and over the panties. He could feel her panties getting wet, and he wanted to feel his fingers inside her. So pulling the panties down, he rubbed as he slipped a finger inside her now wet cat. Her arousal was obvious when she started squirming, pushing up on his finger, and her moans got louder. He ran his tongue over her nipples, and between her breasts and down her stomach. As he licked her skin, moving lower, took the dress with him. He kept going till he had removed the dress and panties, throwing them to the floor, taking her foot in his hand, sucked on her toes, then slowly moved his mouth up till his head was between her thighs. His tongue dipped and twirled deeper into her. Her screams were loud when she called out his name. He knew by the way her body began to shake she was close to coming. He wasn't about to let her yet, not until he was buried deep inside the warmth of her. When he stopped and got off her, she opened her eyes. Drops of sweat rolled down her neck and between her breasts. CJ, why would you stop? Because my love, I want us to come together for the first time as man and wife, he said as he removed his pants and briefs. He had to smile when he saw the desperation on her face, knowing she needed him now. Getting on top, he entered her slowly, his snake throbbing. Making you smile and horny are my two favorite things, he said as he started thrusting faster. Well, I'm horny as hell, so stop teasing me and fucking me, she said, wrapping her legs around him, her fingers digging into his back. For the past hour, he kissed, sucked, caressed and teased her to the point where she thought she'd go mad. She felt his snake swelling, so she clenched her muscles around it, knowing it would raise his desire and then he would give her the release she was craving for. It worked. He speeded up, thrusting harder, and she heard him grunt when he finally let go, giving them both an earth-shattering release. When he collapsed on her, she hugged him tight, her breathing slowing down. She kissed his neck. That was so amazing. I think you have outdone yourself. Lifting his head, he looked down at her. I can say the same thing about you. Is it possible that SX is even better now that we're married than it was before? I think so, she said, smiling back at him. Moving on to his side, he moved his fingers slowly along her body. He couldn't get enough of touching her. What would you like to do today? Today I would like to stay in, order room service and spend the day in bed. We have 10 days to go exploring. Pulling her closer, kissed her. That sounds good to me. Their honeymoon was spent on the beach, sightseeing, and shopping. They got gifts for the kids, a dress and a doll, for Ellie and a football, and a Dallas Cowboy jersey, for Chad as he was really into football. Of course candy too. In 9 days they crammed as much sightseeing in as they could. Nights were spent making love. On their last night in Greece, he booked them a table at the finest restaurant, one with a window view of the boats going by. This has been an amazing honeymoon. Thanks for bringing me here. I have to admit it will be good to get back home. CJ, with a grin on his face, took her hand and rubbed his thumb over the skin. I have a confession. Well, it's actually a surprise for you. What? She asked, curious as to what he had up his sleeve. We're not going home tomorrow. We're not. Are we staying longer? No. I made plans to take you to see your parents. I called them and told them how sad you were, that they weren't at the wedding and you were missing them. So I said I was going to surprise you, and everyone was sworn not to breathe a word to you. You're not mad, are you? Right there in the restaurant. She got up and went and sat her on his lap, putting her arms around his neck. No, I'm not mad. I'm happy. I can't believe you did this for me. I love you so much, she said, giving him a passionate kiss, one that got him aroused. The next day when they landed, they took a taxi to the Kane's residence. Her mother Ellen greeted them, giving Sam a hug, and then looked at CJ. So you are Calvin Fisher. It's a pleasure to meet you. CJ took her hand and kissed the back of it. The pleasure is all mine, Mrs. Kane, and please call me CJ. Ellen took them to the bedroom, to see Edward, who was still on bed rest. Sam went and gave her father a hug. I missed you, Dad. I missed you too, and sorry we had to miss your wedding. But thanks to your husband we were able to watch the whole thing. Go with your mother to the kitchen and get us all something to drink. I want to talk to your young man. When Edward and CJ were alone, he motioned for him to sit. I'm going to talk, CJ, and you are going to listen. Yes, Sarah. Samantha's mother and I were not around much when she was growing up. We were busy working and traveling. I'm sad to say we neglected her, and for that, I will forever be sorry, but we do love her very much. When she married Jonathan, we were relieved, thinking she had settled down and found someone to love and take care of her. When she left him and filed for divorce, we were mad, until we found out what he had done to her, making our guilt all that stronger. You don't have to worry about Sam. I love her and I swear on my life I'll never hurt her, CJ said, his eyes staring into Edward's eyes, letting him see he meant every word. I am glad to hear it, and I can see how much you both love each other. He chuckled. You will have your hands full, young man. She's strong-willed and won't take any shit from you. I already know that, sir. They spent 2 days with their parents. Sam was able to reconnect with her parents, and they were able to forgive and forget the past. When they arrived back home, he picked her up in his arms and carried her through the front door. He looked down at her face. His heart swelled with so much love for her. I'm glad we're home, baby. Now we can start our lives together as husband and wife. I say we go upstairs and christen the bed as a married couple. Chapter 29, Epilogue. 2 years later, it was their second anniversary, and Sam was dressed and ready to go on her date with CJ. He came up behind her and pushed her hair over to the side and started kissing her neck. She had on a black dress, the zipper in the back. Even after 2 years of marriage, he couldn't keep his hands off her. Pulling the zipper down slid the straps of her dress over her shoulders, his lips moving over her shoulder. CJ, she said, her breathing becoming raspy, will you be late for our dinner reservations? It's okay. I told them to hold our table if we're late. He slid her dress all the way now. Turning her around, he picked her up and carried her over to the bed where he removed the remainder of her clothes. Don't move, he ordered as he got up and quickly shed his own clothes and got back in bed and climbed on top of her. An hour later, they were once again dressed and ready to leave. CJ was relieved that the restaurant saved their table, but that was only because he promised them a huge tip. He ordered them both a glass of white wine. I was going to wait till later to give you this, but I think now is a perfect time. He noticed she had forgotten to put her earrings on, so he handed her the small gift-wrapped box. Go ahead, baby, open it. She covered her mouth with her hand and gasped. Inside was a pair of diamond stud earrings. Oh, they're beautiful. Taking them out, she put them on. How do they look on me? You make them look stunning. He noticed she wasn't drinking her wine. You're not drinking. Is something wrong with it? She shook her head. I'm sure it's fine, but first I want to give you something. She reached into her purse and took out a gift-wrapped box and handed it to him. Sam, you didn't have to do this. I know, I wanted to. His eyes almost popped out of his head when he opened the package and he stared at her with his mouth wide open and then a smile spread across his face. Does this mean what I think it does? He asked, holding the baby booties in his hand. Now he knew why she didn't touch her wine. Her eyes sparkled, her smile wide. She nodded. I'm pregnant. We're having a baby. CJ jumped from his seat and going over pulled her up and his arms went around her. He leaned down and kissed her, not caring that the place was full of customers. Once he stopped, he looked around at everyone and shouted, We're having a baby. Everyone clapped. Sitting back down, he took hold of her hand. How far along are you? 3 weeks, she said, holding up 3 fingers. When did you find out? I took a test this morning. When the waiter brought over their food, he didn't bring over a non-alcoholic glass of wine for Sam. This is the best gift you could ever have given me. I love you so much. I love you too. Just wait till my mom and dad find out. They're going to be thrilled. Even though they think of Chad and Ellie as their grandchildren, I know they were hoping we would give them one. After a lovely meal and our walk, they headed home. CJ couldn't wait to get her dress off and make love to her. There was something about a woman you loved carrying your baby that made you love them all that much more. As soon as they stepped foot into the bedroom, he wasted very little time getting her undressed. Both naked, he took her in his arms, stroking her back, her arms around his neck. She kissed him with as much passion as he was. He lifted her up, loving the way she felt when she wrapped her legs around his waist, and he carried her over to the bed and gently laid her down. He would have to remember not to be too rough on her now that she had his baby inside her. She liked how he had made love to her with so much tenderness and knowing why. CJ, that was beautiful, but you didn't have to hold back. You know you can't hurt me or the baby. I don't want you to stop being passionate or aggressive. He touched her cheek. I won't. I promise. He pulled her close, his hand rubbing her stomach. I guess I was being overly cautious. 8 months later, Sam was still having mood swings, crying at the littlest things. CJ understood what she was going through and never once lost his temper with her. Not even when he painted the baby's room and she cried, saying it wasn't what she wanted. So he repainted it, hoping he had gotten it right. Once the paint dried and the fumes gone, she was allowed in to check it out. No, it's too dark of a blue. What if we have it, girl? I wanted a light powder blue, she said and started crying. Standing behind her, he cranked his head from one side to the other and rubbed the back of his head. Up till now, she had been having a rough pregnancy, and he didn't want her upset, so he put his arms around her waist, rubbing her belly. It's all right, sweetheart, I'll redo it. But the baby furniture's coming next week. There's no time, she sniffed. There's lots of time and I'll get Parker to come help. She turned around to face him. Her tears magically disappeared. You're the best husband in the world. I'm going to go lay down. He shook his head when she was gone from sight. She played him with those tears of hers to get her way. He called Parker and asked him to come over and bring Dakota to keep Sam company. He met them outside when they arrived with the kids. Thanks for coming, and I have to warn you, Sam is in a mood, so just ignore it. But she surprised him when she came out all happy and bubbly, giving the kids hugs and kisses. She and Dakota walked arm in arm into the house. Parker nudged CJ and snickered. Looks like it's only you she's moody with. The women and kids stayed downstairs, while the guys went upstairs and got busy painting. This is the third time I've painted this room, and what we're putting on now was the exact same color as the first time. Well, CJ, you're a doctor, so you know how women get when they're pregnant. Yeah, I know, CJ said and smiled. One good thing about the mood swings is she gets really horny and can't seem to get enough of me. She's insatiable. He went down and grabbed a couple of beers from the fridge and took them back upstairs. CJ was happy to see that having Dakota and the kids over put her in a good mood. He was relieved when she loved the new paint on the wall in the baby's room, even though it was the same as the first time around. That night in bed, she started caressing him, her lips kissing his chest. Aren't you tired out from having company over for dinner? It is getting late. You should get some sleep. She gave him a look, showing hurt and anger in her eyes. Getting out of bed, she went over to the window and looked out. I'm fat and you are repulsed by my body. That's why you don't want to make love to me. He jumped out of bed and went over, taking her in his arms. How can you say that? I am not repulsed by your body. I think it's even more beautiful than before. I just don't want you getting overly tired. And for the record, lady, I do want to make love to you. He slid the straps of her gown down over her shoulders, letting it drop to the floor. Grabbing a handful of her hair, gently pulled back, exposing her neck. He kissed her and sucked on her skin. His snake grew hard when she moaned his name and her arms tightened around him. Lifting her up, he carried her over to the bed and laid her down. He looked at her and smiled. She looked so amazingly beautiful with her breasts fuller and to see her stomach that carried his baby inside. He fell even more in love with her. Are you just going to stare at me or are you going to make love to me? She said, her lips out in a pout and her core aching to be touched and made love to. He chuckled at the desperation in her voice, and who was he to deny a lady what she wanted? His mouth came down on hers. His hands caressed her in all the places she liked. He knew he was taking too long when she took hold of him and guided him inside her. Later, as they lay together, she ran her fingers along his chest. I've been a right old cow with you lately. I'm sorry. I bet you are wishing you were with someone else. Someone not so moody. He turned to look at her. The truth is, if I could be with anyone in the world, it'd still be you. This brought tears to her eyes. I don't know what I ever did to deserve you. Sam was now in her 9th month. CJ came home from work late and found her sitting on the sofa, an empty ice cream carton in her hands, and she was sobbing. Thinking something was wrong, he rushed over, getting on his knees in front of her. What's wrong? Is it the baby? Are you in pain? Her bottom lip stuck out and she wiped her tears away. I'm out of ice cream. He laughed, relieved it wasn't something serious. That's all right. I'll buy more tomorrow. But I want some now. You want me to go to town now? It's late. Yes, would you? He growled, knowing that was exactly what he was going to do. All right, I'll go. She threw her arms around his neck. Thank you. Make sure it's chocolate, or maybe something with nuts in it. No, strawberry. Giving her a kiss, he headed out, and at the store, he bought several different varieties. The last time he got her one flavor, she wanted something else. He also grabbed some chips and other snacks, just in case. She was fast asleep in bed when he returned home. Putting the ice cream in the freezer, he went to bed. Getting in, he kissed her cheek and moved the hair off her face. 2 weeks later, she called him in from outside. CJ, I think it's time. The baby's coming. He checked her out and started asking questions, the doctor and him coming out. "Damn it, CJ, I'm telling you it's time." She grabbed him by the collar and pulled his face close to hers. "Stop being a doctor for a minute and be a father. Get me to the damn hospital." He pried her hands away, as she was damn near choking him, and he gave her a big smile. "All right, let's go, sweetheart." Helping her up got her settled in the car, and went back for her overnight bag. He got her to the hospital and into her room. He then called his parents to let them know the baby was coming. He also called Dakota and Parker before going back to Sam's side. She looked so uncomfortable and he felt bad for her. "Why isn't our baby coming?" she complained 3 hours later when still no baby. He wiped her forehead with a cloth and tried to get her to suck on some ice chips, which she swatted away. He or she is not ready yet. The others showed up to give their support, bringing gifts of flowers for Sam and stuffed teddy bears for the baby. The men went to get coffee, leaving the 3 women to talk. CJ hoped it would take away some of Sam's anxiety. The doctor who was going to deliver their baby said it was time. The baby was coming after being there for over 7 hours. They were sent out of the room except for CJ. He held her hand, telling her to breathe, earning a few curse words from her. Finally, their 7 pounds and 6 ounce baby boy was born. "I love you, Sam," he said, a tear trickling down his face as he stared at his son laying in her arms. "We need to decide on a name for this little guy." "I love you too. What do you think of the name David?" "David Fisher." "I like it. Let's add a middle name. David, Calvin Fisher." Once mother and baby were cleaned up and taken to their room, the others were allowed in to see them. Dawn cried softly when she held her grandson in her arms for the first time, with Calvin's sister looking over her shoulder. CJ had his arm around Sam. He never thought in a million years he would ever be this happy or be in love with a woman who loved him back. "I think we ought to have a couple more," he said, giving her a huge grin. "Yes, I'd agree," she said, smiling back. To sum it up, 3 years later they had twins, both girls. Their love grew stronger with each passing year. The end. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. This helps others discover the story too. Hit the bell icon for the latest updates, and stay tuned for more thrilling books.